return fire, but still going to be Warwick here in trouble. Relza going to be using that Rapture shield. Here comes the power infusion. Here comes Tessia behind the pillar, looking for some more damage and crowd control there, but it looks like Warwick is going to be fine for just a second here as he looks to counter pressure, but Warwick's once again very low, teleporting behind the pillar. Oh my goodness, he's just going to go down. That is a low unending resolve coming in a little too late. Luxia caught up in the crowd control, and Tessia just bullying this team here, bringing out that Snowdrift tech and the mass polys as well, and Streamer Zone will take game number 1.
Yeah, it's really interesting. So I mentioned the Snowdrift, obviously really important, and it's especially effective against a priest. If they don't have Fade, they're kind of just stuck in it. They get snared, they get stunned, and it's just an extra way you can crowd control them by yourself. But we'll see it play out here in these final moments. Tessia, I think, had a really good game here, interrupting Walrix. Walrus with the counter interrupt here onto Tessia, but I think once this orb fades, Tessia is able to just push forward, and Tony's just dishing out so much damage on this Pharaoh Druid that Tessia really can just focus on some of this instant crowd control. You can see it right now. There's the full Snowdrift, Polymorph coming in, and all of a sudden Luxia is just not able to control his character. There's no one really able to back him up, and that's one of the problems. Like for Trimaz, he wants to go after Tony to put out pressure, right? Like you're going to get the most amount of damage on the Feral Druid when he's caught up in the stun, so it's a priority for the rogues. But at the same time, if you're just leaving Tessia and he's got Dragon's Breath, he's got Snowdrift, Ring of Frost, Polymorph, Wall, he's really setting up his team, and it'll be a really difficult spot to navigate for Choke on Land.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's that Dragon's Breath Snowdrift tech. We've seen it a couple of times coming out from these mages, but Tessia just being able to land all of these polymorphs is just so key. And also it's just a nice setup there onto Trimaz as well. Tony getting that stun cyclone, making it, you know, a 3 versus 1. Warwick's completely isolated. A little bit late there with the unending resolve. I think if they popped it a little bit sooner, he might have been able to hold on there for that void shift of Luxia. But you know, this is the first time we see Warwick's back in a minute. This guy used to be the king of warlocks, you know, a while back, and it is fun to see him back, but he's gonna need to make something happen here. Streamer Zone GG looking absolutely bulletproof, and I like that Streamer Zone is willing to tag in Tessia more, because that kind of has been one of their weaknesses in the past, always just kind of locking in the jungle cleave, but seems like they've been kind of putting in a lot more time into that feral mage, and it seems to be working out well for them.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think the composition is really strong right now. What's really interesting to me is this composition was originally kind of popularized with a paladin, and most teams just don't. They're just not even playing the paladin anymore, just playing the priest variant of it. And that's kind of an interesting change, because the paladin version seems very strong as well, but see some heavy hits there by Tessia. That Frost Firebolt is going to be extra deadly this week. I'm actually curious to see if Tessia has changed up his talents a little bit, and if he's prioritized more Frost Firebolt talents, because that could be really he's not, so he's still just playing kind of like the standard instant cast build for the Frost Mage, but still getting those almost 1 million crits on that Frost Firebolt. And I do think so Choke on Land, they're going to go an entirely different direction, and I don't know how I like this. I'm going to be completely honest with you. Like, this is a composition that has been good in the past, but I think Preservation Evoker, originally, when we were starting out on these cups, like everyone thought Preservoker was going to be the healer to beat, best healer in the game, but I think it just gets taken out by these compositions like Jungle Cleave and Rogue Mage. It just really struggles to stay in the fight and avoid crowd control. So I don't know if I like this pick here for Choke on Land.
I know somebody who likes this pick. Supertease, he's out there clapping his hands right now, getting to see some more Moonkins
I think
being tagged in.
It might be exciting depending on how it goes, you know, like, you know, if it goes well, he'll be excited, but if it doesn't, it's probably disappointing.
Yeah, well, either way, if it goes well, he gets to see a Boomkin win, and if it goes poorly, well, his prediction is looking pretty good as well. True. This is a win-win for Supertease right now. But yeah, Outlaw Rogue getting some buffs here this week. We mentioned it a little bit earlier, so it's going to be interesting to see Trimaz on the Outlaw Rogue. The Sub Rogue didn't look too effective in that last game, so bringing in the Outlaw, a little bit more sustained, a little bit more kind of a brawler. And then Warwick's on that Moonkin. I mean, they have some nice win conditions here, but Relza is probably going to be playing that Gnome Priest, so they kind of lose out on that Will of the Forsaken, but since it's going to be a dragon, it's not going to be too much of an issue. And we'll see if they can set up some long CC chains. I do think Tony is going to probably be the main target, but the good thing about Outlaw Rogue is also that it's pretty annoying to kite those as a mage. So I think Trimmers can get a little bit more pressure in the match on the mage as well, and kind of bully Tessia a little bit more to not allow him to kind of push in and get those big CC chains.
Hey, Judge.
Yeah, I think that's one of the specialties of the Outlaw Rogue is specifically.
This is a super interesting matchup, by the way. They're about to see.
Play it last
kind
week.
of a fun one. I immediately started hooking it to my team because
on like a stun lock, so you end up just not even stunning the mage that much, just putting off.
On paper, so you can't see this. It's Prey's down bottom here.
I could see this potentially working. Maybe they even go after Tessie in the match a little bit more than Tony. They put off CC.
It's like an option for us. It's kind of free information. My assumption here is,
like you said, that root solar beam is.
My assumption is that if Priest would have completely fine here.
He's just going to be playing a gnome, kind of counters that just a little bit here, but yeah, this is something we actually saw in the open bracket as well on Wednesday, something that Liquid was trying out in North America as the Rogue Moonkin. So there might be some potential here. We just haven't seen it play out yet.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to need to make it work here. Ashabane's Fall, big map to work with, and I think that the strat for Choco Land is probably to try to extend the game a little bit because, you know, there is a lot of defense on the side of Streamer Zone GG, and, you know, getting those root solar beams not really going to be happening too often. So getting just the Outlaw Rogue kind of to sit on the mage long enough to force all of those defensives. Mages, you know, being pretty tanky as a result lately. Probably Tessia's playing the mass barrier. He's playing,
how does someone Sid goes 0-3? Everyone else is gone. Whoa.
As well, getting the extra
it's crazy the difference.
Barriers. He has a lot of shields.
Ooh, I kind of 0 and 1-3. Those interesting.
A lot of cooldowns that they have to go through, but I do think that maybe a late game win condition could be in the cards if they can get like a nice incarn later on in the match. They could also swap to the healer with some solar beams as well. We've seen that in the past from Rogue Moonkin, just trying to use the solar beam to lock the priest on like a penance or something and then swap to him. So there are some win conditions like that. They do have like a decent amount of burst, and I think one of the best things about it is that Moonkins, I mean, they're pretty squishy right now, but they do dish out a decent amount of damage. So if you can empower,
that's kind of this is streaming them. By the way, this is a crazy stat.
Definitely get some work done. And
3 and 8, they are the best jungle in the world.
Compositions played here for Streamer Zone.
Literally.
Paladin, Feral, Mage, 1
that
and
just
4. So
goes to show how brutal,
and then their jungle cleave
how competitive their region is.
This season, these are all, of course.
I feel like their jungle would fucking smoke most teams in that region.
And,
I'm not kidding. That's not a shit talking that region, but
opting out of the Holy Paladin,
they're just such a good jungle.
Comfort thing for Relza because he is that good on the priest.
I think there's like some debate. Pardon me. I think there's some debate on which one of the healers is better right now, and it's probably matchup dependent. But yeah, I think it's got to be a comfort thing, right? Like he's just so experienced.
The way that healers work right now.
It's nice that they have the Paladin. And they're willing
the
to
debate he's talking about. I think Paladin is the best healer in the game, like unless your teammates aren't durable enough. They basically, if you're a tanky class, Paladin makes you that much tankier. I was watching some games last night, watching fucking Shadow Priest Paladin, and it is just revolting how tanky you become with a Paladin on your team. But then you take a Paladin and you apply it to, like, say, a Death Knight or a class that's taking more damage. That tankiness isn't translated at all.
One of the nice things about the Balance Druid is you have Cyclone. So Cyclone is still a heavy threat. Like,
nah, priest tankiness is a crime. I have never seen. I don't think I've ever seen a tankier version of priest.
But also just get really, really aggressive. So we're gonna have to look at Trimaz.
Priest tankiness scales positively into dampening too. Priest is actually a crime right now in terms of how tanky it is. I cannot believe it because it happened on beta too. This is not like, this information has been known for a long while.
That rapture to power up the shields for his team, but now caught up in a stun. Kidney shot onto him. Luxia meanwhile getting swapped to taking a lot of damage.
I mean, that's a commune in the opener
Tony, though, is taking a lot of damage there as well as Relza manages to sit through that crowd control chain. Luxia now getting polymorphed, and they're going to be swapping over to Warwick's here. So I really like that dragon swap. And meanwhile, everybody's rotting down. The ulti Penny is in the sky there as well, I believe, for Relza, doing a lot of extra work here. Very explosive opener, but when it's all said and done, both healers hold on to their trinkets. Luxia, though, definitely behind on big cooldowns here.
Yeah, and now into a Cyclone. Unfortunately, Tony was able to find it, and Walrick is all alone. No Barkskin. Hops into Bear, doing what he can to try to stay alive.
So what we expect. So he comes to the CC, but then no way, man.
Down. That was entirely one-sided for a minute straight. Streamer zone in the driver's seat. That was
they had trinket and then a few things to go through still, so it wasn't like it was completely over, but you can just see
how is a preservation of
so for Prez to be good, he needs to get to that point at the end of that game and just be able to insta top someone when he comes out of CC. He comes out of CC and he can't. They can't top people like that. Really fucked up actually. This is lower bracket by the way, but yeah, you can kind of see he comes out of CC and can't do anything.
Forcing out the Emerald community, forcing out the rewind, getting a
Druid's
lot
on
of work
tank, you know.
done. So we see here Tony is taking a lot of damage, but Relza with the
maybe Shadow Priest
shields
Prez
kind of
could be a
stall the
thing.
damage. Tony's sitting in bear form, and then here Tessia starts popping off, and already Luxia is taking so much damage before he gets stunned. And instant Emerald community to respond, and then Tony is still taking a lot of damage, but Relza being out of crowd control is going to be able to heal through it. Then they get a sheep onto Luxia, then they get another sheep into a cyclone here, and this is where things start heating up. That big ultimate penitence coming out. So they managed to land the counterspell onto Luxia, then they get the cyclone onto Luxia, and I think Luxia without having Emerald Communion, without having rewind, he just has to trinket that. But of course if he trinkets that, he's going to be in such a big trouble later on in the match. So they're really banking.
I bet Shadow Priest could get healed by them
here with just
the DRMC. He comes out and
gets mind controlled there by Relza as well.
He has a glow, but I don't think he can do much.
So really nice mind control there by Relza. We've been seeing a couple of these in these last two cups. Really been a clutch ability to use in those kill situations.
I kind of just feel like I don't like the strategy Choke on Land had as well. I feel like when you're playing Balanced Druid, especially into like a Gnome Discipline Priest, when I think about this matchup, Choke on Land, their main objective is to survive. Like
Hook point, same matchup.
The initial Icy Veins, the
interesting. Instalock.
I don't think you're going to be getting
this is one of those interesting spots because we're locking the same compo principally because of the fact that we just had a game where we had cooldowns. You can't really swap off of it because you don't know how good it goes because your game kind of ended to a somewhat random spot. I almost wonder if
speaking as a mage, when the Moonkin interrupts
there was like something that happened.
Way more annoying than
because he did come out of CC and he just must have no procs or anything. Or something. I don't know. Or he got Novid, or I don't know. Or he tried to rescue. Maybe he tried to rescue. And I think, because I was looking at the dragon. The dragon wasn't rooted, but maybe Warwick was rooted for a millisecond. Because I feel like he should have lived there with the one global he needed. I feel like Warwick might have been frostbitten or something.
From Streamer Zone. But another thing was that Luxia swap. The biggest issue with that swap was that before Luxia was even in a stun lock, he was already down to like 40%. And that's going to be the scariest swaps when you swap to a healer who's already low, because then they're just going to have to trade out the whole spell book just to survive that. So for Luxia, I think he went for like a deep breath, and while he was in the air, he couldn't heal himself, and he was just taking a lot of damage as a result. And Tessia also landing a clutch counterspell as well on the, I believe, green school of Luxia. So just a lot of good plays coming out of Tessia here in this matchup in general. Really fun to see him on that Frost Mage. We're going to be going to hook point. So we're turning it around completely. We're going to swap from Ashamains, which is like one of the biggest maps.
I don't think they think map matters here. Honestly, small map should be way worse because Priest gets to do more on this.
Pretty bad for Choke on Land because Trimaz wasn't able to find those saps early on. The enemy team was just able to instantly run in, get combat, and they had to kind of open the chain with a offensive blind.
Cooldowns. I've got this one. I've actually made some modifications to upload soon.
Kind of baited them into that situation.
That reminds me. When we have a break today, we should do that.
It's going to be even harder though for Choke on Land. So if they can get that sap, it's going to be good for them. But I don't know. I think it's going to be hard here on a smaller map.
Like I said, I just want to see pure defense. Like Trimez, defensive blind, defensive gouge, defensive kidney, defensive solar beam. Everything you can to just bait out the trinkets from Streamer Zone. They're going to want to play offense. They're going to want to take advantage of their cooldowns, but I don't think you're ever going to out-trade them. So for Choke on Land, please just play super defensive in the opener. That's the only way they're going to get ahead in the matchup is when some of these crowd controls start sitting. But we'll see how it does play out. Streamer Zone completely dominating that game number 2, playing a very aggressive strategy and able to come out ahead in about 1 minute. So we'll see if this smaller map is going to help Choke on Land, or is this going to be a quick 3-0?
Let's see. Choke on Land right now. choking on at home. And I'm just kidding.
Holy
They did a great job
man.
of making it to the top
That
8,
is
but they
brutal.
don't want their
What?
journey to be over. They are against one of the top teams in the
can't say
region.
that.
Trim is actually getting the sap here onto Tessia, so a little bit of a better
is
opener, but Warwick's here
DC'd.
moonwalking in the starting area, which is not a great sign.
Oh,
Tony's
no.
going to get cheap shot at. It looks like Tessia is going to be waiting here.
I
potentially for Warwick's
mean,
to come back. Doesn't look like it. They don't
this
have
is-
to actually wait here.
this
It looks
is
like
a
Warwick's
super
having some
interesting
internet issues,
thing.
but on the side of Streamer Zone,
They
GG,
could have left
they
before
are
it
choosing
opened.
To wait, so respect to them.
I
For
mean,
doing that, but,
they should be able to ask
once
to
the gates are
remake.
open,
Oh,
they
they're
definitely
going
can't
for
just
it.
claim. They just can't claim a victory.
That's a really unfortunate way to go out, man. No way.
And choke on land. Unfortunately, going to be losing that one to a DC. Streamer Zone going to be taking it.
I mean, that's
3-0.
insane. He's DC'd before it.
Yep, Streamer Zone.
I don't know if
3-0 in this one.
I don't know
That's
if
an
I.
elimination
Oh,
series.
that's gross, man.
4 choke on land. But
I
you
feel
know,
like admin discretion should be a
correct me if I'm
thing
wrong,
there.
It's the first time we're seeing them in the top 8. I do think. I don't think they made it.
That's
top
admin
1 or
discretion.
top
They should be
2,
able to
so
ask.
Maybe each
So
cup
what
is just going to be
happened?
better than the last. And
The reason that's kind of disgusting is he clearly DC'd in the starting area because you can see his character running into the wall. So the issue happened before the gates opened. You can prove that because his character was stuck on the running against the wall that wasn't there. The door's there, right? He's running against the wall at the start. So it's actually provable that he DC'd before the gates opened. They know that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Great
They know that he DC'd before the gates opened. He probably couldn't tell his team in time that happened. Like, you know, the way that happens is like, you think, okay, they just leave, right? But you probably like, oh, are you here? And then 1BG doing 117 month resub, man. And the 6 months in advance? Bro, you actually sub for 6 months in advance as well. Exactly. Well, you can't tell your team, and they would know if it was like if they check right at the end, they're like, oh, you know, 5 seconds till the gates open. They're like, oh, you here? And he's just running at the wall, and you don't have time to respond. Then, yeah.
But it was Trimas who ended up leaving. So really unfortunate there.
Are they really not going to let them replay?
A good showing. I'm happy to see Luxia back. I'm happy to see Warwick's back.
Really?
They're like,
I know the
overtime.
rule. Oh, they're actually going with it.
Again, next
Whoa,
week.
man.
I do believe that still getting the top 8 is going to
I'm-
a decent amount of points here. So
That's
could
super
potentially
wet.
manage
So
to
it should be
squeeze
like they
in
should be able
into
to
the
ask
top
the other team, hey, would you let them replay? And I feel like they almost always would.
be a reality.
So it's, I don't know. I'm not sure that works. Maybe they say whatever, it's over. We aren't going to win this anyway. But that's a lower bracket games. They're knocked out of the tournament.
Like, oh, we're gonna go back to AWC. We're even getting D Machine tomorrow. Very, very exciting stuff. But yeah, Streamer Zone GG. They're gonna be moving on here in the lower.
A good showing. I mean, that's a nice thing to say. I mean, I think the first game was interesting. They got blasted game 2, and then game 3 we get to see it. It's tragic because I want to see that matchup. I think that matchup's interesting to us, like specifically. So it's definitely a shame.
Very, very nicely in the standings. Well, I mean, maybe not quite. I should rephrase that. They're close into the standings, then, into getting into that top 4.
Yeah, and then the Fiends had to come along and ruin it all and send them down to the lower bracket. This is a really interesting series for me.
Anthony, you. Ooh, Streamer Zone looking good.
Changes, like we highlighted at the
With
beginning
Bleach
of the
Bones in the
show.
lows as well.
Teams
But I guess
like
they're both in the
Golden Mad,
lows.
They've already been playing the Outlaw Shadow Priest, and that just got a
So
big power
for those
spike.
wondering how this works, all that has to happen for Streamer Zone to clinch their spot, they're both these teams are in the low. Oh, wait, no, Bleach Bones is KO'd, I think.
I'm gonna spoil my prediction a little
Yeah,
bit.
so they already qualify with that one win, I think. They only have to win. They only have to be 30 points ahead. So they have to be one spot ahead. They can get Bleach Bones could win next tournament. They can get second, and they would still qualify in that top 3 spot. You really can start to defend your position quite well. It's hard to make a big jump on points when you go into
I
Cup
think
4.
This one is really, really hard to call. I didn't know. I think it's going to be a 3-2 either way, but I went with Phoenix. I feel like Phoenix, they have a little bit more experience on the side.
Interestingly, it says that we only have so of the top 12, we have 4,
I did catch their series
6,
in
7 of the
the
teams.
offline bracket.
5 didn't
They
qualify.
definitely can still be beaten.
Are we
despite
playing? We
those
aren't playing
buffs,
today.
So, I think it's going to be
We
hard.
play
I think
tomorrow.
it's going to be a 3-2.
We play first tomorrow,
for
actually.
Phoenix.
Okay. All right. Well, let us know in chat. It is Phoenix Reborn coming up next versus Old and Bag. And like I was saying, this is another elimination series also. So it could be pretty scary for these two teams. But in the meantime, before we do head to a break, we're going to play our first spell guessing game of the day. You guys ready? You guys studied up?
Hey, Dos.
Yeah, I've been
Yes,
studying all
we
week.
beat production. We beat production last time we were together.
We
man.
did,
They tried to
true.
trick us with that evocation thing,
Yeah,
but
this is the dream team.
yeah.
Better not be mage spells, otherwise they're in trouble.
I wonder if he changes today.
Let's see.
I feel like it's unlikely.
Who's a spell is it anyways? If you haven't been watching, you don't know what this is. Basically, we're going to be taking a look at a spell with some limited information and trying to guess what exactly that is. So guess along with us, chat.
Oh goodness.
boy.
Is this Survival Hunter? Is this a harpoon for Survival Hunter? 8 to 30 yard range.
Oh, I think you're right. I think you just nailed it.
Hurls like a harpoon, rooting them, brings like charges you to the. I don't know exactly what the tooltip is, but I think it's
Could be
Survival
Clash,
Hunter
too.
Harpoon.
I was thinking,
Like
what?
the,
Yeah, I think you're right too.
Clash hurts them too. I think it's Clash.
You nailed that.
I'll go with that.
Oh wait, no, it doesn't exist. Never mind. It's not an option.
Grappling. No, it doesn't root them.
It's not grappling hook.
The only
it
thing
could be
that
Or
char-
feral
no,
lunge.
Charge doesn't say hurls, right?
Yep. Nope. You're right.
It's definitely
It's harpoon, I'm
harpoon, but
looking
it
at
could
it.
have been Clash.
I'm looking at it
I'm
instantly.
doubling down. Putting all
Clash
eggs
isn't
in one
hoe.
basket. Aya, what do you think?
I
mean, it's got to be
harpoon
harpoon based on these four.
I'm gonna go with it.
Can't be grappling hook. Can't be charge. Can't be feral
Sounds
lunge.
right.
Oh,
Oh, do we
Yes.
get extra points for just nailing that like
I think
instantly?
so. I think you should get extra points if you get it before they have the multiple.
I mean,
points.
my guess is there's more to it than that. So here's the thing, right? If both teams like, hey, we don't mind replaying it, but they're like, okay, but we don't actually have our teammate. He's offline. He's DC'd, right? He's not even there to replay. They can't change their roster
Keep them scored side
to play that last game. They're locked in with that comp.
It's all you guys though. I have
At that point.
What the logo's gonna look like. I'm not gonna lie.
So
Oh my gosh.
it holds up the whole broadcast, I guess. They can't just like re-queue it because he's not online anymore.
you want to know?
So they may have just been like, whatever, let it go.
I think it is.
I've never touched this.
No, they definitely can allow it. If they're saying they can allow it,
I actually
you can prove
hunter named Aya.
that he DC'd in the starting area because you can see him running against the invisible wall. So it's actually like the game shows that he disconnected before the gates opened.
fairly confident.
Because if he DC'd after the gates opened, he wouldn't be running on the wall against the starting room wall.
So I was thinking,
It's very
I'm
obvious.
thinking it's either B or D since
But if both teams agree to it, there's no issue, right?
You want to
I think
go with
we
D too?
locked
Like they were already trying to wait anyway. But yeah, I don't know. It doesn't. They probably didn't care.
There's no way it's.
It was a
purple
tough
or blue.
matchup.
Yeah, I don't think it's B either. So I think D is a safe pick. You can put
Okay.
your faith in me.
All right.
All right.
All
All
right.
right. Let's see it. Okay. You better level up your hunter after this if you get this one right.
Yeah, I might. He's on the list. Got a
Okay.
lot of ults I'm working through right now.
Oh. Hey.
Easy. 2 for 2.
There we go.
2 for 2.
First one of the day. Let's go. All right.
Let's go.
I'll chat.
This is it's too OP. This combo on the desk right now is just too OP. There's just too much knowledge. We got I eat mages. We got all kinds of classes here. It's just too easy. Production, you guys are gonna need to step it up.
Don't tempt them, man. Oh, why would you do that? All right, okay. Well, let us know, chat, if you got that correct. We're gonna head to a break. It's Phoenix
They
Reborn
fixed red,
versus
actually.
Old and Bad up next.
We'll do some predictions, I guess. No, we can wait. We'll do the next series. Yeah, they fixed Templar, but it doesn't seem crazy, despite its changes. In my opinion. I mean, maybe it needs. Maybe it just can't. You can't cleave. I think cleaves are just really not good at the moment. I don't. You just take too much damage to exist in a cleave nowadays. Callistus, thank you for the new Twitch Prime, buddy. Happy Friday, man. I'm sorry for the ads. I'm very, very sorry for that. Yeah, ads are a big part of things nowadays on Twitch. It's very unfortunate. On top of the fact that we're you know, generally supposed to do, I don't know what we have to do, but yeah, ads are a big part of things nowadays. Again, if ads are annoying though, and you don't want to sub, which is completely understandable, you can always look on here. For me, it's always on YouTube, and there's no ads on YouTube. What did Zico say? If you mean like sideways, as in like the unhinged thing he said at the side, he said, choke on land is not choking on land, they're choking, and he decided to say they're choking on line, which is fucked up because they DC'd right after that. Like literally as he said that, he didn't just kill he killed that guy's internet with that comment. Yeah, YouTube's just, I mean, I don't think multi-streaming is, to be honest, I probably won't do it. I bought like a year subscription to, it's called Restream. It was like I think it was like $170, which is kind of pricey for what it is. I probably won't do it next year, but I already have the sub. It's already, I like saved a bunch of money doing it that way. So for this year, we're doing it. And it's nice in terms of ads and stuff too, right? It does completely solve the ad issue.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It's the second series of the day. We're still down
there.
You
can do it straight from OBS. I know. I did that to begin with, but it does cause
probably
both
really need these points.
Stress on my internet because you have to actually send the data twice. And secondly, it causes stress on my PC. It was causing problems on my PC.
I don't know about you.
But you can use RTMP, whatever it is, and stream directly to like as many as you want. If you have like a 2 PC setup, I think it's really good to just do it that way. Or if you have a really insane internet connection. Our internet connection isn't that crazy to do. We could do 2.
But you guys, wait, are we all going with Phoenix?
It seems like it, which I'm surprised about.
Restream's nice in that you just send to 1, and then it sends to all 3. It sends to, in this case, like X, YouTube, and thing.
Yeah, there we go.
But yeah, our internet's not strong enough to really do it, and my PC was actually like,
I think Vance might
the main way I could tell, to be honest,
I think no matter what, it's going to be a close one.
I found kind of interesting was the temperature of my PC. When I didn't think it should be doing much at all, but when I restreamed, when I used OBS and the RTMP plugin to do it, my PC was thermal throttling the whole time. It was I don't quite understand why. I guess it's I don't know if it's inefficient or what, but I was thermal throttling the whole time. It was just like literally a toaster. And it would be fine if it was winter, I think, probably, right? But it was summer, and it was just cooking. Like it was just like there was just like literally a pressure cooker underneath my PC, underneath my desk, and I wasn't sure about it.
Whether you're looking at either side here of the water between these rosters, and I feel like old and bad, they're just getting more practice week after week, solidifying their roster. Class buffs are going in their favor, so they're going to get better and better.
Class
so
buffs, man. I would love those to be favorable.
For gauntlet qualifications, depending on if they can beat Phoenix Reborn, then maybe we can start talking about top 3 contenders. This is more about Phoenix Reborn defending their position and defending that they can stay.
I respect and whole getting nerfed. No, I do. But I have I can't it's such a bitter it's such a bitter place for me personally that I don't want to. I just don't. I can't sit here and be upset about it. But I'm so upset about it. Like it's very upsetting. Upsetting because I knew that I couldn't, that they weren't good, but they are the lowest win rate spec on NA in solo shuffle right now. The lowest. Nerfs are not supposed to do that. They should not take your win rate to sub 50%. They messed up, and they won't do anything about it either. As it always happens with these types of cups. So I'm excited. They're doing good. They're good in dungeons. They're very. I think they're very decent in PvE. But yeah, I don't want to sit here and be upset. I am upset. I'm throwing that out there, but I don't want to sit here and be upset about it. There's nothing I can do about it at this point. But yeah, we're happy today. There's no reason to be upset.
It really is a kind of a race right now.
Let's enjoy the games.
Phoenix Reborn and Streamer Zone, and this is going to be the first test of the weekend here for Phoenix Reborn. What are we going to see here? Nixie, Frofsy, and Tana rocking that Rogue Shadow Priest Shaman.
Shadow Priest Rogue is pretty crazy. The Shaman I'm not sure about.
Back on the Windwalker, back to his roots right now. Houston catching a fear. Nixie sitting through a disarm there, but now Fusion's going to be the target of choice. Frofsy doing a lot of work there, but he gets interrupted by Zeepai. Hex coming out there for Zeepai, not able to find it though. Onto Tana.
I want to see swap.
It's going to be a lot of elemental shaman damage coming in onto Frofsy. They shut it down though with a cheap shot.
Yeah, typically the Windwalker is kind of a counter to the Shadow Priest, so I'm not really surprised to see this pick from Phoenix Reborn. You're going to constantly see Houston pressuring Frofsy, interrupting him, and really putting him behind. We see a sap though onto the Paladin, big opportunity to take out Zeepai. They do manage to pull his Astral Shift, a major defensive, as we see that glowing beneath his health bar. He's not going to have that now for 2 minutes, so that's the opening. They get his Medallion as well on that kidney shot. Now they're cheap shotting Numbless, but Frofsy in trouble at the same time. Houston is eventually going to just solo him on this Windwalker, forcing Dispersion, which Frofsy won't see. So both Zeepai and Frofsy in similar positions of vulnerability.
Yeah, but Frofsy is going to be having the next big punch here onto Zeepai. Let's see in that next kidney shot. There's the stun onto Tana, though. Zeepai actually pulls the trigger first. Here comes the leg sweep onto Frofsy, but they interrupt Zeepai there for a second. Zeepai now looking for the Hex, finds it onto Tana, but it's on DR. Still a lot of damage raining in here onto Frofsy. Defensive Fear coming out there. Dark Ascension. Here comes Frofsy's damage back onto Zeepai as they make a swap to Numbless actually with the killing spree. Nixie with the big cheap shot there into another one. Numbless could potentially go down here. Needs to be careful so he doesn't have to use his Divine Shield. He's going to wrap around the corner, manages to keep himself alive here with some big heals, and now manages to get that Tears Deliverance off behind the pillar. And here comes Houston now looking for the pressure. But meanwhile, Zeepai again taking so much damage, but Numbless is there out of crowd control, able to back him up. And it's going to be a bit of a race here, both of these teams. It's going to be a bit about who can go down first out of these two casters, Nixie or Frofsy or Houston.
To give you an idea of how safe, you want to look at these cooldowns right here.
He's got that Void Torrent fully
actually
channeled,
this one is fake, you can't tell,
Void Blast that he can enable himself to use here. Choosing not to at the moment. He's going to get disrupted. He's knocked up in the air from that Whirling Dragon Punch. Nice wind sheared. He's trying to get some heals. Nice clash and a double leg sweep here from Houston, setting up for a Hex out of it from Zeepai.
This is not looking close.
That forces the Trinket and Spirit Link totem from Tana.
No
now
Trinket.
Phoenix Reborn have built a massive advantage for themselves here in game one.
But we have the whole spellbook on the left-hand side of this game.
Good because he did that while they were swapping to Numbless too, completely shutting down that swap with his own offense. Immediate wind shear there coming out as well on the Void Torrent. Zeepai is feeling it right now though. A lot of damage coming out. They need to kill that Siphon. Houston manages to take it down. Zeepai still down to about 50% HP. Numbless behind the pillar though is able to spam out the heals, but now caught up in a kidney shot. No follow-up on that kidney shot. The LA Shaman is a good counter in that regard. You can't really kidney shot fear Numbless because he's going to have that Tremor Totem available. They're going after Houston. He's just going to instantly touch of Karma and stay aggressive here onto Frofsy. He's got Dispersion. There's the Paralyze onto Tana. Might need to use the Dispersion right now. Houston is looking for the damage. Instant kick there on the Void Torrent. Frofsy really not getting too much done here as Houston is just all over him.
Yeah, let's see if he can manage to get some pressure. Another double leg sweep from Houston. That forces double Medallion. So no one on the side of Old and Bad can escape crowd control. Next leg sweep could be game over if they don't even just run them down right now. Lightning Lasto. Houston is pinned for the moment with that static field, but now he's connecting. Another interrupt onto Shadow. Nixie's trying to get momentum onto Zeepai. They really need to turn this around. There's a paralyze onto the healer. Big hit of damage onto Frofsy. He trades out the Desperate Prayer and Dispersion to boost the extra healing effects on the Dispersion, but there's also Lava Burst coming onto Nixie as well. Tana into the Hammer of Justice. They're they're still
to be
laying
honest,
it
but it's
into
just working.
Frosty, knocking up in the air, just totally shutting down any cast that he tries to do. He deflects with the Psy-Fiend, but they've already killed it instantly, and now Frosty only has Void Shift left. He'll have to trade that immediately. He might even just die through 2 health bars. Nixie is trying to set up a miracle on Numbless, but he blocks it. He's fine. He's back onto Z-Pie, trying to gouge. Fear defensively onto Fuston, but it's immediately removed. Void Torrent gets paralyzed while Fuston is rooted. Just Frosty just can't cast in this matchup. He's having an insanely difficult time actually getting meaningful pressure out.
Yeah, and now he's got no more defensives, no Spirit Link for another minute. It's going to be the next big defensive. They might be able to take him down before that. Old and bad right now. Definitely not feeling it. They need to get some counter pressure. Numbless in a blind. Z-Pie is going to respect it with the Astral Shift. They got a cheap shot onto Numbless. Now swapping to Fuston. Big damage here with the killing spree onto Fuston. He's got Touch of Karma, though, and he will trade it. And now Frosty is in all kinds of trouble here. How is he going to survive this one?
Tried
nice bop there coming out onto Z-Pie. Double coming out, and they swap to Numbless. This could be the opening that they've been looking for on the side of Old and Bad. Can they get the Divine Shield? Numbless once again manages to get around the corner, looks to fake cast the interrupt here of Nixie. Beautiful disarm there coming out as well from Fuston as he looks to try to close this one out. Frosty's taking so much damage. How is he going to that? Nice static field coming out there for Tana, buying a couple of seconds here, 15 seconds away on that Spirit Link totem, but another double leg sweep into the Hex there onto Tana, and Frosty down to about half HP. Another cheap shot though onto Fuston. Nixie manages to peel the situation beautifully, and they bought enough time for the Spirit Link totem. Now double fear into swap onto Numbless. Do they have the damage? They need to try to get the Divine Shield here. Can they do it?
I mean, I think Rogue Stain's pretty decent in this case too.
It looks like Fuston might be able to block this one.
Maybe you're right. Maybe you can't.
They've found their strategy. Double fear DPS set up on the Paladin, but is it too little too late with 5.5 minutes into this game and Tana almost out of mana? Frosty's getting cracked once again. Has to use Dispersion on top of Desperate Prayer. Tana's just bouncing around
Link, no trinket.
For a Prince to kiss him to get out of that and get some heals going because it's so difficult at this point with dampening getting higher and higher. Another spinning crane kick connects. As Z-Pie gets a couple Lava Burst procs here. It could be lights out for Frosty. Earthen Wall Totem is down, deflecting those Fists of Fury, but he just can't fake the kicks. They're setting up with a kidney shot, but Z-Pie is positioning away. He's not stacking and getting double feared. Is this swap going to be lethal enough? They need to get Divine Shield if they want a chance in this game. They're not finding it. Paralyzed on Nixie shuts it down once again. Frosty on the run. Spirit Link Totem is available. It may need to be pulled out of his pocket at any moment here. Tana's playing a risky game, gambling it this long. Spirit Link comes down, but Nixie's not there. He's 1 inch out of it. He tried to move it, but he's still not in it. And he's only going to get a tiny bit of health, a fraction. And Numbless still has so much defense.
Nothing.
I don't know how Old and Bad can stay alive much longer.
They need good offense on the side of Old and Bad, and they need it fast. They got no more defenses. Beautiful static field coming out there.
Honestly, he's got three full cooldowns to use.
What is he gonna do? He's gonna trade the
trinkets.
Shift here.
He's still got Stone Bullock.
This has to be the Divine
Shield, bubbles,
and he finally will use it. But at what cost? Frosty is so low. Fuston is all over him. Z-Pie looking for the Hex.
I will say, if Frosty gets to the disperse in 15, they can win.
Can they do it here?
They have a window of about 20 seconds, and I've got a kidney right now. It just came out.
Frosty in a leg sweep. I think this is gonna be it. The lightning lasso coming out there for Z-Pie. They shut down his damage with
Stone Bullocks, but it's kind of sketch.
Frosty manages to recover. Tana has got no mana left. Numbless as well, working on fumes here. This game is gonna end very, very shortly. How is Frosty gonna stay alive? He has the dispersion back.
Okay, they have a chance. Oh, not really.
Once again,
oh wait, here it is.
A little bit longer.
Next, getting some stuff done.
Just can't connect at the moment. He's making his way there. Z-Pie's rotting down. There's pressure on Numbless. Double fear. Clean setup. Is he gonna go down? It's just Nixie versus Numbless. Tana's pushing in aggressively to add a wind shear into the mix on Numbless as well, pressuring him with two interrupts, but they have to give up on the chase. They're coming back onto Z-Pie. He's in a kidney shot, no trinket, silence
it's the tankiest spec of all time. This is the tankiest version of any DPS spec I've seen, I think.
Numbless bops the blind, but Frosty's getting destroyed, and there's 0 mana for Tana at this point. Healing Tide Totem is trying to do some work.
They might lose.
Just faded. Can they kill Z-Pie? This could be a cross kill, but they stack him up. Double leg sweep. Z-Pie is floundering. He's stunned up by Tana. A fear on Diffuse.
We got nothing yet. We're dead. We're dead.
Z-Pie at 1%. Double. Falls first cross kill. 2v2 time. Both healers have 0 mana.
I think the Windwalker loses this.
This game is going to be a hard one to call. We didn't expect it to go to a 2v2. Numbless in a kidney shot. Fuston going after Tana. Tana's got the Astral Shift. He's got the
we'll talk about this afterwards, but
as well here.
They might be able to kill.
No way out. Fuston, though, gets caught up in a cheap shot. Does he have the damage? Another cheap shot there. Nixie peeling out beautifully, but Tana still with 43% dampening. There's the Stone Bulwark Shield coming out for Tana, as well as the Astral Shift. He procs an Ascendance. He wraps around the corner. He tries to get a little bit of healing going here. Fuston's got no touch of Karma as well. Numlis has got no mana as well, and this could be a 1v1 at this point. Who is going to fall here? Tana,
I mean, I think the rogue wins because of stuns.
Back up somewhat, but
eventually.
Is all over. Beautiful flash, double leg sweep coming up. Nice knockdown with the thunderstorm in stun from Tana. Numlis manages to get the Searing Glare here. Ring of Peace to knock Tana back to Houston, but he might have to abandon the chase. Nice interrupt there on the lightning lasso coming out as well.
Oh, we got Bop again. That is not good.
Oh, they hex the Windwalker, no trinket. Still
we've
trying to get the Paladin.
We've got
57
Bop.
seconds away from his divine
we've
shield.
got Hodge, but no trinket. We've got a trinket on Tana.
Man, this is zero. He needs to keep refreshing that water shield over and over as Farseer. As it loses charges, you get more mana back when you refresh it on the hero talent. So he actually might be able to extend his mana longer than the Paladin in this type of matchup.
Paladin trades the Bop.
He's just abusing Ghost Wolf.
We've got trinket
and letting the pets trigger his water shield. He's just keeping his distance.
Houston's got Karma, but he's not trading yet.
He's into the paralyzed. Tana on the run once again.
I mean,
Ghost Wolf drops
to give you an idea of how disadvantaged they are.
Magic it, but now he's static fielded around the corner on in his images. He really needs to connect with these images. He's going to use Ring of Peace
double
to knock him into
should be a trinket. There's a Hodge coming off that.
Off to the side with the thunderstorm. Tana's trying to get his distance.
There's no
here.
Hodge coming off that. He's tuned to press Hodge. Holy shit!
Tana's still just hugging that Ghost Wolf.
Windwalker wins this?
Trying to go for a
I think they can get dampened super hard.
And it's looking, I don't know, I can't call this. It's insane how close this is.
Tana's got a little bit of mana left. Numlis is completely tapped, but he has the bubble back. Numlis might have to use it here. He's taking so much damage in the kidney shot. He's going to use it immediately. Tana, meanwhile, around the corner. I think he sat down there for a little bit of a sip, and I think he managed to get just a tiny, tiny bit.
This is looking worse and worse.
Somehow, Old and Bad are actually turning it around.
They bubbled and bopped in this trade, in this 1v1s or 2v2s of us.
As well as that mana. There's a touch of Karma as well onto Nixie. Nixie's got no Cloak of Shadows as well. They're swapping to Nixie. Big damage, but he's got the trinket if they decide to stun him. Nixie dropping very, very low here. Here comes the Fist of Fury, but Nixie with the vanish. Oh my god, the leg sweep him out of vanish. He trinkets out of the leg sweep. Going for the kill here onto Numlis. Full hex onto Houston. They got no way out. Nixie might be able to turn it around. Full kidney shot onto Numlis. Divine protection into the blind. Here comes the damage. The lava bursts are being added in for
don't light buff, man.
Injury. The killing spree is good,
don't light
but
buffed.
it's not enough here. Numlis manages to stay alive, and we are going so deep into dampening.
Nah, this is not. It's impossible. They can't recover from this. They have nothing. Tana's getting a drink, man.
We're going into the depths of Azeroth.
He's got trinket link. We are not close now.
As deep as possible here between these two teams. I feel like Old and Bad really need this. It was such a dicey matchup for them. Can they manage to pull it off? Another hex. Houston trinkets. Nixie needs to get ready. They don't have much. Spirit Link comes down. Just enough mana for the Spirit Link totem.
Only if Nixie dies. Nixie's got nothing.
He's trying to kite away.
Nixie could die to the sustain.
Excellent thunderstorm there on that timing. And now Houston is looking to port away. It looks
like
is
interesting.
Oh,
that's such a good lasso.
Lightning lasso. Kidney shot onto the Paladin. He's not trinketing. It's super greedy here. He paralyzes the rogue. Numlis gets away with the greed. Is he going to get a couple of sips here with the leg sweep?
I don't know if we get to that point.
Drink. Big pressure on this leg sweep. Celestial Conduit. Massive damage coming up from Houston. Nixie's trying to grapple away from it.
Next with nothing.
Looks to reconnect. Hex casted. He needs to get this.
Such
he
good
the
hex.
Fist of Fury. Tana's control on this Windwalker has been wild. Without this control, Nixie would have died so long ago.
Tana somehow has mana back as well. This guy is just working miracles
right
now. But
Numlis is now behind.
There's a touch of death potentially onto
25 seconds.
There's the disarm coming out for
Bop. And that is game. I think that having that in the bank is too much.
Buying a little bit of time.
Nixie's got evasion though.
In crowd control, blinding light comes out. How are they going to navigate this situation? Numlis gets swapped to. Numlis with nothing left. He has actually a bot coming up in 10 seconds. Beautiful Ring of Peace there to deny the damage of Nixie for just a couple of seconds. Into the sap, onto Houston. He's just not playing the game right now.
I think his cooldowns are strong. Immunes are so much more powerful.
5 seconds on the trinket. He perfectly times it. Huge damage coming out here from Houston. Another static.
There's the evasion. There's the evasion.
Evasion for Nixie. He's almost in touch of death range. They're trying to take him down, but another vanish for Nixie.
We got
and now
Bop.
he's going after Houston.
That's going to be a very, very tragic Bop, I swear.
But the Tiger is doing work.
He's got to do it properly.
Houston. Can they take Nixie down? He's so low. Touch of death in 1 second. And Houston manages to get it off.
The main thing I want to talk about here, if you watch this game overall, Shadow Priest is so unbelievably broken. Tankiness wise, they were getting clowned the whole game. But as you go into damp, like the Shaman's defensives get weaker, the Shadow Priest defensives stay the exact same. None of their stuff gets dampened, especially Void Leech. Void Leech is just continually sucking the same amount of HP no matter how high damp is. So we're at 49%. This game's ending at the 8-minute mark. Frosty is a fucking he's the exact same tankiness as though it was 0% dampening. But Z-Pi is not tanky at all at 50%. I think it's 40% damp. Z-Pi is not tanky at 40% dampening. His defensives have eroded away a lot, right? And Frosty has stayed the exact same.
Given that now they found a strategy.
But yeah, Shadow Priest is one of the specs that beats DK on Dam now too. But they are also unbelievably durable. I don't think I have ever seen in this game's history something as broken. Okay, the only thing that comes to mind as being more broken than Shadow Priest right now in terms of the defense is Ghost Wolf and BFA Season 1 on Shamans. The Ghost Wolf talent, the Ghost Wolf Azerite traits, those are about as powerful as what you're seeing with Shadow Priest. That's literally it. Shadow Priest just exists and has a enormous amount of DR because of how good Void Leech is. So the way that Shadow Priest works, is every second he takes health from his teammates. Just every second, he's just always grabbing health from his healer or whoever's got more health than them. He's just constantly grabbing health from them, and it doesn't get DR'd by dampening, and it is just like it's second wind, but he's just grabbing from his teammate the whole time. He just exists. He just stands there, and it's just continually taking 2% health from his teammates over and over again. Look at his healing done. I don't know if it's, yeah. Look at his healing done, man. Look at his fucking healing done. They actually cut off it instantly. He's doing like literally half of his damage is healing. It is ridiculous. But what happened was they were getting destroyed, and then as dampening crept up, the other team started to struggle because they weren't scaling as well. That talent is so broken that I would expect it to get like 70% nuffed, not 50%. 50% wouldn't do anything to it. It's still way too strong at 50%. It is literally 70 or 75% too strong right now, in my opinion. That talent needs to be Void Leech. Yeah, Void Leech needs to be like 75% probably in PvP. But it's 235k. Think about how many classes can even do this. Look at this. It's disgusting. 225k every fucking 2 seconds, just constant. It doesn't get dampened, so it could be 100% dampening. It would still steal 200. It would still steal that. It is insane. Look how small his globals are. For reference, by the way, his global. Think about how much, if you actually calculate how much DR it is. So if this is a global, right, 360.5k, then what is a 225k heal? It's 100k heal. So it's like effectively like 50% DR. Almost, it's like 40% DR against that kind of against those kinds of hits. Why wouldn't Rogue be kill target? I mean, people aren't quite up to, like, you kind of have to try kill Priest, but Priest is just so strong, man. You have to, the win condition of killing Priest is having pressure on their whole team so that he can't leech at the same time, basically. It's tough to do.
I think this is going to be a 3-2. Either side could win. It's too close to call. You know, both teams.
Is it 3% per? Leech is 3%? Who won the 2v2? Phoenix Reborn won it, so Windwalker HPL won it. I actually think the advantage was to Old and Bad in that 2v2. I think they're very, very lucky to get to the point they did. I think that the longer the game goes, the worse it gets. I think Phoenix Reborn will be crazy strong at the start of the game, and I think Old and Bad will get much stronger as the game goes on. Honestly, if they didn't have a shaman and they instead had a Holy Paladin, they'd probably just straight up win with trades. But yeah, most classes just struggle to do that kind of damage, so it's just yeah, it's one of those things. I don't know if there'll be PvP notes at all, but it's such an obvious one. That particular one is just such an obvious note. It's been that way. It was just as OP in beta too. In beta, people were doing shuffles and stuff, and they were playing Void Leech, and it was just tank spec. You attack them, and it was debate.
So this could work for them. It could. And also Warriors have demolished now as Colossus, and that can hit for like 4 million on the top end. I watched Laros in the open bracket. This poor team that signed up for their first tournament, maybe they just wanted to try and get the banner. He just goes in and just one-shots this guy. There's no mercy from Laros in that open bracket at all. So these classes can crit really big on the side of Old and Bad. So if Phoenix Reborn aren't ready for it, they could get smacked.
He definitely could. And I mean, Kara's main is that Red Paladin as well. So we get to see him back on his main. Nixie on the Warrior. He's been playing a lot of Warrior, but I would say he's a rogue main, but he's been playing Warrior so much, as well as the Windwalker as well. So Nixie really is kind of a melee expert, but Kara back on the Red Pala. If there is somebody who's going to lock in Red Pala, it will be Kara. I think he's the only kind of red main that we have.
Oh, he did it. Interesting.
In the top 8. So this one, you know, we saw Boomkin. Didn't look too good. Now we get to see Rat. And we're starting to see kind of some of these
the thing is,
classes that
Cole,
did get some buffs.
That 3% leech talent is worth the most crazy amount of DR of all time. The DR is crazy.
The melee cleave, I mean, this is a great cleave map, but still, I feel like having Prophecy in here on the Shadow Priest.
It's just worth so much DR. Really interesting though.
One of those situations where they're just going to be running at Zepai or Numliz and be able to just do.
It's a pity this is a lower bracket game.
Take him down. I don't think we're going to be going as long as we
I would love to see both these teams continue on because they both play really interesting things.
In like the first minute, somebody could die. You know, if they play really
well. Does
Tana
not play Holy Paladin?
It could go on for longer for sure, but this
is he just Asham?
Packs a really heavy punch on the side of Old and Bad.
I think the duration kind of depends on how much time Old and Bad have put into this. I think if they've actually got a lot of games on this comp, that this could last for quite a while, with how evenly matched the teams are. But if this is kind of just like, hey, Warrior and
3%, most classes, this expansion Cole can only hit for like a global, a really big global would be like 5% of your health or 10% of your health most of the time. Some classes have big hits, but a lot of classes, most hits are tiny. So the effective DR for that kind of heal per second, like I said, you look at his death log at the end. He's taking 300k hits and he's healing for 200k. So he's basically 40%ing a lot of those globals are just like halved basically. He's got like, you can calculate its effective DR at different points in the game. Obviously, Priest against big CDs is not going to be as durable, but they have dispersion and stuff for that. They have their own cooldowns they can exchange for those. But then against the damage outside of those cooldowns, they just have this crazy passive DR from this passive heal that doesn't get affected by dampening or Immortal Strike or anything.
I just want to get into the game at this point, like, and see.
Could a Shadow Priest kill a teammate? Nah, it doesn't leech if they're lower health than you. So the way that you'll see Shadow Priest teams kind of fall over is when they have multiple people that are low at the same time. So when the heal is low at the same time as the priest, then suddenly the leech isn't working as well. But yeah, it's really powerful, like unbelievably powerful.
So this is going to be like the first time we see it. Hopefully it's going to be able to live up to the expectations.
Yeah, definitely.
This is going to be Templar Rat, is my guess.
Things that can really extend a
Wait, is it
match.
Templar Rat? Let's
so
have a look.
much utility.
Let's see his talents.
So much, you know, buff
Can we see his
or
talents
magic
right away?
buff if they're up for that one. They got Sanctuary.
We can't see his talents yet.
All kinds of extra tools to help out their teammates. Also, the lay on hands. So I think the synergy as well between Kara and Tana, it goes back like basically a decade at this point.
Is he actually Dawnlight?
They have really solid synergy on the side of Old and Bad. This is a roster that been
he
playing
is
together for a
Dawnlight.
while, and they're gonna immediately find their target here. Zepai is gonna be the target
Wow.
of choice.
I think that's dog
Kara
shit.
immediately popping his big damage.
Oh, you do have an icon above.
Looking for a swap onto Numliz, but Nixie is just going to be staying here onto Zepai for a second as Houston looks to deflect that opener. He had to use his trinket in that exchange. Kara's taking a lot of damage right now, but manages to stay alive. The Earthen Wall Totem is doing some work here for Tana in the back line, but Kara's still down to about 50% HP. Definitely feeling the heat here in the opener.
So Kara, I think, is still playing Herald. So he's not playing the Templar, but Nixie is playing Colossus. So I'm really going to be watching Nixie to see. You want to ramp up and build stacks of your Demolish. You don't just run an Impressive First Global, because you can ramp it up and make it hit really hard when you hit 10 stacks. So it's kind of almost like the taste for blood stacks and Mr. Pandar.
I don't think Real Warrior is looking to look very good at.
Getting targeted down heavily.
I don't think Real Warrior
really swinging
is
heavy
that
momentum.
good. Like, so
Nixie
Zepai
must be at this point ramped
has
up
not
to
respected with a single cooldown yet.
To stack up the team. Hammer Justice, Shockwave.
They have
Zepai still
exchanged
trying to get some
nothing.
distance, but he's not comfortable in this matchup. There's the Demolish with the Sword Bolt, taking half of Zeepai's
They
health.
still have an exchange. Oh, they exchanged
Skull.
Sacrifice and
Hammer
Wings.
Justice onto Tana. Here comes the Heroism out from Zepai, trying to build up some damage with
He's
Houston.
really not exchanging
That
much.
stun, Blinding Light on Tana, but not sinking in just yet. Nixie down at 50%. Just constantly back and forth at this point, but no major openings found just yet.
Yeah, I really like what Kara's doing. Just kind of trying to play the range game, trying to kite a little bit
Sometimes.
here. And just make sure that he's swinging those hammers. Here comes a full fear onto Namla. Zipai not able to find a Tremor Totem in time there. And now they're swapping over onto Houston with that Blessing of Protection being active there for a second onto Zipai. Namla manages to deflect the attack for a second. Tana now caught up in a paralyzed Houston, looking for the damage. Nice Hammer of Justice onto Kara.
Zipai still has his whole kit, man. They used the buff, though.
That paralyzed.
They're making it down.
He's just sitting on to Zipai the entire match. And if they stack up, Kara is playing that Blinding Light. We saw a double blind go out earlier, so if they stack up, we can see double shockwaves, Blinding Lights come out as well. Big Lightning Lasso onto Zipai, huge damage potentially. Houston making a little bit of a swap here onto Tana as well in that moment, but not really finding too much pressure. Nixie now sitting through a disarm. Tana's actually going to be the target of choice here for Phoenix Reborn. They're swapping up the strategy here a little bit, and so far it's looking pretty effective.
Oh, big lava burst, big spinning crane kick. Tana
still no exchange.
Trying to get away. Nice double shockwave. The other advantage with Colossus is it extends the range of your shockwaves. So
okay, we've traded now.
Shockwaves from really far away, so it's going to be nice for Nixie in terms of peeling the attackers.
Yeah, seeing the Red's top them too.
And they've got decent cleave pressure. They
I tried template yesterday.
As well as Medallion from Houston a little bit earlier on. They still have good cleave damage with sweeping strikes.
It's all right.
It really feels like Old and Bad are in a position
it could be insane
where
next
they
patch.
could swing this game out
I think
of
there's a lot of
control,
value in just being tanky.
starts to stack higher.
And I think the Red changes now with the rework to your normal tree to Paladin in general just looks crazy, right?
Out the Shield of Vengeance, though,
so I could, and there's damage there too, I suppose. But
right now,
yeah,
big triple shock
there's so much value in just being a tank
into the
right
War
now.
Stomp as well for a good measure. Kara just throwing that in there. Where's the damage though? Really not finding too much pressure at the back end of that.
I think it's like a prerequisite. It's kind of a prerequisite for cleave
onto Zipai, but meanwhile,
to be tanky.
Caught up in the Hammer of Justice, huge
and
damage
Rit's a class that traditionally does like to play cleaves.
Sacrifice coming out there
so
from Kara,
them being tanky,
protection, and that's that utility that we talked about a little bit earlier.
Probably good.
Through a Hammer of Justice, big damage onto Zipai, but again, it's just Tana taking so much heavy fire anytime he leaves that pillar. And as a result, now Nixie's falling behind. Beautiful paralyze, but unfortunately, it breaks instantaneously. Otherwise, I think that would have been a deadly situation onto Nixie. Meanwhile, Zipai taking a lot of hits, and Nixie forced to trade out his die by the sword there as well.
Phoenix Reborn are back in the match here with that push on the Tana. They clash, double leg sweep again. Lava bursts are flying through from Zipai. Big Earth Shocks. He saved up quite a lot. He restuns with the Earth Elemental into the Earth Grab route, trying to prevent Tana's escape. Nixie leaps over, lands a Storm, but now he gets Thunderstormed away. They're trying to connect onto Zipai and force that Astral Shift here. Big Blade Storm coming up from Nixie, ramping up. And how close is he to 10 stacks? Double Shockwaves. There's the Demolish. Huge hit of damage, cleaving down both Houston and Zipai, but Numless is uncontrolled, so he's easily healing through this at the moment with that Astral Shift paired alongside. But Tana, his mana is at least looking decent, but here comes another double crowd control. Tana can't heal the paralyze.
Relative to Kitty Shot, yes, probably.
Zipai gets through the kicks. He lands a Hex. It's on DR.
Didn't Fist of Justice used to
gets critically low. Tana with Ascendance active is trying to boost his healing to stabilize Nixie in
How
this
would
position.
they look if they had a choice now with their blind?
Houston behind the pillar. Leap into fear, out of range
like
of the
blind rip. Can they do 3 nodes?
Anyways, for good measure. Can Tana get a Hex? Maybe, possibly. He's not going to go for it.
Is he playing Radiant Glory? I'll look for you.
He's just going to get decursed at the moment in this position, and it's looking dicey for Zipai. His defense is limited. Numless needs to get ready to block the next push.
Radiant Glory, yeah.
At the same time, Nixie is vulnerable as well.
Nice leg sweep there over onto Tana.
I have actually played with post.
But
we're lagging a little
Sanctuary
bit.
comes out there for Kara. He's going to be able to dispel that one, and Tana knocking Fusion away back into.
I wish they do a three like choice node where you've got Hodge. So we've got blind and rep. A third one could be Fist of Justice for that. So they have to trade something pretty big to get it, but they can have a literal kidney shot. I feel like that would make that trade a good amount of the time.
Numb is actually pushing forward here, looking for some crowd control. Finds the blinding light. They're going after Nixie. Pre-die by the sword by Nixie as he doesn't have the trinket. Good heads-up play there. Nice Hex here coming out for Zipai.
Especially Holy Paladin. Holy Paladin would love that shit, right?
Actually, they're gonna just cancel
Imagine how crazy Holy Paladin. I guess Holy Paladin's already crazy. Hang on.
A lot of damage here now onto Kara.
Holy Paladin doesn't need that. Never mind.
Karma as well from Houston here, looking to add a little bit of extra dot damage. Kara dropping dangerously low.
The last thing we need is Holy Paladins to like Hodge fucking kill target while there's no CC on healer and just blast them.
And Phoenix Reborn is looking absolutely deadly right now. Nixie down to 50% HP, and that will be the Spirit Link Totem forced from Tana.
Double fear, no trinket. Does he get the tremor off? He gets the tremor off. They didn't have a stun, it looks like. They disarm Nixie, trying to limit his advance here with that demolish push and really trying to keep him on the back foot. Tana starting to fall behind on mana. Health bars are beginning to shatter. Nixie charges through with that triple static field. Do they have
honestly, they seem really durable here.
You can't connect. Kara is still chasing down Zeepai. He knows that he's vulnerable. Numless still has cooldowns here to deflect. He's just going to trade a Blessing of Protection immediately on that big push on that Ward Breaker, but they just swap.
Well, their comp doesn't really work that way. That's kidney shot.
Forced on his front. Hammer of Justice.
We don't have. This team's got leg sweep. You can't really just drop your leg sweep every time on the healer and kill that way. That's a kidney shot type of thing.
Can't stick enough damage to finish them, and now Kara with no Divine Shield is on the run.
All right, what are you gonna do here? You got the Shield of Vengeance, double leg sweep with that clash from Houston, but Houston's got no touch of karma for a couple of seconds. He needs to be careful here.
Yeah, having Fist of Justice and Dampen Hodge are gonna be fun, I think.
Zeepai is still gonna be taking a lot of damage. Dampening is ramping up right now, and Numless and Zeepai are definitely gonna be feeling the heat here. Tana looking decent still, has the healing tide, has a little bit of cooldowns to trade, but still Zeepai looking for the Hex. Nixie taking a lot of damage, has the Die by the Sword, doesn't want to be too greedy with it. There finally is going to trade it. Static Field Totem coming out, pulling them even further away. Zeepai looking for the Hex out of that blinding light. Instant trinket. Hodge on the trinket by Numless, but he gets the healing tide totem there behind the pillar. But meanwhile, Kara taking so much damage here once again from Houston. Touch of Karma coming out onto Kara as well. Kind of defensively and offensively. Kara running around the corner, but at the same time, Zeepai also feeling the pressure of Nixie. Nixie has the trinket, but he has no Die by the Sword, so he needs to be very careful overextending like this when his healer does not have a trinket.
Hammer of Justice, Nixie in trouble. No trinkets, as you say, but now they force Astral Shift, so it's a risky gamble. Do you stay aggressive here and try and push for the win? I don't think you do. They have too much defense, but another triple leg sweep. Houston is on fire on this Windwalker Monk, and Nixie seems to not care that his healer is in CC. Is he going to come to regret it? He's pushing so deep right now, trying to charge and stay on top of Zeepai, but maybe it's just do or die for Nixie at this point in the game if they can swing the momentum a little bit more in their favor, but he gets disarmed by Houston. Numless is at half health as well. Potentially they could swap to him. Carr is in position to look for crowd control as he pops his Divine Protection. Houston gets Shockwave. No, they Hammer Justice.
Dampening. It's not looking super favorable here.
I think the Hammer Justice would have been way better suited onto the healer in that position. And now Kara, he's desperate. He's so low. It could be a double kill here for Phoenix.
He gets the buff insta-pudged.
And Kara is likely going to fall. Numless is smacking him with
not
some
the dampening, man. Not the 830 special on the Brett Paladin. It's a classic. Wait, hang on a second.
I don't know how they're actually doing it. Tana, he's got Ascendance in 2 more seconds. Can Tana actually get his team back into this fight here?
Houston's got his Karma too.
Unbelievable, old and bad. Just when you thought Touch of Death was going to come in.
I mean, he's got wings on Numless.
He manages to stay alive, and now they're trying to turn it around. Kara looking pretty confident here with the Shield of Vengeance. Nice static field.
There's the link.
The Spirit Link
There's the Ascendance.
Right before the stun as well onto Tana.
Will Zeepai go down? Wall in 3 seconds too.
Zeepai 3 seconds away from the
and an offensive
He's not
Karma.
gonna have enough time. Houston looks for the kill behind the pillar. Kara on 20% HP. There's
the Ellie stun is so good.
Look
at that.
Filled him away right as you could touch of death, but the dot from the touch of Karma is enough here. Houston
at least see their name afterwards.
Are going to take the game.
Was his name Kara Beef? Is that what it said?
Oh my god.
It said Kara Meat, I think, or something.
I feel like they were still pretty heavily behind in this game at the end. Numless had a lot of options to keep exchanging. The fact that he had Karma and he could just push behind the pillar and just shove Karma to stay on target.
Still pump after that. I don't think the changes to Aflock changed much. Looking at their performance in Shuffle and their performance in competitive play, they are probably less popular and their win rate's gone down a little bit, but it's still in a safe range. Like it's still above 50%. The highest spec in the game right now is still an Affliction Lock post nerf. That Cham pushed 2400 in Shuffle after it. So yeah, locks are still crazy. In fact, locks are possibly more crazy because they have more tankiness now. And I'll tell you another thing. If they hit like other allies, Lock probably doesn't get enough now. If this is the nerfed state of Lock, then they're hard chilling because I think everyone's going to hyperfixate on other classes they want nerfed. I don't think people are thinking Locks need more at this point, right? So you're looking at like things like probably Ferals is my guess, maybe Shadow Priest defensives. What else are you looking at? What other classes are even in that kind of like crazy range right now? I wonder if Mark's Hunter Burst eventually becomes an issue, especially next patch. But Mage still? I don't think Mage will cop another nerf at this point. I think once you cop big nerfs like this, they don't want to nerf you again for a bit.
themselves more time into the match.
Hunters are an interesting one.
It wasn't enough. And
Maybe.
I think Zeepie
Bro,
is
DK
just,
got fucked.
He's just a raid boss
DK got erased. If you look at data for like threes, shuffle, all that kind of thing, since they made those changes, it is horrendous. They went from being most popular spec to being the lowest win rate in shuffle. The second lowest in EU and the lowest in NA. They went to 48% in both regions, so they're just losing. I mean, it'll normalize as players stop playing it. I think a lot of players will test it and then just kind of quit. But that's not what you're supposed to do. Like if I was a person working at Blizzard, I would make my changes to try and move people within their current tier. So if a class is an outlier, your job. So like if you're plotting an outlier, let's say you're like Ferals up here and you've got Death Knights like here or something, and you have like bands of what your thing should be. Let's say this is S, and this is A, and this is B. You're supposed to drag the outlier. Let's say this is Death Knight here, right? Before nerfs. You're supposed to nerf it down within its own, like down to the part that's bottom of the band where it's no longer an outlier, but it's still within its tier. What they did instead was did this, according to current data. That's not very smart. That's not doing your job particularly well, I'm afraid. You don't want to do that. That's not how you're supposed to do things. It makes the game feel really jarring for players.
Maybe they can actually kill the Paladin, or do they just want to go back to the Shadow Priest? I feel like the Shadow Priest looked really good for them after the start of getting the double fears, but I could see.
Nah, the chains things are in the game. That's not enough.
Not wanting to play against this team,
but yeah, it's a super. That's how they do things. Typically not. Look at they're being very gentle with other classes. They were heavy-handed with Death Knights. Their nerfs have been great for other classes. Like the nerfs to Mage have been very gentle. The nerfs to Lock were very gentle. Like, they looked heavy-handed, but they were actually very gentle. They're still great. They've done a good job. By and large, they do a great job. They hit DKs too hard. They were just very they were unnaturally heavy-handed with the DK changes because DKs didn't get tier scaling at all either. So it's just a really shit. It's a really shit thing. It's not a well. I don't know. I don't have any idea how they do things internally, but it seemed like that. It always has felt this way to me, right? If I can put out one little fucking tinfoil hat theory, it feels like they have multiple devs that have ideas on what they should change, and they implement multiple ideas instead of like one dev is gonna be like, hey, nerf diseases, and then another dev's like nerf death coil, and they're like, why not both? You know, instead of like one individually, one or the other would possibly okay. They're both different routes to take, but they just do both of them, and they did the same thing in Dragonflight too with the defensives. They're like, okay, like. They heal for too much. One guy's like they heal for too much. One guy's like they have too much DI, and one guy's like their AMS heals for too much. And then some devs like, let's nerf all three of those and the Runeforge. And it's like, how could you possibly know that nerfing all four of those things would be okay? It feels like you can kind of feel that there's multiple people trying to fix them at the same time, and that's at the same time. With other classes, they're much more thoughtful, right? Like Ferals were a great example of them being thoughtful with changes. They had Rip nerfed. Or sorry, they had a double bite nerf, and at the same time they compensated nicely with a rip buff, which ended up maybe not being the greatest, and that's what we're suffering from now a little bit. Yeah, DK's damage profile was shit anyway. So in a way, like I'm guessing, you know, in 2 patches time, you'll be happy about those changes. The nerfs they made are long-term good, but short-term very bad. Like long term, they're good because they can actually address the actual problems the class has. They can try and build a better damage profile for them. And this is a necessary change, right? But unfortunately, they didn't compensate and try and move towards that at the time, which is tragic. No, they just caught nerfs. They didn't get any compensation at all. I think the obvious change would have been to buff wounds at the same time, but you know they didn't choose to.
That needs to be on the list. Someone needs to put a check mark on that game. Definitely make sure you go see it in the VOD. And I mean, this could.
Do you think Temple's better? Temple didn't feel like it had the craziest damn. They have a big hit, but it does feel kind of isolated when a Ret does it. So Rets can like do a 2 mil, a big 2 mil hit. I've seen 2.6 actually.
I think that's a fair assessment so far, at least with how the series has been going for them. But We're jumping in. It's match point. It's Ruins of Lord.
They didn't remove the wounds modifier. They just naturally scaled it back. Like, I guess they scaled it back in PvE. In PvE, they really built towards pets. Because like like they really built Death Knights towards pets in PvE as Unholy.
2 steps ahead.
No one is expecting it, especially not when there's literally a graphic that has it cemented in it. Old and bad on match point. Phoenix Reborn needs to stay alive in this lower bracket. Breached bones are not in the tournament.
Well, bigger APOC damage is wounds. The pet thing's already nerfed in PvP. You can't even take advantage of those changes. The pets are walled off in PvP. All pets are nerfed 50% in PvP. They're all very nerfed.
Beautiful leg sweep coming out there for Houston, getting a double there onto Nixie and Prophecy, but Prophecy is going to have his fear tremored there by Zeepai. Now they're going after Numlis, and that will be shut down immediately. So I think the next setup with no Tremor Totem is going to be really deadly here for Old and Bad.
Frosty's on the back foot still. Houston has his gas pedal down to the floor. Static Field's there, and they pull Houston away. I love Tana protecting his team with the Static Field totems. I think that's something every Resto Shaman at the highest level needs to be looking to do. You just enable your caster to cast without having to deal with the interrupt and pressure as well.
So they went back. Oh, okay. I just don't like. Does Tana only play Shaman? I feel like Rogue. I guess it wouldn't be Outlaw either. Oh, maybe it would be. I feel like sub Shadow Priest is really busted. But I don't think it's the Shaman. I don't actually know what Shaman does for this. I guess it offsets the priest not having a normal kick.
Yeah, Numlis not pushing in here. He gets a nice little rebuke there onto Tana. Clash double leg sweep. No trinkets here on both of these guys. Prophecy, what is he gonna do? Nice.
Needs to remove the things. I mean, DK's damage is so manipulated by those mods. I'm not sure. I think the baseline version of Death Knight is gonna feel pretty weak. I think it's just gonna be diseases and nothing else. The base version of DK is just disease dam, and your pets, but pets aren't very good in PvP. Like it have to be Magus damage or something. Like play the PV build with Magus and hope that they can do stuff. But I don't know. There's a lot of issues. Hopefully they address them slowly, or it's gonna be a bit unfortunate.
Pressure coming out. There's the disarm now onto Nixie, but this is before he stuns Numlis, so they could set up now onto Numlis, but meanwhile Prophecy in a lot of trouble right now. Big damage connecting here from Houston, who is going to fall.
They did some modify cleanup. They didn't do cleanup on DK yet, but they just kind of like, they were just really good. Oh shit, they overlap. It's okay, they have a Paladin. They got more. So DKs have still got a 300% wound modifier, I'm pretty sure, and they still have like a 165% coil modifier nerfed down from like 185 what it was before. So and then all their pets are nerfed 50%, and Dark Transformation is nerfed 50%. Like your normal ghoul is not nerfed, but when your pet's transformed, it gets nerfed by half. So, and then I think diseases are not nerfed in PvP too. They're all 0.85. So it's a very manipulated like spec. But its damage profile is just so bad. It shows you that it's got a really terrible damage profile baseline. You can't. They probably should have just kept Necrotic Strike in the game, to be honest. Way easier to tune. Instead of tuning all those different individual numbers, they could just tune one. And life would probably be easier. Oh shit, Zeepai might go down here. There's the wall. But Frotzy disperses and Desprez.
And this is looking just as close as game number 1.
Yeah, anybody could fall.
I mean, every game's gone very damp.
Houston, though, with no trinket as well, could be a spicy target, but they're going after Zeepai here with the Siphon. Houston, not able
interesting that Zeepai
does manage to take it down. Zeepai down to 20%.
I mean, I guess they're 2-0. There's no reason to change, but
now Numlis with no divine shield and no
I don't know how crazy.
Coming up here in 50 seconds for Nixie could be a
I guess he doesn't need he doesn't need Burrow.
Not able to find it. That Tremor Totem was unavailable. Nice triple static though from Tana. The kidney shot Numlis here for crowd control, going after Zeepai once again. Paralyzed onto Prophecy, lightning lasso onto Houston, shutting it down right now as they go after to Zeepai, but Zeepai manages to stay alive for a moment. Numley's now pushing in aggressively, going for the blinding light. There's the fear onto Houston, and Prophecy now could be in a little bit of trouble during that leg sweep. Has no dispersion here for another 39 seconds, but Zeepai is really the target I'm worried about. Down to half HP right now. Sacrifice will trade here for Numley's. Here's Deliverance being casted. He manages to get it off. Zeepai with a nice fake cast there. Cloak the Hex though from Nixie, cloaking aggressively here.
Yeah, it'd be nice if they just had
and now potentially setting up
some way.
He's got blind up very, very shortly here.
Like just make an exciting test it for PvP. I don't know. I'm not sure how I guess I like it getting changed a little bit each season at the same time extent. It's nice to have things shake up and have more than just class changes to look forward to between seasons on some level, but obviously the less lazy solution is just to like have a test that they change a little bit each season. Oh, he's in trouble, man.
Should be able to hold on. The Stone Bull Rock Totem comes out as well, and they weather that storm.
They're trying to stay in this. Dispersion's available for Prophecy. Nixie has this trinket coming up in 5. They're in a position where they could finish Zeepai. There's no escape mechanisms for Numless for the next crowd control, but here goes another swell of damage.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. I like the change, though. I worry mostly with that type of thing. If it was one tier set for the whole expansion, that it would feel like the game is just one. You're basically only meta changes. Only changes from either scaling or it might just feel like 4 repeats of the same season. But also the game would be way more balanced because they wouldn't have to worry about retuning around tier sets every season. I mean, they could also just give everyone the same tier set unless your spec's underperforming, and if your spec's underperforming, they could cook up a new one for the specs that are less played. They could literally just go, okay, the top, let's say the top 12 specs keep their tier sets because they're already good and they're already well played and they're well presented, and then the bottom 12 the bottom 12 fucking specs in arena just get new ones to try and incentivize players to go into those classes.
Prophecy right now is definitely feeling that uptime. Immediate dispersion is going to be forced right now.
Well, Pillar of Frost should be. Any version of Death Knight, Frost Death Knight should have that.
Massive damage coming out. He's got no touch of karma, but he manages to stay alive here.
I don't like Pillar of Frost as a mechanic. Pillar of Frost should be gig enough, I think. For Frost to be good, it needs to be. It's just such a bad design for it. So far, EU's looking very fucking damp, man. Is this the first series? No, the second series. Second series, and this one's taken like a very long time. Even might die here. They have no bubble. They've got lay only. There's the lay right there. He just used it. We've got bubble in a sec. They're actually getting dampened as well.
Now he's got Divine Shield. They can keep this rotating. Kidney Shot, another swap on Houston.
Frost caught 2 nuffs. They crossed Obliterate nuffs too. They caught a random Obliterate nuff.
And not risk it and play games with this Shadow Priest damage, double leg sweep. Frosty trinkets right away with Death Repair, but Tana's in a Hex.
I mean, right now,
Healing Tide Totem down right
Old and Bad have decisively hit with the Link as well.
Nobody is killing that off, but now he's in a Hammer of Justice. Can he still be greedy? He's trying to sit through this. Nixie uses the cloak offensively, a fear onto Houston, but Divine
Zeepai in trouble.
Does he have the
Zeepai in trouble. Do we have this bubble?
Position. He's uncontrolled. Is he going to be able to? It's almost 40%
nice
damage, almost 40% healing reduction. Numless, all you've got basically is raw healing at this point to keep your elemental shaman.
I mean, the thing is, you also he's starting to tap too.
Another attempt on Houston, but he's got.
We're about to have both defensives up. He only has to live. He has to live 15 seconds, and he becomes a god.
He's probably gonna have to press it in the next couple of seconds.
Unless he's used both together.
This is what they needed. Can they finish?
2 seconds. Stoneball's up. Doesn't need it. They're sacrificing wings. He's fine. He doesn't have to use any of his stuff. They got them both.
Beautiful defensive rotation.
I know how he got his mana back too.
Phoenix Reborn managing to stay alive for another second here, but Prophecy now.
Numless is caught up in mana too, or catching up in mana.
Worried about this guy. He's got no defensives. They could easily
Prophecy with stuff. He can be killed.
Mixie setting up for it. Nice stun though coming out from Zeepai onto Prophecy.
Kidding onto Houston.
There's the swap to Houston. Blind onto Numless.
Oh.
Mind flay. Big damage onto Houston. Beautiful Porto. Numless dwarf ratios to silence and manages to keep Houston alive with just a raw healing. But there's the guy.
Such a good fist.
Tana looking for the game-winning hex, not able to find it. Z-Pi blocks it there with a totem, I think, but Z-Pi now in a
Z-Pi trades one cooldown. May have to trade both.
And I think Old and Bad are looking good in this potential.
What a crazy game! It's complete damn.
Dark Ascension coming out, Mind Place coming out, full kidney shot, Houston,
dead.
Nothing left, killing spree, big
crazy
coming out from Old and Bad, and they finally do it, but it's not over yet. The last game went to a 2v2.
Neither should well, not Resto generally doesn't run it. Ellie honestly doesn't either for the most part, from what I've seen.
And Old and Bad will take this game, but that was absolutely close. Could have once again just ended either side. Old and Bad though, they are back in the series.
Okay.
The weird thing about so just on what you're saying there, Exton, he said the blanket 50% off on Terra is just so bad too. The weirdest part about the 50% blanket off on Terra is how they implement it. There are a lot of classes where they either just don't have enough in their tier set, or they nerf like one part of it but not both, and then some classes have both parts nerfed, right? Some it's like a lot of your like 4 sets, for example, will have like 3 values on them, right? And they could nerf all 3, or they can nerf 2, or they can nerf 1. And a lot of them have just got 1 of the 3 nerfed, or 1 of the 2 nerfed. Examples like Hunters, I think both Hunter specs, both Marks and Beast Mastery, so Marks doesn't have nerf tier at all. The Marks 4 piece is unnerfed in PvP. Has stayed unnerfed the whole time. It's been 10% in PvE and 10% in PvP the whole time. They just left it. They didn't nerf anything. It's no nerf at all. And then the 4 set for BM, for example, has the first modifier nerfed, which is that it's half as frequent. It's a 5% proc chance instead of 10, but the second part of it is 10% still. So it's unnerfed. It's 10% damage when it procs. So it's full potency when it procs. It's got like 60% uptime. So BM basically has unnerfed tier as well. And then there's a bunch of other ones that are like double nerfed. Like Ellie's double nerfed on their 4 set, but then their 2 set isn't nerfed at all. I don't believe. I think it's 25% in both versions of the game. But yeah. Subrooks didn't have either one nerfed the whole time until recently. It's just kind of random, I guess. Ferals wasn't nerfed as well until live. They nerfed it between.
You want a larger map though, just to deny the fears as much as possible. But still, I feel like it's just gonna come down to who plays better.
You want the larger map because the Windwalker never switches targets, so the Rogue is the one that needs to switch targets. And
just inconsistent. So yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not even necessarily criticizing it. And I think having an open mind and nerfing tier sets when they feel like they need to. So if a spec isn't crazy, you don't need to nerf their tier set, is my point, right? If a spec has a crazy tier set, sure, nerf it. But I think the idea of applying a 50% nerf to all tier sets is kind of silly. So if a spec is going to run 0, like Axton's example of Windwalker, like probably just don't nerf it, yeah. Like if they're at a point where they're not completely broken and then they're gonna like just completely ditch it, probably don't nerf it in that situation. And then there are a bunch of other specs like Ferals are gonna run their 4 set regardless because their specs their tier set's great, right?
You could pull Fusion behind a pillar and stag field him out of line of sight and stun and kill him. So that's something to consider as a possible win condition for Old and Bad. But
honestly,
I do think it would be
Nixie kind of always plays a weird spec for. I feel like he's always playing he's always cooking with a spec a bit.
Use him in the open bracket.
Yeah, it's a hard choice, right? Because if you're Phoenix Reborn, this is the game where you can afford to experiment and swap something in. But I don't want to see the Demo Warlock, to be fair with you. I don't want to see the Affliction Warlock. I don't want to see a Warlock in this matchup. I feel like Prophecy right now is just going to be top damage no matter what you bring in. Phoenix Reborn, they knew what they were facing as well, right? So they're going to lock in the exact same thing. And I think this makes sense, right? Because Phoenix Reborn, they know ahead of time, okay, we're going to be going up against Old and Bad. And this is probably what Old and Bad is going to be running because that's, been kind of their bread and butter so far in the tournaments. So this is, Phoenix Reborn's response. The moment you start switching away from this, you're kind of losing faith in your main comp. And that's when you get reverse swept. That's when things can really spiral out of control. So I think for Phoenix Reborn, sticking to this is a smart choice. Just try to utilize the map advantage that they have on their side. Empyrean Domain, definitely a solid map here to work with. It's a large map. They can limit Nixie. They can deny the fears from Prophecy a little bit better. And maybe even get some drinks onto Numbles because I feel like the mana is so close between both of these healers. I feel like in deep dampening as well, Tana really showcasing just how good Resto Shaman is. A lot of people wrote Resto Shaman off. I wrote Resto Shaman off, but Tana is definitely showing just how good it is. And I think, you know, North America's watching. There's a lot of shamans there who potentially are going to be looking at this and thinking, hey, wait, we can run that. I'm
kind of wondering if Shaman has looked that crazy, or whether they play it with whether they would just win decisively with, like, say, a Paladin.
But even Cedo, I think, has been picking it up a bit. Like last week, he tried to make it work, and it just didn't. But maybe this week, it could work for them as a roster. Although I think Sam is dealing.
Now, Cedo got a win with it. It looked sketchy, but he did get a win with it.
Okay, so he got one win with Shaman. Now Shaman's better.
Is Frost effort with it? Probably.
You know, week by week,
Bailey.
One win.
It's kind of random. I mean, think about how weak your cooldowns are, though. I don't know. Frost.
Point here between Phoenix Reborn and Old and Bad.
I don't know. I don't know how you make Frost feel like Frost can be good, but I don't know how you make it feel good. I feel like it has the same issue that, like, Ret has with Templar, where its damage is not quite consistent enough.
Really making their next attack unpredictable.
I'm Thunder.
And we're seeing
I'm always down to play that.
Right now.
Honestly, Chrome is going to try and play it with like Mike or Chrome or someone, or Mike or Solid Knight or something.
I really like what they're doing. Oh, Nixie actually dodging that.
I got to practice on my Shaman.
Killing spree, kind of shadow stepping over to Z5
I think Shaman is very good though,
and manages to outrange it. So Houston not going to get that double sweep opener that he was hoping for.
I mean, they have. Wait, who's their fourth? Oh, they actually don't. Did Phoenix Reborn used to have?
But meanwhile, Frosty taking a lot of damage.
Oh wait, no, they didn't have. I guess they previously played with Blizzo. I guess they don't actually have. Phoenix Reborn don't have a warrior on their roster.
Paralyzed Cap Totem. That's what they're doing on Tana. It's a little bit of extra CC, but right there it was enough to get Dispersion and Trinket. So this little adaptation from Zeepai could make a massive difference. But defensively, they're kind of looking flimsy. Oh, big trade here for Zeepai with that Stone Bulwark. Frosty, though, getting low at the same moment, just constantly back and forth between these Titan rosters in the lower bracket. They're both facing elimination. A lot on the line for Phoenix Reborn, though. They're looking like they could be a contender for top 3. So if they lose out this early, they leave the door wide open for other teams to be able to pass and secure that position. They absolutely can't afford to lose. Whereas Old and Bad, they need to make deep runs just to even maybe get into the gauntlet at this point. So there's a lot on the line for both sides, and Frosty's just getting absolutely annihilated. Huge heal comes in the nick of time from Tana with that Ancestral Swiftness, and Tana's staying on top of Numliz. I'm waiting for that next Paralyze in-cap totem. We haven't seen it just yet here. Houston is maybe just more worried about protecting the Zeepai at this moment in time.
Yeah, nice fear coming out there onto Numliz. Zeepai takes a huge crack of damage there. Had to trade out his trinket in that exchange as well. Zeepai definitely getting tested here in the matchup. But meanwhile, Frosty also needs to be very careful. Zeepai responding with his own stun totem. Nice disarm there onto Nixie. Trying to buy some time. There's the Siphene coming out. Houston trying to kill it off in the backline. Manages to kill it. Zeepai now caught up in the kidney shot. Numliz, though, out of crowd control. Should be able to keep him alive. Meanwhile, Frosty taking a lot of damage. Beautiful Hex there onto Houston, but it does get dispelled there by Zeepai. And now a cheap shot here onto Numliz. Numliz rotting a little bit to the dots here, but they don't attack him there. I would have loved to see them actually go after Numliz in that exchange, but instead they're going to go for the swap there onto Numliz now. A little bit too late, though. I think Numliz is going to be able to pick himself back up, pick his team back up with the wings, and now Frosty has Dispersion back again. Might need to use it to trace the Desperate Prayer there, and meanwhile Zeepai kiting back there, getting the lightning lasso onto Nixie, and Nixie going for the full blind. Zeepai in a kidney shot, pre-astral shift right before that kidney shot connects. Zeepai with no trinket available makes a really good play, but they're going to swap to Numliz here as Houston is sitting through a Hex. Nixie's just all over this team at this point, getting so much work done on the Rogue.
Yeah, even on the large map, Nixie is still making plays for his team here. And now Zeepai is very vulnerable with no medallion, no astral shifts, and no stone bulwarks. Numliz is going to reposition away from the Rogue. He doesn't want to get crowd controlled, so he's running across the map. He gets a Hammer of Justice on the enemy Shaman at the same time, and now Frosty is getting blasted. Desperate Fear on the Houston to try and pull him away, but he stacks up with a Clash into a double leg sweep. Max distance leg reach right there on that one to be able to hit that double. They were so far apart. Fist of Fury flying through, but cheap shots peels Houston. Cheap shots on Numliz. Another swap onto Numliz. Frosty is there. He's got Dark Ascension. It's a big burst of damage. He tries to stay ahead of the dots by dispelling them, but now he's silenced and he can't Stoneform the silence. Now he's into a lasso from Tana, and he's getting punished for that Stoneform usage. But it looks like Nixie's giving up on it. He doesn't believe that he's got enough to force that Divine Shield. They go back onto Zeepai, but Frosty is still getting destroyed. In the meantime, Houston has been having free reign and forces Dispersion.
Yeah, now they managed to get a cooldown back. There's the Blessing of Protection onto Zeepai in that stun. Nice Hex there onto Zeepai, but unfortunately it breaks to the dot damage immediately. Frofsy still down to 50% HP. Finally a swap onto Fuston. He's feeling the heat here in these cheap shots, but he wants to hold on to the trinket. That Orc Racial definitely paying off there for Fuston. He's going to hold on to his Touch of Karma as well. Nixie in a full blind. He's going to trinket out of that one. Zeepai now taking a lot of damage. Void Torrent 0.1 win share from Zeepai as he sits through another stun lock there, but looks like Zeepai might be able to survive this one. I'm not sure actually.
There's the wall
coming out in the last second. Zeepai
barely
somehow holding on there with
both.
the Astral Shift as well. That was such a close call. Numlis manages to save the day once again. Hammer of
Explain
Justice
craft
now
to
onto
PvP,
Tana.
yeah.
Frofsy could be in trouble. The Searing Glare connects there
You
as
can
well.
basically
As
craft
Tana dispelling some of these
using
flame
trophies
shots
any
and
pieces
manages
you
to
want.
keep his team once again at
You're looking for
full HP.
Algari, yeah.
And so far, this
You'll
game has
get
been looking
9
all
tokens
old
for free.
bad. They are getting
And it's
cooldown
basically the
after
equivalent
cooldown here,
cost
Sid.
of the Conquest
Yeah,
get
that's
to
not
make.
good for Phoenix Reborn. They don't want this going to a game 5. They just want to advance in this tournament, start taking out some of the big hitters, but I don't know if they're going to be able to.
Zeepai might just die. They've got a Bob still this sack on him as well.
Trying to keep him going here, manages to recover with Sacrifice, but now they're swapping with the Sacrifice. Nice Void Volley, saving that to swap to Numbless to instantly apply dots. And now Frofsy's free casting some Mind Flays. He's looking for a Massive Spell. Bubble. He's trying to Massive Spell it. Did he get it? He missed it. Numbless dodges it off to the side there, but either way, forcing that cooldown is a major victory for Old and Bad. One step closer to taking us to game 5.
Yeah, Old and Bad are feeling it right now. They are not giving up just yet. Swap onto Nixie though, huge damage. There's the Cap Totem onto Tana. Can they connect?
He's got
Life
Life Swap. He's got Link.
Blessing of Protection
I think
comes
we're not
out
using
onto
both.
Zeepai as they look to take down Nixie, but the Spirit Link Totem responds from Tana, keeping Nixie nice and well in the fight. Double Fear connects. Nice blind onto Numlis, but unfortunately the Sphere got dispelled. Zeepai connects with the Tremor Totem, goes around the corner here, spamming some heals onto himself here while Numlis is sitting through that CC chain. Meanwhile, Fuston double leg sweep onto Frofsy and Nixie. Frofsy's going to trinket that one. Had to trade out his Touch of Karma though in that exchange. So now Fuston is a target. Numlis is a target, and Zeepai is definitely a target.
Out of this, but
Big
still dying.
Connecting here once again with the lightning lasso
There's the
from
wall.
Tana, trying
Respects
to
it.
zap elemental.
It really does look like Old and Bad are the ones in the control here.
Once again for Zeepai, they need
Lack
to
of
get some
trinket may
pressure
be an
here
issue,
onto Frofsy, but he's got everything right now, and I think actually Nixie is the best target, but he's gonna have his trinket rotating
Zeepai
back
is
up
just
as well.
struggling in this
Where are
matchup.
the openings on Old and Bad?
I mean,
there's no opening right now.
I think it's still just
We've got Swap, we've got Trinket on Tana, so we're not remotely immune or remotely dying.
Fear swap. No swap just yet. He grapples over for a gouge. I think they're going to
Zeepai, by the way, has nothing for 47 seconds.
He's going to go for cheap
We've
shots.
got second 8 seconds on Numlis.
Killing spree swap onto the Windwalker with
But we
no
did
trinket. Can they
disperse.
drop
But
him?
we
And that
got
doesn't look
swap.
like it. Zeepai into a Hex. Maybe they can. Void Torrent being channeled, forcing the diffuse magic from Fuston. Old and Bad are keeping their options open at this point in time now with that swap. 3 targets are great for them, and this is where it becomes so difficult as Numlis to predict, but Frosty might not make it to that point. Tana trinkets, but he doesn't have a lot. They Thunderstorm Fuston away, but he's looking to reconnect. Void Shift is forced onto Tana. Frosty recovers back to full health. They have one more opportunity, maybe one more opportunity to make a setup here. Full blind. They need to get the kill with this crowd control chain. Nixie gets the sap out of the blind. That sap is crazy. They need to finish Zeepai. Frosty's getting in position, but he doesn't have fear. He goes for the silent stone form sacrifice. They didn't have enough damage. Maybe they can kill him through sacrifice. They're kind of close at this point. Nixie is still tearing in. Dampening is getting quite high. It seems like 40% is like that critical mass point for healing.
Is he lusting Fuston or he is lusting Fuston?
Sacrifice here. Zeepai has Astral Shift.
Oh my
is just
god!
Getting blasted, and just like that, Phoenix Reborn
that was
take the game. What an insane match, though. That was looking so good for Old and Bad that entire time, and then all of a sudden, Zeepai pops off. We got to see that on the. We got to see the def log here. We got to see the replay on that. That was just an insane amount of damage. It has to be a big Earth Shock and Fuston as well, connecting with something at the same time. What a series, though. This was definitely, this could have easily gone either way. So let's see what actually happened here. So this was Zeepai, you know, he survives the assault. There's the paralyze onto Nixie. Fuston knocking up Frofsy.
He's got
a
lost.
lot of work done there.
Oh, spinning crane kick.
Zeepai just
he just spun him
away at the same time.
We'll see in Deathlog.
Managed, I think I don't even think he got the touch of death off there in time. He just died on the global from that rising sun kick.
That was an insane amount. But they left Fuston open, right? They're pressuring Numlis and Zeepai. And
I mean,
Fuston
I think Fuston literally is RSK.
Going to overwhelm the Shadow Priest.
Spinning crane kick.
Knocked up in the air. Spinning crane kick.
Here's another one though. Oh, he has 2 of them, man.
Instantly. That was a gamble to dispel that instantly. Also with VT, with how low Zeepai was getting, Numlis was just like, yeah, I know you're gonna kill him. And maybe Fuston was like, dispel me right now. Like,
plus Lava Balls actually is 50% nerfed in PvP.
That was an instant
dispel. You'll notice that Zeepai is consistently bottom down.
Like you get
horrified when you
that's
kind of the thing.
Touch, but you risk the dispel here. even when Houston Zeepai was just so low, he dispels him and Houston just tears him apart.
Kind of feels like it kind of feels like Shaman is currently a it's like you're an Olga Voga almost.
The def log for Frofsy there because
yeah, there's actually a good website for that. I think Dressva does a good job with it. If you go to Dressva
from Zeepai and at this, look at that, the triple Earth shot.
Dressva down right now?
Yeah, and then he gets
no,
the
it's
lava
not.
burst to get.
If you go to Dressva, you can go. So this is Dressva here.
Coming in, the spinning crane kick, and then there's.
You're looking for
the touch of
top right. You can go to PvP, and there is spell modifiers, and you can look at your class. So if you go to Shaman, you can see there's ascendance nerfs and stuff like that, and you can just search for like lava burst. And I believe the resto one is buffed in PvP, and the Ellie one, I believe, is nerfed by 50%.
They kind of threw one game, and I would say like one of their best maps as well with that Red Warrior, but sometimes you just gotta gamble it and see if it works.
I mean, Old and Bad, they're going to be so good next week, I think.
You think?
How's Ellie after CDI removal?
I mean, that's going to be
I
their
think
last
people
chance
think that Ellie might be decent next patch. I'm not sure.
So I'm really hoping they stay together. As a
Yeah,
team.
I mean,
you know, in Europe at least,
you want to see some interesting data that I saw last night?
Apart sometimes, so hopefully they stay together because week 4 is crazy for
let me
them.
see this.
Yeah.
Bottom. This page is kind of
We've got
interesting.
one more chance here
Look at
to see
if you go
what they
by
can do to all of
current
us.
win
But
rate.
Phoenix Reborn, they will be
This is an area year. This is an area. I guess it changed a little bit. Before it didn't have log care, but
which is either going to be team
Death Knight's tanked representation wise the most.
I feel like both of those would definitely be a challenge for
There's this giant dip. And this is shuffle, right?
Absolutely.
This is shuffle.
I mean,
and their win rate, I don't know what their win rate, oh, I guess it did. It went from 54%, 56, 55%?
But ILTU is not
from 55% down to 48.96.
A little bit further to the left, you see
that is just like, that is all you need to see.
In that open bracket.
This is taking low rated games into account too, so they should still be decent on those. And this is not just skewed towards high rated games where the nerfs be more drastic. Warlock's also took a big drop, but they're still positive, which is like kind of what they're looking for, I think. And Snoopy as well on the Feral Druid.
But yeah,
kind of crazy.
Against Echo, and some of the comps that Echo's been running are not as good. You know, the Affliction.
In threes,
specifically, Echo
they're still slightly positive.
Rogue Lock Priest.
But they had a giant drop, I guess.
So I'm not sure what Echo is going to.
They weren't doing that. I mean,
because they're RMP.
They're middle of the pack in threes.
Past, I think they, didn't opt for that.
It's NA. Let's see you actually.
Well into jungle, but
why not?
did get buffed, so maybe we'll see RMP. Maybe we'll see Meh on the Holy Pala. There's, I have all kinds of questions here.
Holy shit! On threes.
Yeah, Wasform versus.
In threes, they tanked to 47% win loss.
If I could choose what they played,
it's the lowest win loss spec in threes on EU.
Format coming soon. Community tournament.
Holy shit.
Casters get to choose what the teams
play. The
right,
devs cooked pretty bad with those changes, man.
Right now, of course,
bro, they cooked real bad with those changes. Warriors somehow got worse. Arms Warrior got actually lost win rate. I mean, DK got overnerfed, and there's tons of evidence to suggest they got overnerfed. I mean, I knew that before I played it. I already knew that it was gonna be bad.
That is going to
you gonna see Red anywhere? Red still has a bit of win rate, I think. Assuming according to this, Reds have 52% win rate.
I've got a surprise for you guys.
But lowish representation, I guess.
Are you ready?
Are we supposed to guess this?
Do we have a total?
It's a different. We're doing a
2.98
game this time. We're gonna switch it up a little bit.
There's more Reds in three. There's more Reds being played on EU, according to this,
We're gonna guess
than Death Knights.
Based on some limited information. You ready?
All right.
Can it be NA or EU? Can it be any?
According to this, there are more Reds playing than Death Knights
so we're guessing
on
the
EU
team
in
that
threes.
has the WoW logo.
And they have a better win rate by
Based on
5%.
these matches.
They fucked up real
Keep in
fucking
mind,
bad
they
with
could
these
have
changes.
Had different roster names.
Okay, so
But they're the same roster.
Echo.
Yeah. I think
Echo.
Echo. Is it just all Echo?
Did
that what we
Echo
think?
lose to SK Gaming in 2022?
I don't know about that. I know. Okay, so the one that says
cup
cross
too. It's
region-
like a cup. I don't remember a cup from 2022. I think it's Echo.
So
They lost to
AWC
Hula Bang in a
cross-
cup, right?
Yeah. They lost to Hulibang in the Cup, and they won cross-region finals against Kauai.
Yeah, and they won the guild clash.
Yeah, that's Dressva.
Against, I think it was, I don't remember Method.
Is it just is it one answer for all of them?
Or is it different?
It is.
Yeah, I mean, Warriors probably just didn't have much representation before.
Lock it in.
The thing that this page is very poorly though is it's not you can't filter by I think Fodder makes a lot more sense when you're looking at by rating. I would rather be able to take just high rated data, like data above 2K, and filter everything else, because I think it's when you take
Oh, yeah, they were formerly Kungarna, yeah.
when you take into account data below 2K, Warriors will look fine. For example, I would be way more interested in seeing Warriors. Like, there's lots of Warriors that play the game. Warriors are popular spec, although they aren't looking super popular in threes, I suppose, in some ways. Is Fury? Oh yeah, Fury's hella fucking popular with a good win rate.
Yeah.
But a lot of this data is going to be below 2K, and I think representation above 2K is probably more telling when it comes to balance. I think at least, but it's also why it's hard. You can kind of see right away why it's hard to buff like Fury, even though Fury's kind of not the greatest, I don't think. Or Arms. Shadow Priest went down one rate.
Well, we're gonna head to a
Shadow
break.
Priest again. Somehow the most Wait, what? Shadow Priest is the most popular spec. It gains. Okay, well that's how you know, right? So what's happened with Shadow Priest is they went from before this week 4.52% representation to 15.14% representation. So there's lots of new Shadow Priests coming in, which means the win rate is going to go down because they are not going to be as good. They're going to be like a lot of rerolls and stuff. I mean, there have to be a lot of rerolls, right? 10% of your representation popped out of nowhere. So Shadow Priest literally is the most popular spec in Arena now. And yeah, they still have a 50% win rate despite the fact that most of those are fresh rerolls. And the same thing is true of Death Knights. If I can offer a bit of, like, their win rate's terrible, right? Their win rate will actually go up over the next couple weeks, because what's going to happen is they previously had a 10% representation, which is probably like third or fourth highest. You let us quitting. Like, the win rate goes down, players play, and most players will not make the cut. Maybe no players will make the cut. And what will happen is the representation goes way down, and then only a couple of really strong players play, and then the win rate goes up again, because only the strong players are left. The players that it's basically shaking out most of the players, which will actually push the win rate back up. And that's sort of why you'll see like Frosty K. I think Frosty K probably has it's a slightly positive win rate because most people aren't playing it. You don't just have random stuff happening.
we are in the upper bracket now for AWC Cup 3 here in the EU region, and it is Echo versus the Fiends 2.0. I'm incredibly excited for this one. The Fiends 2.0, they've been ramping up. Echo, however, they are in that top spot right now, Super T's, in terms of standings.
Yeah, I mean, no one's been able to knock them out completely from a tournament. First Cup, Drive Overload took some games from them. Cup number 2, Phoenix Reborn beat them in the upper bracket, but then they got totally destroyed in the grand finals. So now the Fiends powered up, bringing in Snuppy here to try and get some work done. And they play a very different composition with the Holy Priest, with the Survival Hunter. So they're really hoping that kind of like curveball element will catch Echo off guard in the series.
Yeah, I think so. I think so as well. I mean, Echo, how do you feel like they've kind of been playing the past couple of tournaments, Ben?
You know what's interesting is Echo actually did something they've never done before, which is they streamed their open bracket games on Wednesday. So we got to see kind of their qualification process, and I'm not gonna lie, they looked absolutely flawless. Like, I was watching Waz, and he just looks like a machine playing on Rogue with his communications, you know, how effective he is with his globals. Like, Echo is definitely a different beast. And just watching the open bracket, I literally just put all my predictions 3-0 Echo for the whole tournament. And I mean, it's not a bad bet ever, but yeah. That being said, the Fiends, they're such an interesting team. They're just so lovable. Like, all the 3 members on there are just, they're all so sweet. They're all so nice. They're incredibly good at their classes and their specializations as well. See Zenelin, ooh, time to lose. Hopefully he's feeling a little bit more confident than that, and that's just for show, you know, to throw Echo off their scent. So we'll see.
I don't know if we have the tweet or not, but I know that there was a little bit of rivalry and banter between Chanimal and Big Mix about getting world first 2400 solo shuffle. Big Mix was like 2393 or something. He was 1 game away from it. He got a
Vixen only gives damage from buttons.
And then Chan just tweets a picture out and beats you to it, and he got 2400 solo shuffle like 1 lobby before he could get it.
He didn't even tweet it at. He DM'd the guy. DM'd
directly DM'd.
Look at that. Man, just received the saddest
really
DM
cheeky about this too.
Just a little gift too. My goodness.
So there's gonna be that on the line as well. Big Mix might be able to get revenge on Chan for stealing his world first 2400 solo shuffle title.
I didn't realize that's how close they were. That's incredible. All right. Well, I mean, we'll see if they're that close here in this series, but it might prove to be difficult just based on, you know, some of the things these guys
we might see changes today.
Talking about. But can we take a look real quick at our predictions?
We'll see what changes look like today, I guess.
For Echo, but everybody else, okay.
The confusing part is how did they? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they came to the numbers they came to.
Yeah, but Zico's different than all of us, so we might just all be getting another -1 on the perfect predictions. But he has a lot of.
I think Big Mix's team is a bit limited in comps, right?
I think it really depends on what Echo play in this series. I think like a Feral comp themselves could actually be really good. Like a Feral Mage even possibly. I don't know if we'll ever see that from them, but it seems really hard for Jungle to beat Feral Mage specifically.
All right, well, if it is something that's doable, the Fiends may just be able to be the team to beat it. We're going to see what exactly they do bring out in the blind pick momentarily here. The teams are ready to go. Bragging rights on the line here is the Fiends. Is Big Max going to get his revenge on Chan from stealing away that world first 2400. We're going to see here in game number 1 of Echo versus the Fiends 2.0.
I feel like they're gonna run the same comp they did. Oh, they're not. I really thought we were gonna see Waz form the Feral. So looks like they are gonna be bringing in Chanimal just on the Affliction Warlock.
This is what I played last time into this.
For Echo, this seems to be like their go-to.
They don't have a Disc Priest anymore either.
The blind, very well rounded, depending on what the Fiends are gonna be running at them. But it's really not a surprise. The Fiends, I don't want to call them one tricks, but I'm pretty sure all these guys, they only play one specialization. Not even just one class, but one specialization. So we'll see how this one does end up going, but it could be to the advantage of the Fiends because nobody's going to be playing this composition as well as the Fiends will.
Oh, double stun opener. Waz needs to get ready to peel. He's in position. Oh, but he gets scattered into a stun, but Chan manages to port behind the pillar. Waz gets swapped to massive swap. Is he dead through evasion? There's no way, right? This is
they definitely can block. I wonder how much Verse the Hunter's playing.
Still just dying, but Snuppy pre-bear forms the stun. Crazy play from Snoopy here in the early stages. I would say that the Fiends, they got off with a crazy opener.
Ooh, Zenelin though, dispelling UA. That's going to punish him, put his health down nice and low. But I think he should be completely fine. Chanamal looking for a UA, gets interrupted. Malefic Rapture's coming in. Big Mix in a little bit of trouble, but the Divine Hymn from Zenolin, those heals are going to be unstoppable, and he should be able to heal him up. Going for a Mass Dispel on the damage over time effects. It's one of the nice effects from that Holy Priest is you can go into the Angel form and you can just dispel off the Affliction Warlock dots, but it's not doing much. I mean, Echo has so much pressure here as all 3 members of the Fiends are rotting down.
Oh, nice Cyclone. Snoopy just went for that, and Waz didn't look like he could stop it. Mez in a trap. Zenlin's in position. They get a Psychic Scream. They're back on Chanimal. He ports back behind the pillar, and Chanimal is just so difficult to connect to on Warlock. This is typically a hard matchup for Warlock, but he's just looking completely untouchable. Look at the pressure now in return and response onto the Fiends, with all 3 members beginning to rot. A coil onto the Feral Druid. Zenlin's trying to recover, but now he's in a kidney shot from Waz. He steps over. Cheap shot catches Snoopy out of bear form. Big Malefic Rapture spam coming up from Chanimal. That's 3 in a row, and it might be lights out, and Snoopy is just barely staying alive. He's barely staying alive. Void Shift comes through, and he's actually still alive.
Wait, they're alive? So I thought I literally saw him for 1 second. I looked back, and they were all dead. Oh, he's dead.
Nerf Warlock. He does not
Bro,
care.
he's doing.
He is still tripling everyone's damage at this point here in game number 1. It's a full fear, no trinket, and Chanimal. If he gets
those are the lock
Rapture
nerfs
off here, it could be game over. Just a couple more fear out of the fear.
Those are the lock nerfs.
Snoopy and Big Mix. How can they turn this around? It's just insurmountable. The pressure that they are facing.
Are you shitting me?
Lights out. Echo are insane. Chanimal clears 100
Bro,
million.
no, I played against. I was playing on my Hunter yesterday in a lobby.
Legendary parse.
I saw the same shit, man.
You can't.
He is insane.
Warlock, but you can't nerf Chanimal.
But Locke is not that nerfed. I don't understand.
He was able to put out. I mean, you could even see Zenolin. He was going for dispels. Like, he's going in Angel form.
Best part is, man,
he's mass dispelling.
he doesn't have to fucking send a DM to the team to stand on top of each other to do his damage like I do.
Did over double.
I have to be like, hey, could you guys stand next to each other so I can coil both of you, please?
Just an absolute monster. We talk about this guy constantly, but Warlocks, if Warlocks are good,
I mean, Sam's doing great on it. We don't. I mean, Chan did some really. This damage is like unhealable, obviously, right? There's only so long you can survive 800 KDPS sustained.
For a haunt. This is that shadowy duel, I do think. Oh, that was earlier in the game, but yeah, it's just not enough healing here for Zen.
That's nice.
Sippy does get gripped away, but
that's nice, man.
Paul Zenolin just does not have the healing to keep him alive, and he's getting completely overwhelmed. But you did mention the Fiends, they didn't have that bad of a start. They had a lot of pressure on Waz early on, and I wonder what it was exactly. Like, do you think there's any way for them to avoid this kind of rot, or is it just kind of an inevitability against Chanimal?
I mean, it might be an inevitability. It just seems he's so hard to connect to. It's been his reputation on this class for I don't even know how long at this point. He's just the hardest Warlock to actually stay on, so they end up going on Waz just because Chanimal is so untouchable with his kiting and his positioning. So, and they got a lot of cooldowns, but then they could never really capitalize on that initial push. And then they just kind of were waiting. It felt like they were waiting around a lot. And while you wait around against a Warlock, that's when they start to mount up more and more and more and more damage until eventually you're overwhelmed. We're going to go to Dalaran Sewers. I think maybe their Runes of Lordaeron could have been better. I feel like there's other maps that it can be more difficult to kite as a Warlock. Dalaran's not bad, and maybe they're going to rely on that a map like that for later on in the series. But, God, dude, Echo just played this Rogue Lock just so much better. Like, we see so many other teams trying to play it, and they get destroyed by a bunch of different compositions, right? In a ton of different regions. And if you want to be watching Snoopy's point of view,
don't really have
actually just streaming these games.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hopefully it's not going to be streaming himself just getting slaughtered here against Echo. I'm really hoping they can put up a fight here, because that first game, man, that is going to be. He's looking at the details.
They're looking at details right there, man.
What's going on?
That's funny, man.
Like a Warlock got nerfed. Big Mix is saying, right? Like I noticed the nerfs on my Warlock, but
he did.
Chanimal does not care. Chanimal does not
almost
care.
the damage put together.
Kidding. It's so true, though. I mean, with some of the nerfs incoming, people talking about like Warlocks being, no longer viable, but it seems like they're still getting some games in here. So we'll see if Echo can continue this.
Jesus, man.
With their Roguelock Priest, it's been, like I said, one of their bread and butter compositions, but Echo just a real threat, because all of a sudden, in the finals last week, we saw Mad log on the Paladin and play it phenomenally.
Damage is fair game, trainer game. I think it'll get reduced a little bit.
So Echo,
you're right.
They're not one tricks. They have all different kinds of compositions that they can run, and it just seems like there's layers to it.
Tough.
Right? It's like, okay,
I don't want to be bitter, man. I want to have a good day today.
And it just
Let's be happy.
more and more
Let's not worry about Death Knights.
And that's why you know, like I said, after watching Waz's open bracket games, I was like, all right, Echo 3-0, and I'm getting the perfect prediction this time. We'll see though if the Fiends can do it.
Suburb Zara
Sewers, so a nice small map.
Hey Clink, how are you doing today, buddy?
Seems difficult for there to get anything going.
Lock Ellie would not be I don't think a very good comp. Personally, maybe the demo only. There is a demo team.
Really comes down
the
to
next team. So after this series, the lower bracket game is a demo lock, I'm pretty sure, and it's a bunch of interesting things. The next series is gonna be really interesting, I think. This one's a little less interesting because it's just, you know, Echo probably they're pretty good at farming jungles, and they got buffed into it. But yeah, we got some very interesting stuff coming in.
That I feel like set their momentum back, so maybe don't dispel the UAs.
Ryan has been getting a feral.
Keep your momentum going in the initial front, because their opener was good, and then just everything fell apart after that point.
I wouldn't.
Channel was playing on
I think LED Demo is viable.
Ramps,
it's a more interesting comp, but I don't think it's going to beat Rogues, and I don't think it's going to beat.
Tossing out the traps, trying to find Waz out of stealth. Waz is clinging to the corner. He
probably
finds
jungle.
Waz with a scatter shot. This could be another great opener, and Chanimal gets feared. They're going after the rogue. They get trinket evasion immediately. Now they just need to retreat away or keep pressure on the Warlock. Line of sighting, avoiding damage, and then setting up on the rogue again, I think could be a way to victory for them.
Yeah, Chanimal getting stunned up. Waz trying to set something up for his team. Immediate Spirit of the Redeemer there by Zenolin, just bombing out heals in angel form. Unstoppable, but Channel's just going to
again, not sure about Feral Ellie, but I think Feral Lock's interesting.
Man, a really good spot here with a huge Dark
Ellie doesn't have the damage.
Rapture.
It wants to pull the rogue, I think, or
can remain aggressive.
Maybe a one-walker.
Run strategies. This might be the key here for the Fiends. Just avoid as much damage as possible when you don't have crowd control. Now make the push when you do. But Chanimal punishing. He gets the coil on a big mix. Full kidney shot onto Zenolin, and Waz is really shutting down this attempt.
Yeah, Waz cloaks here during the freezing trap. He's going to take 0 damage. They're forced to go after Chanimal. He's got his port still on that corner side with the ramp next to Met. It's an interesting positioning. So that way, if Zenolin wants to push, he's going to go out in the open to this ramp to try and get a fear, which means Chanimal can control him, Waz can control him. So very interesting positioning, because typically the Warlock will play on the boxes, but Big Mix is taking so much damage right now from Met and Chanimal. Is he going to go down? This ultimate penitence is raining down.
Oh, the Shadow World spam. He's just spamming it right back to back to back into Horns. Into instant Shadow World.
Feared here by Mez. He used the gateway
into another instant Shadow World. Into other. He just used 3 of them.
He could
die. He used 3 of them.
Spirit at this point.
Just procs?
With a couple more ticks, he gets cheap shot. He has to trinket turtle, and it just seems like Chanimal, man, when he is able to get a grip, it becomes just so unrecoverable. Waz's trinket's coming up in 30 seconds. If they want to win this game,
not quite as big a pass this time.
Fast.
Yeah, Waz's timings on those shadowy duels are just absolutely lethal. It's really nice to see. Snoopy right now is rotting down to about half. Zenolin trying to keep him alive.
He's gone for the dinosaur pet for
follow it up. It doesn't look like it just yet.
For the max visual effect.
Will subside, and he should be able to top off
Smart.
his team. Big Fear's coming in as well from Matt, trying to slow down the offense here from
by far the biggest pet that I've ever seen.
Down. Finally, some
Look
good pressure
go,
here for the Fiends. Both Waz and Chanimal are under fire. Big Mix line of sighting just a little bit. Wants to avoid some of those haunts, but a big haunt lands here onto Snoopy. Do they have any crowd control on Zenolin? Master Spell on the first Cyclone. Beautiful control here by Snoopy. That's a nice knock as well. Chanimal just going to
kind of a sick trap
wants
too.
To remain aggressive. Gets the coil here. Is there anything on Zenolin? No, he preemptively uses the Spirit of the Redeemer just to avoid that crowd control and keep his team alive during this setup.
Yeah, they're alive a bit longer. They get another trinket from Waz. Waz is moving in, though. Cheap shot. He gets cheap shot on a Big Mix.
Not bad, thanks, Clink.
Snoopy, is he ready? He's in Bear Farm Renewals.
Small headache today.
Zenlin's trying to get in his line of sight, but the dots are slowly ticking their lives away. Snoopy,
he
fakes a kick there. Nice. He gets a clone on the rogue. No trinket. Stun, trap. Setting up damage on Chanimal. Full stun. Good setup.
Right, just
nice
today.
They get on any resolve. Can they kill him?
We have war games in like 5 hours.
Snoopy's popping off right now. It's massive damage, and Meh needs to be ready. Hellstone trades, and he's still dying. No more CC, though, and Meh can connect a big heal, I would imagine, in the near future. Nice disarm on Waz, and Meh is trying to get in position. And it's not going to be able to full blind Zenolin trinkets. There's the smoke bomb. This could be it for Big Mix and Snoopy. Look at this damage starting to rain in on the whole team. But Chanimal isn't 100% safe. He gets gripped back upstairs. Big Mix is trying to disengage away. He's got basically no defense at this point. Next stun DR, and I think it might be game over for the Fiends.
Oh, cheap shot comes in. Snoopy's forced to trade out his trinket. He's still in a lot of trouble, though. This rot pressure is immense. But behind the pillar, they should be able to recover. No, full kitty shot lands. Chanimal, Meh. They are closing in. They want to end this game. Cheap shot. Is there any fear to follow it up? A full fear from Meh. And Big Mix, I don't know how he's going to survive this one. The Lightwell paying dividends right now.
Actually is. Look at go.
That Holy Priest. I can't believe it. The Lightwell actually keeps him alive. And that's why you bring in the Holy Priest.
That's why you play around the light well in solo shuffle, dude. Big Mix rotates around that light well on the side is the only reason that he's alive during that CC chain right there. They get a full trap. Can they actually do it? Chanimal is the target. Is he in range of his port? His port's right. They knock him off the side.
Sick.
Insane knockoff into a clone onto Mech, and they actually take down Lord Chanimal. On this Affliction, Warlock just raining down terror. He fakes the kick. Chanimal is recasting, connects a Haunt out. Full dot Shadowbolt procs for everybody, and Snoopy dies through Barkskin.
He just reversed it.
So much damage.
Yeah, Echo is looking really difficult here. I like the way the Fiends played this one, though. We kind of talked about,
he had the
like,
turnaround, like,
to avoid damage, and they
he had the random turnaround where they're like, you know, they're like this, like the lock was stuck down there with both of them. He gets knocked down there, and it's like literally a feral and a hunter, and the lock is stuck with him, and then there's this like moment where he fakes a kick, and then he's just like, nah, you're actually stuck with me, and he kills them.
Of this game, I think this is where Big Mac barely held on with that light well. See Snoopy's point of view here in bear form, tanking it out, and yeah, it's just so much pressure coming in from Echo. They're trying to recover though. Interrupt here onto the Cyclone from Snoopy.
Oh, they're actually casting hit. That's sick. They're actually casting his play.
Once you're in the
there it comes. There's the knock, and look at this. There's gonna be knock followed by here comes knock now, and then he fakes a kick. He fakes his kick right now. Next thing.
It's kind of
he flashed it, and then he just haunts. Fake, precog, UA, haunt, and now he kills. It's disgusting, man.
Waz controls the entire team.
He actually has a double proc on that too. He just wins.
Close it out. So really good final push there, but it's like those risky moments that can backfire. But you kind of have to take.
He's strong, but so Zen is just a really he's a main Holy Priest. He played Holy Priest the whole time as well. Last expansion, he's really good at it. He makes it work quite well for this comp with CC and stuff too. I don't know.
If they had landed that kick in that instance, then he would have got no damage out. He would have been pinned, and maybe they could have turned that around for their side. Also, I don't know, could Zen have avoided getting feared there? I don't know if we're gonna watch this again, but like, Zenlin's in a fear at the end of this game. Could he have avoided this? Was he trying to fear Met out of a clone? No, he doesn't have it. He feared Waz in the corner. So where does Zenlin go amongst? He's trying to get in line of sight of his team because they're dying, and then Med just sneaks up on him. Was it a kidney shot?
He has.
Waz steps in. Yeah, he can avoid it.
He can't do anything about it.
He GS's and then he dies through GS. Oh, technically GS the Hunter. I don't. Maybe he lives with GS on the Feral. But
that's another thing. Like when you're playing against Waz, you are on stun DR. The
that
entire
is,
game. You will be stunned every time you're off DR.
That's very interesting.
Guarantee in these games, and more than likely, Matt and Chanimal are going to be there to follow it up. So really good control coming in from
very
Echo.
Interesting.
Fiends, not a bad game. Really respectable final push in those moments, but just getting a little bit overwhelmed in that positioning. And looks like we will be going to a small map again. So the Fiends, they want to make it small. We're going to Hook Point. More than likely, once again, just going to be a Warlock race, but Chanimal ain't no ordinary Warlock. He is really difficult to take down.
Yeah, this is not your average ordinary Warlock here. This is Chanimal. This is the gold standard that every Warlock tries to live up to. You know, when you go to the gym and you might see like a picture of Arnold, but you go into the arena, you see a picture of Chanimal, and you're just trying to be Chanimal. Every Warlock's just trying to be Chanimal.
In the Warlock class.
Oh, I had 10 miss. That's really nice.
Picture of Chanimal flexing on the wall every time you go in. So
and Tanky's always the same, right? I guess it's kind of nice. Except you have this new affix.
Not real. They haven't seen Chanimal.
It's like a free 11.
Yeah, this is crazy.
And I have 4 piece now too.
Right now, even despite, I can't imagine how one-sided this would be without the nerfs. They were substantial nerfs that went into Warlock. Like I think he would have killed this team in like 20 seconds or something, maybe, if it wasn't the case. But he's faking every kick, great positioning.
I mean, I guess they didn't hit certain aspects of it.
Time and time again, and Echo are looking unstoppable. The Fiends against the wall need to reverse sweep 3 games in a row. Can they keep their composure here on broadcast? And Snoopy's debut as well for them. They want to do the best that they can with that roster swap in order to try and at least, I would say, get into the gauntlet.
We're going on. All right.
War within Season 1 Grand Finals.
Yeah, he's a main Holy Priest.
All right, here we go. Echo, are they going to 3-0? The Fiends, can they battle it back?
So he gives me now if you're even playing as a viable option in 20, Ellie or Hunter. I am at a loss for what I should do. Maybe Ellie, maybe.
I still feel like there are a lot
of
signs of life.
Stuff though.
They've already defeated so many good teams. Echo is kind of their final.
Sucks because both DK specs are complete trash at the same time.
It's going to be difficult.
Like both are literally dumpster spec. They're literally 2 of the worst specs in the game. I think. And I'm counting every DPS spec for that. I guess Warriors maybe are in a similar spot. Like we're down there with Warriors.
He's expecting the Feral Druid to open, so he's trying to like immediately cheap shot The
And I guess DHs.
on top of Chan in this position.
I guess DHs and Warriors and DKs are at the bottom.
So he's just, yeah,
that's the best spot to avoid flare.
You really think so?
It could be.
Just right on top of the Warlock?
I mean, hunters never do that. Like, you know what I mean?
Peace Cleave?
Throw it on, like, the Warlock.
Yeah, I mean, mages can know it. Like, your pets can know it and stuff.
This is just like some, you know.
Yeah, Warriors and DHs at least can like play something. It sucks because like, it's really tough to find a comp that feels like DK is good for. Even before they nerfed it, it's hard to find a comp that you can actually play with it. Maybe with Hunter, but even with Hunter, they've got better options, right? Like, you're on a Feral Druid.
But Chan just ports away, immediately looking completely untouchable. Waz, another swap on Waz.
Yeah, the next game will be super interesting.
But they make it look so terrifying.
Some of the Warrior Code? I mean, Warriors aren't rogues.
Yeah, it's that first trap. They do get the some cooldowns here. The Dark Pact from Chanimal, so
Frostlock.
No trinket, no Dark Pact. So
yeah, Frost is just too limited, man.
Right now. They find it. It's a full blind.
Honestly, Frost just needs to, like, for Frost to even have a chance, and it's crazy. Like, they should unnerf Frost Fever, because why the fuck did they nerf it in the first place for Frost? And unnerf Obliterate, because why the fuck did they nerf it for Frost? Like, both of those changes, it's kind of funny. They'll buff them and people will be excited about it, but they're just going to be like reverting nerfs that happen for no reason, based on no actual specific data. Just random.
That gets denied. Shadowy Duel could potentially come in here for Waz. He's holding on to it, realizing they get the Guardian. Probably not going to be able to take him down through that, but this Shadowy Duel could be lethal for Waz coming up here.
I don't know. I think Arms Warrior seems solid now.
But it looks like Big Mix and Snoopy are in trouble. Snoopy gets gripped back.
I think Warrior is third best right now as well. If they hit Ferals, I guess Warrior will be happy about that as well.
Willed out, might be into another fear from Meh. He's wrapping around the backside. He gets rooted by Big Mix. Here comes the Shadowy Duel. Waz can't finish him. And Snoopy recovers for another moment. Chanimal is still just free casting around the corner.
DK Rogue, DK Feral, Cleaves. How many Cleaves have you seen in these tournaments that actually play like Cleaves?
Can they finish Waz in this match? Can they put a point on the board?
They're pretty rare.
They force Mez Trinket, I think, for the first time in the series, and they are as close as they have been so far throughout this to getting a win. But Waz, is he sealing the deal here? Nice interrupt on the fear from Snoopy.
Cleaves just take more, like, they have an affix, so they take more damage and have less defensive cooldowns and have less CC. So when you play a comp like Rogue DK right now, you're just getting pummeled by like a single Feral Druid.
Match point overwhelming Snoopy. He pops his survival instincts to try and reduce some of the incoming pressure. And Zenlin, he kept him alive. He's got Angel. They're alive. They're
like Cleaves in general struggle. I think someone said it quite well yesterday. They said like there's a kind of a Mythic Plus design for specs where everyone just passively cleaves, and being a cleave yourself, that means that teams get to PvE too much.
They need more CC on Med though. It's not there. He gets the pain suppression and Waz will survive.
I mean, maybe Warrior is being set up as the cleave spec slowly, but it hasn't worked yet. That was you, Ken? Yeah, that makes sense.
This is going to be the Bark Skin.
That was a good comment.
Is he going to be durable enough?
Echo did change Lone Titan. Lone Titan got KO'd. There they go. This next series is one I'm really interested about. This next one is I want to hype the series up a bit because it's actually a really crazy series coming up. Let me find the cup.
Really beautifully done there by Echo.
Cup 3.
Good fight, but not their matchup.
Let me see if I can find this bracket for you guys. So
free barrier, knowing he's gonna get stunned, but then the fear pathing took him 1 inch.
This is Drive Overload versus Drive Overload play a bunch of stuff. That's TJ. It's a Feral. It's Alice Swaper and Hitty JT. And then this other team is Qualky, Guz, Coffee, and Conquito. They have apparently Rogue Moonkin, Prez that blasts people, and they also have a bunch of other comps that are interesting.
He just vanishes off immediately, just on a dime, just instant cheap shot.
Wait, do they have?
Follow it up with
who's their outlaw rogue?
Cheap shot on Big Mix. He's not going to be able to peel full kidney shot. Big Mix trinkets out. But Waz is
Coffee playing?
Follow up the fear with a cheap shot into a gouge, and they just don't drop.
Plays outlaw? Yeah. Okay. Apparently they play a really crazy outlaw Moonkin. Like a really crazy outlaw Moonkin. So I think we're about to see some stuff that's quite relevant to us, I guess, at least.
Who's going to be the challenger to get it done?
It looked like Bleach Bones were the team that was getting the closest last week, and then they don't.
Outlaw Ellie and Outlaw Moonkin, I think, are the two comps we're going to see here. And I think that's interesting.
EU needed you most, Bleach Bones.
I think that's what they bring right now. They have like DH/Outlaw, with Moonkin and Ellie, which is like we have those comps ourselves, I guess, if they actually do well. So you can kind of see what you want to invest in. House of not touch, but they know if DK's and Fury Warrior. They look at representation and stuff. I don't know. I mean, look, we'll focus on other stuff I think today. They might make changes. They might not. They probably won't.
I mean, you guys kind of already said it didn't really seem like there was much more we could do.
It'll be good in the end for DK. That they took the pad damage away a little bit.
I mean, Zenla's not going to do it, but he's probably going to have to get off the Holy Priest, but he's not happening.
Good.
So I don't really know much more that they could do.
We already saw Saul betray enhancement.
Yeah, we have the 0.5 patch.
No more alts.
Betray Holy Priest.
All right, well, we'll see if they have an answer next time if we do see a rematch between those two teams.
Yeah, that's why I was confused. I think we'll probably get one more set of changes because the 0.5 patch doesn't change a lot of specs. Maybe you're right. Maybe they'll wait 2 weeks and just make changes with the patch.
It's possible, right?
Pretty grim for my POV though, if that's the case. A really bad couple weeks. Because there's nothing coming for Death Knight at all next patch, apart from many reworks for Frost, but like just for Reaper, which is very not the kind of design you want to see.
Okay. All right. Well, as we can
for the
see,
most part.
Echo up there in the semi-finals, waiting for an opponent from that series that you can see in the quarterfinals. ILTU.
Sub is getting annihilated. Yeah.
With that, we are going to wrap up that series, and before we do head to a break, we're going to go back to
ironically, Rogue is our best teammate.
You guys are ready?
Yes. Go Sid. All right, we got to get this.
We don't have a team. We don't have a valid teammate right now. Like that. Like Death Knights don't actually have teammates.
Do it for bleached bones.
They don't have.
Do it for them.
They don't have good comps.
All right, let's
I think Owl just takes its place. To be honest, it already has.
What's behind door number 1?
Anticipation.
Plenty going for it.
Oh, wait, they just said they're making it harder, and that's why there's a delay. Are you?
Oh, I don't like
right
that.
Now?
I don't like
more
that.
difficult?
We poked the bear, man.
Like,
it doesn't matter.
And it was,
they're gonna
they
wipe
can make
out
it as hard as they
sign.
want. We're still gonna win.
It was Zico that did this, and he's not even here.
Yeah, what? Why am I getting the punishment for Zico?
We got this.
Okay.
Have faith. Have faith.
The anticipation is killing me.
Hey, watch it be the easiest thing ever now. This is just not gonna. PvP talent. You from all harm while it is active. Something is increased by 20%.
It's 2 words. Blank you.
Protect you from all harm.
Yeah, but it's 2 words. Look at.
I mean, look at you'll have a guide.
Blank you.
The 20% value is probably like good enough if you have like a.
Shield you from all harm.
Oh.
Oh.
No, because that's yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. We need the multiple choice for sure. This is
give us. Well, it is.
Spell warding is maybe something, but I don't think it increases anything by 20%.
Glimpse. No. Zen focus T? No.
It's not preserve nature.
Sure.
I don't think that's a thing. I don't even think it's an ability in the game.
Zen focus T?
I think glimpse is the only thing.
What is it?
That
Do
would
you know what Veil of Midnight?
I don't think it can be glimpse. Veil of Midnight is the new sub rogue. That's the rogue cloak immune thing talent. So it kind of has to be preserve nature, but I don't know what it does.
Oh my goodness.
Is it Zen Focus T?
No, it's not Zen Focus T. I'm very confident in that. But they put something that's not even in the game. Like, by process of elimination, I feel like I'm going to go with Preserve Nature. Because I've never even heard of it.
I think it's Preserve Nature too. Because it's not Veil of Midnight. It's not Glimpse. And it's... Oh, is Preserve Nature the...
Like
is that the... No.
99% sure Preserve Nature, if it is a talent in the game, it's not a PvP talent.
Maybe one of those niche ones that you never use. I don't know.
Yeah, I was going to say it's Trank.
Guardian Druid one? No.
Oh, yeah,
anyway, I don't think it's the other three because Glimpse doesn't work that way. It's not Veil of Midnight. It's not Zen Focus T, so it has to be Preserve Nature.
Not Veil of Midnight. It's not Zen Focus T.
It's not Glimpse.
99% sure of that. I don't think it's Glimpse.
Your movement
I mean, Glimpse is a PvP talent, but I don't think it reduces damage. It doesn't.
I don't know what it is, but that's what I'm going with.
Okay.
I feel so confident it's not any of the other choices. I'm going with A. This is how I used to. No, this is what I did in school. So.
All right. Clearly it worked. You're here now. Graduated.
Is it a PvP? Okay, I'm doing the same thing then. I don't care. Preserve nature.
I was gonna say is it the immunity and then it gives you 20% more healing.
This is the only one I'm like somewhat debating, but I don't.
Yeah, it preserved nature's trank immunity. I thought it was closing house though.
Could this sentence be preserve nature you from all harm? That doesn't make sense.
No.
I'm going to preserve nature. I don't need. I'm done. That's it.
Okay.
A.
Oh, all right. Okay. Ven has spoken.
Oh, but you can keep deliberating. I'm just.
No, because I have no. I don't have an idea either. So I'll go with you. Let's see it. Reveal the truth.
I mean, you can actually see tranquility. Tranquility shields you.
But I can't believe it's.
Protect. Yeah.
Let's go.
What's the tranquility
Wait a
talent?
minute.
Did
Did
this
they
one get
purposefully
renamed?
make it look like two
It was called
words?
something else before, I think.
It is 2 words.
Oh, tranquility
It is
protects
tranquility
you. Oh,
protects,
okay, okay. Oh, because okay.
I'm just wondering if this PvP town got renamed or something. Has it always been called this? I just never change it, so I never look at it.
I feel really good about myself right now.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, but
Great
we
job.
kind of got it. We got it for process of elimination, not because we knew what it was.
Wait, that counts. You got
I
the right
guess.
answer. That's all
Works.
that
I
matters.
guess.
Doesn't matter. You don't have to
Okay.
show our work
Oh,
for
God.
this. Okay, this is
These
evil.
all look the same.
They
There's-
quite
there's
literally
blue
There's
hair
a
on the
leg
D.
up in one of them.
Yeah, and the hair is different.
I don't think
The
the
D is
leg up
no.
looks like some Photoshop thing. There's no
What?
way it would. The
What
horses
the
kick up
fuck?
their front legs.
I don't know. I think they.
Well, they
do,
actually
yeah,
did. That's
but,
kind of
like,
crazy they actually did that.
I'm thinking
Okay.
A and C because I don't believe in that color. I don't think it's that green color. D.
Then what's A and C difference?
That's what I'm thinking. Like, can we spot any differences?
Is one of them zoomed in more than the other? Is the stomach a little fatter on one of them?
Actually, oh, tattoos.
I kind of feel like it's B.
I'm gonna be honest.
Oh,
Those
yeah.
tattoos look really
They
fake.
do. They look sus.
look
You're right.
super
A looks
fake.
fake. I think it's C.
I'm going with C.
Yeah.
The leg looks so
I didn't
dog
notice
shit
the
though
tattoos, but they look
when it's
really
down.
fake.
Tattoos on the arm. Little straight line.
I'm going with C.
I'm going
It
with
is
So
C.
C?
the
I think
odd
it's
one
C
out,
or
though,
B.
'cause all of them have the
Nah.
tattoos, except that one.
Okay.
I feel like
thinking C.
the only one that doesn't look
C.
dog shit is B.
Put it in.
I feel like the leg looks really like jagged. I think it's B. Oh, it's C.
Yes, I'm feeling real good about this.
Yeah.
Please.
Okay, Ven. Okay,
Yes.
Ven. What's going on?
4 for 4 today. I told you we got this.
You do. Wow, I'm never guessing something that you're not guessing ever again. Wow.
Well, I don't know about that, but
Well, no,
been a good day.
You're my leader now.
I was officially copying your homework.
Yep. Yeah, I'm copying Ven's homework for the guessing game, and I'm copying Zico's homework for the predictions for the actual matches, and then I'm just set. It's gonna work for me. All right. Well, let us know if you struggle with that one as much as we did. In the meantime, we are gonna head to a break. When we come back, it is another upper bracket series. It's Team ILTV.
I don't know. Monks still seem kind of bad though, even with all this stuff they gave them. Personally, I feel like despite those changes, they still seem particularly mid. To me, at least. I mean, they lack good stuns. Bro, I'm really bad at recrafting this. Huh. DK plus seems kind of bad. Go to 12 room total. I got a nice little 10 tonner. Which I'm alright with. Wait a second, why do I have... Did they make PvP give gilded? Chris? Why do I randomly have gilded? PvP's giving gilded now? Huh. Yeah, I was like confused. Like, how the fuck do I have enough to fully upgrade this? Yeah, definitely got some gilded from somewhere. Like 30 of them. That is a really nice change. I mean, it's getting gilded. It lets you get into PvP. Well, that doesn't give you the gear to use. Technically. Because you can't get champ. You can't upgrade the track on the gear. I guess it lets you craft PvP gear. Or PvE gear, eventually. Yeah, it's really nice to already have this fully done just from PvP. What's the gilded cap like? I still have to get a lot of gilded, but gilded's way easy to get now, I guess. I'm crafting another piece this week too. I'm not sure what I'm crafting. Probably a ring. And then recraft this guy.
Back. And welcome back. We are cruising along here in the European region for day number 1 of the 3rd Cup. We're in the upper bracket still. It's Team ILTU versus Drive Overload. ILTU.
Super interesting game.
Haven't seen them yet on broadcast. This is a pretty solid team.
Nice, Sonny.
Corky in there, kind of an old school player, along with Guz, Coffee, and Kinkito. What do we kind of expect them to be playing, Zico, as they head into the series versus Drive Overload?
It's a hard one to call. I feel like
hey Mac, I'm good. Thanks, buddy. Today,
kind of leveling up here with some of the changes. You know, Coffee being the Demon Hunter main that he is, being just a huge pickup in the Dragonflight Cups. He could see him on Demon Hunter, Corky on the Balance Druid, Guz on the Ellie. I feel like these guys have liked to run kind of Ellie Boomy in the past, but with some of the Demon Hunter changes, we might see.
Wait, Spymouse is the.
Have we seen a Demon Hunter yet?
The one from Raid, you mean,
so, right?
Sonny?
On broadcast?
Yeah.
I think we saw Tren a little bit, right?
Oh, yeah, we did. Yeah, no, you're right.
We haven't seen anyone
might see another
do
one.
well on Demon Hunter.
Maybe Demon Hunter LA.
Wait, what's
maybe
the...
DH LA
Hold
is
up.
back, actually. That could be...
What's the rule for time walking?
It's definitely possible. We didn't actually highlight Warriors.
Is it heroic loot?
I kind of completely blanked about that. Warriors got some significant buffs.
Normal.
So maybe we see
it's kind of dog shit.
Come in. Still seems like a lot of people aren't opting to play it, but it would be interesting. ILTU, I think, has quite a bit of compositions at their disposal. And we'll see what they can pull off.
Yeah, certainly will. We're heading into game number
The raid's
1.
hard, but it's not loot, right?
Drive Overload. This is the upper bracket.
This is the raid loot.
Sent down to that lower bracket. Not a comfy place to be in for sure. These blind picks seem like they could be very.
I mean, there was an advantage to it at one point. It's actually just kind of fun though. I kind of like the keys.
Could be playing, like I said, best of.
Plus, you know,
5.
Death Knight's down pretty fucking horrendous, but.
Game number 1, Zico.
We gotta see Coffee on the Outlaw Rogue. Wait, what?
Oh, there it is. This is an interesting game, man. This is a super interesting game
against the Dragon, Boomkin, and Outlaw Rogue. Let's see if these guys can make it work on the side of ILTU. Drive Overload going to be leading with Elswave once again on the frost mid. TJ on the Feral. JT sitting through a Cyclone here actually as they look to open up onto TJ. He's taking a lot of damage here immediately. The sacrifice comes out though from JT. Now Corky's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Kankito, but a big Spirit Bloom is able to kind of deny that opener a little bit. Elswave sitting.
Yeah, but it doesn't give you loot from raid, right? It's just a heroic track piece of gear. I don't really care about a heroic track piece of gear.
That frost mage damage with that icy veins
at this point. If it's like the raid piece, they usually not very good. It's not heroic raid, it's hero tier, right? A random hero tier piece from the raid, like from the time walking raid, not from the raid itself.
Full hammer,
like the good raid.
Kankito, Corky still under fire, looking for a Cyclone once again. It gets Dragon's Breath. Good denial there by Elswave. Just trying to fake out some interrupts. Can he do it?
Wait, really?
Potentially could.
It's a heroic piece from the new raid.
Full sleepwalk lands. Great job.
So I can RNG like a heroic trinket.
TJ is under
Last
fire.
time it gave me a hero piece from like the time walking raid.
The damage done, but I don't know if it's gonna matter.
Okay, this one's not. Yeah, the TBC one was terrible because it gave me a TBC heroic piece. I don't give a fuck about that.
Oh my goodness gracious, Elswave goes down to 1% health. Now big setup on Coffee. The Ice Wall comes down. Is the Ice Wall enough? Cloak of Shadows at the last second. A beautiful counter push there by Drive Overload.
Yeah, really nice plays here from both sides.
It's a heroic piece now?
Yet. That's going to be the Emerald Communion coming out here from Kankito. Now caught up in the Polymorph. Corky sitting through a Cyclone. Actually going to trinket that one. They need pressure onto Elswave here. Once again, that ult time last time was big, but Elswave right now dropping very low. He has the ult time active. Once again, now caught up in the stun. Elswave blinking away to safety. Catches a big heal there from JT. The Leon Hands was committed there in that exchange. And Corky now sitting through a stun. Kankito looking for the sleepwalk potentially on to JT, not able to find it just yet. TJ now in a stun, smoke bomb, beautiful preemptive sack though from JT. Should be enough defense. They actually cyclone that immediately, so Coffee not getting a lot of value there on his killing spree as they look to swap back to Elswave. But Coffee is an exposed target in midfield, full blind though onto JT. He's gonna bop himself out of that one. Corky's taking a lot of damage here from the Feral Mage. Elswave getting kicked right there on cast. JT pushing in for the Hammer of Justice. Coffee very low, running for the hills here, manages to get himself back up to 50%, ducks back into the fight, looking for TJ. TJ down to half HP. A lot of damage being traded here between both of these druids, but it looked like Corky is the one losing on that exchange. Full kidney shot onto Elswave. They need to find some crowd control onto JT. Big damage there. Finally connecting onto Elswave. He might be forced into the first ice block of the game here unless JT can deny it. Corky at the same time taking some return fire. TJ now out of crowd control. Corky finds the Cyclone onto JT. That's going to force the ice block.
Yeah, Ice Block will be forced out. I can't believe it. ILTU, they're still finding pressure in this match. They're staying alive. Corky gets interrupted. He's got the bar skin available. They're making a push here onto Elswave. Elswave's retreating just a little bit here, but taking some big Star Surges. Coffee in the meantime getting rotted down low. Can they do it? ILTU, it's so close. Coffee needs to hold on a little bit longer. Full Hammer of Justice on Kankito. Any more crowd control, I think, ends the game. There's a full polymorph, but somehow, some way, both Coffee and Corky are staying alive. Barkskin bare form enough. Coffee's just gonna line of sight. He's got the Cloak of Shadows. ILTU, they might be able to stay alive. Kankito has some work here, but if he can top them off, this isn't looking too bad for ILTU.
Yeah, but they have some healing to do here. Like you mentioned, Cork is still down to half HP. A nice kick landing there onto Kankito. Looking for the Shroud there. Can maybe get it there around the corner.
But you said it's not heroic, yeah?
JT looking for the Repentance. Nice kick, though, from Coffee. Shutting it down, but they land the Polymorph instead. Beautiful CC chain coming out from Drive.
I mean, normally doesn't matter. I don't think.
No defensive. He's playing that cheap death.
What kind of trinket did you get?
Still to rely
Sonny?
on, but TJ getting a huge swap there, taking a lot of damage, but ducks back into bear form with the renewal. Now Corky under heavy fire as the Ring of Fire is burning both him and Coffee. Ice Wall once again for Elswave. Could he close out the game with that one? Coffee ducking around the corner here with the grapple hook, but Corky now left in midfield, taking so much damage. These Ice Walls from Elswave have been absolutely deadly. Corky still down to 20% HP. Kankito finally manages to recover his team somewhat. Coffee going for the killing spree onto Elswave, but JT is just going to shrug that off immediately with the heals, and now once again, Coffee could be in trouble.
Oh, great interrupt there. Elswave's interrupted on Frost. Can they take him down? Big kills from JT, keeps him alive. Corky in the meantime gets interrupted. Once again, rescue comes in. He's low though. Time dilation. Emerald.
I mean, they're holding their own, but it's not great. I don't think.
Shuts down some of that healing, and he is just so far behind Kankito. What can you do? Big Spirit Bloom might be enough. An instant living flame, doing everything he can. Forced to trinket as well, but there is nothing left. A full Hammer of Justice. Coffee, I don't know how you live once again. He won't. and Drive Overload, they just push it to the max at the end of that one. Tankito, same old story. You just get caught with so much crowd control. I think in terms of pressure, this game did not look that bad. Like, they had decent pressure on Elswave. They were getting ice blocks. They had good pressure on TJ, but I feel like the Presinvoker just feels like a liability in this matchup.
Yeah, it definitely does. It's just they have a lot of pressure, but they have to play so scared on the side of ILTU and Drive Overload. Also really clean setups here with the CC chains. We got JT pushing in for Repentance. You got Elswave casting Polys at the same time. You got TJ going for Cyclones. It's just too much for Kankito to avoid, especially when he has to play in that open field. And there's that Emerald Communion, gets Cycloned at the very end on that last tick.
That's actually true, Sonny.
And then Corky drops quite low here, but manages to recover with the Spirit Bloom, and then immediately Coffee is just stuck in no man's land. Full stun connects onto him, and Keto gets polymorphed. It trinkets out of that one, but he doesn't have the rewind for another 3 seconds. The Hammer of Justice connects, and Coffee just flops there. So unfortunate for Kankito there, because he had that rewind. Like, when he trinketed, it was still like 3 seconds left. So if he could have trinketed, rewinded, he probably could have saved Coffee there once again. But pressure-wise, I am surprised. The Boomkin Outlaw Rogue looked quite deadly. They had, you know, some close moments on the TJ. They had some close moments on the Elswave. But these ice walls from Elswave, absolutely MVP, just managing to find so many cooldowns, almost getting them a kill in the opener, almost getting them a kill the second time it was available as well. So really liking that Elswave opts in for that in this matchup instead of playing that Snowdrift. That ice wall really paying dividends here for his team.
I'm actually curious to see. We kind of mentioned it. Like, Frost Mage got some buffs, not that many buffs, but one of the changes that's happened and that a lot of mages are kind of opting into now are more talents revolving around Frostfire Bolt, and especially Frostfire Bolt during Icy Veins. So when you use your Icy Veins, just a bunch of modifiers.
I'm just getting some talents around.
Talents
Let
like
me see.
Frost that make it so your Frostbolt / Frostfire Bolt cleave. Every time you Frostbolt, you're going to be getting an increased spell damage. With Death's Chill, you have Slick Ice. Every Frostbolt you cast increases the damage of the next Frostbolt up to like 20%. So there's all these synergistic talents that a lot of mages are opting into now. So it makes that Icy Veins threat even scarier, because not only do they have these big Frostfire Bolts they're shooting out, but they're also cleaving. So that's why you see that big cleave of Frostfire Bolts coming out. It's these talents that a lot of these Frost mages are now opting into. So make that Icy Veins extra deadly, and I think you really have to pay a lot of attention to the mage during those moments. As a free casting Frost Mage with Veins is just, the game's over. There's nothing you can do. Really have to crowd control them during that moment.
Yeah, they were able to do that in the opener. I really like the defensive blind onto Elswave, using the gouges and just trying to shut him down as much as possible. But when that second Veins and that third Veins inevitably comes back up, that's when the damage just becomes too much to handle. Now, we're going to Dalaran Sewers. Drive Overload, going to be locking in the same thing immediately. Team ILTU, though, what are they going to do here? They have some options. They have some flexibility on that roster. And mainly, the thing that we're looking at is that Dragon. I feel like a Holy Paladin would be a lot better in the matchup, but we're going to lock in the exact same thing here for Team ILTU. They had good pressure, and a lot of it is, of course, from that Prez Evoker, adding in a lot of extra damage to the team. So we'll see if they can keep Kankito out of that crowd control, and we'll see if they can make it work here on Dalaran. And meanwhile, we got some predictions.
We do, yeah. Seems like most of us are going to be going with Drive Overload, except Supatees. He believes in the Boomkin dream. He believes in ILTU. So we'll see. Either way, it seems like all of us think it's going to be a relatively close series. The smaller map should be able to help the Outlaw Rogue Moonkin, hopefully. I have something in my throat. Need some water.
No, it's all good. Yeah, you do that. But yeah, no, the small map definitely going to be good for.
What have I done? That's going to be fun.
It's all good. It's all good. ILTU, we're going into game here, immediately. So these teams are not wasting any time. We might just be seeing these same two comps locked in for both of these squads. Drive Overload, though, looking very, very confident right now. And this is a team that, once again, is kind of on that crash collision course towards Echo in that upper bracket. But ILTU, they did upset Bleach Bones. They definitely could be a team full of surprises here. We can definitely not count them out yet. Corky on that Boomkin. he is not, you know, the average Moonkin player. He finds ways to make it work in every meta. He's always considerably, you know, the highest rated Moonkin player as well. So if Corky's locking it in, that is one Boomkin that you want on your side.
All right. Gates are about to open here in about 4 seconds between these two teams. Can we see a balance druid actually pull off a win? Corky would be the Boomkin to do it. Still, the main things we're looking for here for Corky are just big damage during his incarnation. He's just going to get it rolling immediately. Just pulling the incarnation absolutely instantly in this match. ILTU, they want to get aggressive. Early crowd control comes out, but JT makes the trade, and now it's going to be ILTU more than likely on the back foot.
Nice to get the trinket sacrifice there from JT as they look to swap to him, but Kankito now meanwhile getting cleaved down here, taking a lot of damage, but Obsidian scales onto himself. He wants to hold on to that Emerald Communion, wants to hold on to those big cooldowns for his teammates, potentially onto Coffee the Rogue, but meanwhile we're seeing some Cyclones come out here. Coffee's going to be stuck in that one. They're going after Corky. Here's the ice wall.
So same matchup.
That ice wall blocking out Coffee there for a second. I would have liked to see it more towards Kankito there maybe after that Cyclone, but they still have good crowd control, full Hammer of Justice. Can they find anything else? It doesn't look like it. Corky just going to be kiting away here. Manages to find the Cyclone onto Elsewhere. Kankito fake casts an interrupt there as well. Gets the precognition. Manages to recover his team, and now it's going to be TJ.
Honestly, he's kind of spiking. Corky kind of pumping now.
Please be careful into the ice block. So
Small does seem a lot better.
ILTU. One thing
I mean, the thing that's interesting about this is the Frost Mage is actually bottom damage. You don't see that often. Well, as I say that, Coffee's not bottom down.
Coffee though getting low, and that will be the Emerald Communion. Oh no, it's overlapped with the Cloak of Shadow. So big trades there by ILTU. That is a massive victory. At the same time though, Elsewave is low, and JT is forced to use the Divine Shield. So Divine Shield heals coming in, but once again, just AoE pressure coming in from the side of Drive Overload. Smoke Bomb comes down. They're going after TJ, trying to make a hard swap here. They don't even get his trinket. They do manage to pull Bark Skin.
Oh, Judge's spell is so brutally into Beam, man.
He's just unafraid on the balance.
I feel like that just shouldn't be an interaction.
With some good pressure.
He literally just presses. He didn't. He judged it. He didn't, right? Let me double check. I'm pretty sure he just judged it. JT is Judgment's the PO. He just judges it. Such a broken interaction, man.
Instead, it's going to be Coffee potentially here in trouble. Nice Vortex there, putting Coffee back there for a second. Corky looking for the Cyclone.
Still yet.
For the damage there, but TJ is doing so much work behind this pillar. Corky needs to be careful, but here comes the swap onto TJ. They managed to deflect it there with big heals with those wings from JT, but still JT with the trinket available should be able to keep his team in the fight for a little while. Nice ice wall here, blocking out the entire team. And Elsewave, this guy has been building some good walls in this series, manages to finally close out the game with one.
I feel like he was a bit inspired last week by Tessia, so now it seems like his walls are pretty mighty in these games. Getting some really clutch plays, and it's just such a cool ability. One of my favorite PvP talents. I think it might be my favorite PvP talent, at least for Mage especially, is you just have so much control, being able to block line of sight points, choke points, just block LOS for the healer. Like, there's just so many plays that you can make with it, and we're going to see that in these final moments. But it was pretty good. Like, ILTU played these games relatively unafraid. Here it comes. See that full ice wall. Kankito, he's walled off right now, so I mean,
it's a really insane ice wall. They actually
did a Hammer Justice anyways, so it didn't do as much as maybe we think, but it was still good. It would have definitely secured them the kill in that moment. But yeah, just in general, Drive Overload, they're looking good. There was a little bit of pressure on them. Good swaps on TJ. Elsewave, used one of his ice blocks. So, Corky, Coffee, Kankito, their offensive pushes here weren't bad, but ultimately Drive Overload is going to take the win with this nice swap here on the Rogue.
Kankito actually had a trinket for that Hodge, but he could have trinket rewinded if it wasn't for that ice wall. So
rescue.
Yeah, he could have rescued as well. There was some answers, but it just shuts it down. And the risk that you get CC'd on your trinket if you have to trinket and then not immediately press that defensive, you have to like trinket and move. It's just so rough here.
I mean, it's just instant death to Incan.
He might trinket and then he might get caught up in a repentance or a blind.
Yeah, it looks miserable damage wise too.
Something else, and they might chain that crowd control, and he just doesn't have a chance to use it. But I do agree with you. It didn't look bad at all for Team ILTU. They're able to get all of JT's cooldowns early on in the match. Got his trinket, able to get his bubble as well. They got an ice block. They had good pressure on TJ. So there were definitely, signs of hope for ILTU, but unfortunately for them, They just weren't able to do anything about that last Hodge Ice Wall combo from Drive Overload. Drive Overload going to be locking it
Crazy
in
the
here one more time. ILTU, what are they?
The mage actually got a lot of damage off that too.
Are we going to see a healer change? Are we going to see a comp change? Are we just going to be sticking to the same thing here? I'm not exactly sure, but I feel like right now Elsewave is just he's taking control over the match.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's been looking really good on Mage, putting on brute pressure and then finding those moments to win. And it's interesting. A lot of the mages, we saw them actually play a lot of that Snowdrift, but more opting for that Ice Wall now. So, you know, a little bit of tech changes as these weeks do go by. For ILTU, are they going to go with the same composition once again? I don't mind it. Like the Outlaw Rogue Moonkin, in theory, should be able to put some good pressure out on the Mage, but at the same time, that Paladin Mage synergy is really strong. Like, mages are already tanky. When you add a Paladin into the mix with freedom, blessing of protections. You like this?
I like that we get to see Coffee back on the Demon Hunter, but compositionally, no, I absolutely don't like it.
This is an old school comp. You know what I mean? Like, this is almost like a RMP. It doesn't go back quite as far as RMP in terms of like tradition, but you know, this is one of those composition. The Moonkin and Demon Hunter, they're a duo, right? Like, this is a comp that's been good for multiple expansions. I'm curious to see if they can get it done. And Demon Hunters did get some buffs. Maybe we will see some surprises in this one.
Yeah, if there's somebody who can do it, it's definitely Coffee. Coffee is definitely one of the best Demon Hunters in the game. So it's going to be interesting to see him back on his man.
I mean, this is not
but still, it's
looking very
a
likely.
Rough battle, especially against things like rogues and feral druids. When you get caught in those stuns, you can absolutely get crushed on the Demon Hunter. So if you're on Drive Overload, you basically have two really good targets to hit the whole game. You can just swap around the Moonkin. You can sit on him. And then when you have stuns, you can send him on the Demon Hunter. You can send him on the Moonkin if he's out of form. And it's just an explosive amount of damage that Kankiro is going to have to deal with. And Hook Point, it's going to be a small map, so they're going to have good uptime.
Happy Friday, buddy.
You know, Coffee's going to have a pretty easy time kind of ducking back and forth between pillars. But at the same time, there might be some additional pillars spawned from Elsewave's Ice Wall.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this could go one or two ways. Like, I definitely think this is going to be even faster than the first two games, one way or the other. Like, either ILTU and their Demon Hunter are going to be able to just run over Drive Overload, unlikely, or I think they're going to die really quick in this matchup because you no longer have that safety net of the Outlaw Rogue throwing out lots of
Outlaw Rogue's just way tankier, I think.
Also just being really durable in the matchup as well. So ILTU trying to throw in a curveball here for game number 3, but I think Drive Overload, they're looking good in this matchup.
I would say compositionally, it's worse, but for ILTU, they get the comfort of Coffee back on the Demon Hunter. Let's see if he can do it. For all the Demon Hunters out there, immediately taking some fire, though. Forced to kind of go back here around the pillar. Nice. Look at Kankiro with the time stop there on the rake stun of TJ. That was really pro. Meanwhile, Elsewave, though, taking a little bit of damage. Here comes the swap onto Kankiro. Instantaneous Emerald Communion. This is not the opener they were hoping for on the side of ILTU, and the damage is still good. They have the Obsidian skills available. Does want to hold on to it. Meanwhile, Corky is burning down. Coffee is taking quite a lot of damage here as well. Corky looking for the Cyclones. Not able to find it. Instant counterspell snipe there by Elsewave. The Icy Veins is doing a lot of work here. Coffee is just getting sent here as he gets stunned around the corner. No blur for this one, but Kankiro's out of crowd control. Looks for the deep ref, finds it onto Elsewave. TJ's taking a lot of damage as well in that stun. They finally do manage to get a sheep there onto Kankiro, but reverse magic coming out there for Coffee.
Yeah, nicely done. Full cyclone here on JT and ILTU. They have pressure. Both Elsewave and TJ are rotting down, but at the same time, Corky is getting absolutely destroyed. That's going to be a darkness, but Elsewave is there to knock it. It knocks him out of the darkness, but it did its job. Rewind trades for Kankiro as well. That was a great push onto Corky, but once again, Coffee looking to get some damage rolling. He's rotting down just a little bit. Goes for an imprison here onto TJ. Gets faked on the interrupt.
I mean,
unfortunately,
again,
that does mean he will be cycloned, and that does mean Drive Overload.
Look at DH's dam, man.
Kankiro's just hiding. He's just running and hiding. It's a beautiful little interrupt there on JT. Not able to get off that Tears Deliverance, so that might give their team some pressure, but Corky might not just outright die. Full cyclone on Kankiro, and that has to be the game. There's no way. Corky, somehow, okay, he will live.
He lived.
Regeneration, Barkskin and Bear Form, that's a lot of defense. Rescue comes in, and Kankiro stabilized. I can't believe it.
Yeah, that was really close, but Corki manages to hold on. But Kankito now, he's got nothing. They could potentially swap to him here. He's getting cleaved behind the pillar. Dream Breath coming out here for the healing over time effects. Immediate counterspell snipe there on the Fire Breath. Coffee sitting through a stun. Here comes the swap potentially onto Kankito. No, TJ actually getting cycloned onto it. They get imprisonment as well. But look at Corki. He's taking so much damage despite being in a 3v1 situation against Elsewave. That second Icy Veins has been triggered for Elsewave, and he's looking to close out the match right now. Still no Ice Walls though from Elsewave at this point in the game. Gets stunned into a full cyclone as he trinkets out of that one. Keeps the pressure onto Corki. They get the full sheep there onto Kankito as well. The repentance as well, but it breaks. Triple Dragon's Breath though, and that is going to be it. The DR Hodge coming out from JT as well, just for good measures. Drive Overload takes it 3-0.
Absolutely insane Drive Overload. Great series by them. I feel like ILTU, they put up a good fight, but I just think compositionally, this just was not their matchup. Unfortunately, I really do think against things like Rogue Mage and Feral Mage, the Preservation Evoker just struggles so much. It's just an incredible amount of crowd control. You're kind of forced to play in this short range. You want to play aggressive, but every time you do play in, you're getting swapped to, you're getting hodged, you're getting cloned, you're getting polyed, and you just fall behind on healing so incredibly fast. And you can see that final push here for Drive Overload. All three members kind of get clumped up. Elsewave goes for a polymorph and a rep. It gets overlapped, but it just ends up being a Dragon's Breath that is enough to secure the game. And Kankito, he's got 1 second on his trinket, but didn't really have many answers there. Unfortunately, just that little micro crowd control from Elsewave with the Dragon's Breath just doesn't allow him to connect anything to Corki.
Really good opener as well there for Drive Overload. Going after Kankito, getting that Emerald Communion, just first global, is definitely not the situation that you want to be in as the Pres Evoker, because you just fall so far behind in the match, and then they manage to find the CC chains as well later on. They manage to find the Dragon's Breath, and they're able to take Corki down. TJ doing so much damage as well on this Feral Druid. Really been impressive.
So I was hoping this. So LTO, I guess, our main Priz. And in this case, they didn't change healer at all.
Here, finding themselves in Championship Sunday, finding themselves already, you know, in the best seats in the house.
It was an interesting matchup for us, particularly because, again, these are all matchups, like the Rogue Munkin stuff we can run, right? I thought those are the kind of, I also thought maybe we'd see Ellie, and they chose not to, right? They've got Guz. They could have played Guz the whole time, and they played Corki the whole time. And that should be pretty telling, I suppose.
ILTU gonna be sent down to the lower bracket here, so ILTU, they're gonna, you know, still have a shot in this tournament, but they're gonna need to keep
they have an insane alley, and they didn't play it with Outlaw.
Doing too hot.
No, definitely not ILTU. They were coming in 8th.
I mean, maybe we'll see that in the lower bracket, potentially. We will see that team play again in the last series of the day, so we'll get to see them a little more.
It'll be difficult for them for sure. And we'll see. I mean, like Zico mentioned, they do have some more opportunities. They're going to have to face some pretty difficult teams, though. If they do want to get those opportunities, Phoenix Reborn is the team that they're going to be playing up next, Zico. What would you like to see them build upon for that series at the end of the day?
Probably just a different healer. I feel like a Holy Pot, like it looked decent, like the Outlaw Moonkin synergy, but I think it needs a lot of healing. So it already has kind of good offense. I think maybe picking up a Holy Paladin for Kankito could be, you know, a solid option for them moving forward.
So yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, they are going to get, like you said, some decent.
I mean, I think it's pretty for them. People are pretty for them. Some teams aren't. There are some teams that are very resistant to the meta.
It's definitely not the end of the line for them. We can take a look at the standings where they are currently. So they're in 7th. There's 72 points. And
Drive Overload have easily qualified at this point for
but Echo continuing to solidify
top 3.
Spot.
There's a fight for 4th.
Second place is Drive Overload, the team that just won that series. So they are looking very, very solid right now. Streamer Zone to GG and Phoenix Reborn could.
Someone asked earlier about Lone Tar. Lone Tar's on Bleached Bones. They didn't actually qualify top 4 this week. I believe they lost to this team, right?
Yeah.
Does it show?
At the beginning of the day, but Echo and Drive Overload, they're looking like they're driving ahead of everyone else.
Yeah, Bleached Bones lost to ILTU, which then so they beat Lone Tar's team. And it doesn't show them. Does it show below? I wish we could see below beneath that to see who Bleached Bone lost to as well.
They're really good at this jungle, and I think we're more than likely going to be seeing a mirror matchup in this one, and I think that could go either way. The Fiends is very good on these classes, and in a mirror, anything can happen.
I think so.
Yeah, the Fiends is the team that sent Streamer Zone down here in the lower bracket, so an opportunity for Streamer Zone to get some revenge, an opportunity for the Fiends.
Oh, it's a jungle map. This is going to be...
I mean, Phoenix Reborn as well down here in the lower bracket. We just saw it on the standings. 15 points.
Oh my god, it's a double element. This is a crazy... These last few series are going to be nuts. I'm going to see if I can stick around for them. This is... So down here... This is jungle v jungle. It's survival jungle versus BM jungle, presumably, and it's holy versus disc. And then in the bottom part, which it's gone now, that's going to be 2 Ellie mains. It's going to be Rogue Moonkin versus Ellie Windwalker, or potentially Ellie Rogue versus Ellie Windwalker. So just like 2 really interesting and like very mirrored matchups. It's going to basically be Rogue versus Windwalker, probably, and then it's like survival versus BM. So it's going to be a very interesting last 2.
I mean, even the second spot is technically still up for contention, but it's looking a little bit less likely the more we see Drive Overload play. It really is going to be about that 3rd spot, and it really is, at least right now, 3 teams that I could see either one of them getting that spot.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting just more and more competitive as well as these series do continue and these teams kind of solidify their spot, and it's going to be even more difficult to topple them over. So we'll see. We'll keep everybody in line, of course, everybody checked in terms of the standings and where we are in terms of those top 3 teams. But in the meantime, I've gotten a message from production, and it says, who spell for Zico and Ven, starting with a little devil emoji face.
Okay. We haven't lost yet, so.
So I think they're challenging you guys. We'll see if you guys are up for it. I don't know what that means.
They said that this was the ultra hard one.
Yeah.
Incapacitates the target for 1 minute. Limit 1. Damage will cancel the effect.
It's a 5-second cooldown.
5-second cooldown. What? Okay, what has 20-yard range? Okay, it's more than 5 seconds cooldown, I think, because there is, you know, they've censored something ahead of the 5. So there's something with
15.
It could be like 15, 25, 45. It could be, you know, 45. Yeah, I think 45-second cooldown, 20-yard.
I mean, it's gonna have all the different incaps.
This looks like incap for Monk, but
or imprisonment.
Do we think it's mage
but
though?
for
If
1
we're
minute,
messing with
though.
you guys?
Why is there blood on
I realize against monsters lasts 1 minute, so the tooltip might read that. And I think imprisonment is the same thing. But at limit 1 is an interesting one.
It's not gouge.
I would say, yeah, this one's hard.
It's not blind.
Oh, they gave us both options too.
It's imprison or paralysis.
Blur.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
What is all that extra text at the bottom?
I don't know. That's a lot of text for
Is it-
an in-cap.
I think it's paralysis.
Is it gouge? Could it be? Nah, there's no way gouge lasts.
It's not para?
Lasts 1 minute in PvE, right?
Don't you think it? What if they're talented into the fucking?
I feel like it
Hey,
might
how long
be
does blind last in? Yeah.
Doesn't imprison have?
PvE?
Wouldn't it say like
I think it's
minute and a half
paralysis.
cooldown or something like that?
It's not
I don't
blind.
think it's blind. Blind's too.
It can't be blind because blind isn't divisible by 5 seconds. It's got to be paralysis by default. I think.
I feel like
Unless
my
it's
gut
like the
reaction as soon as I
imprison.
saw this was paralysis.
I was
But
imprisonment.
this really.
Imprisonment might have
Yeah,
stuff.
the only reason why is
Bel
'cause I don't remember any of that additional text as a monk. I played a decent amount of monk, and I feel like paralysis could be gouge though.
I swear it could be gouge.
Part of me feels like
Gouge is not a 20-yard range. Hello.
What is that?
It can't be gouge. Gouge is melee range.
incapacitated target for 1 minute, limit 1.
Is it if you talent the paralysis into?
Is gouge?
Because I feel like.
It can't be
Yeah.
gouge.
Go ahead.
Oh, the
It's
gouge
not
is melee
gouge.
range.
Ah, yeah, you're right.
So that gouge and blind are out.
It could be imprison with the extra text being what it
I
does
don't know
against
if blind's out.
demons and undead.
I feel like it's. I think it's between paralysis and imprison.
Yeah, me
They're
too.
telling us we gotta lock it in.
I
ticking.
don't think it's paralysis. I'm going in prison. Final answer for me.
All right, well, we got to stick together because they're trying to break us up, Van. I hope you're right. I wanted to go paralysis, but I'm locking it in prison. I'm locking it in prison as
I
well.
think it's paralysis with a talent that makes it like leap.
I'm taking a leap of faith. I'm staying true to it. The Baker
right.
brothers got to stay together.
Let's see it, production. Reveal the truth.
Yeah, it's paralysis.
Oh, it was paralysis, man.
Wow.
What?
That's
they
cheating.
baited us.
That is
they
cheating.
baited us, bro.
Wait, I literally said
Wait
I
a
don't think it's
second.
paralysis because there's no extra tooltip. So I'm going with imprisonment.
That's not allowed.
That was actually just straight up cheating.
That's foul play.
I thought it was if they talented into.
Scoreboard is production versus casters. That's what they're doing. They're playing
you know what I
4D
think?
chess. What's up?
I think that's like flipping over the board. In Monopoly when
Well, it's not D. There's a ring on
I
it.
agree.
I think it's C again.
Can we just
All right, let's
refuse
look
to
at
answer this one? No. We should revolt.
And then
not
it's
play
like
games
a.
anymore.
Oh wait, no, they've got one less finger. What's the
he
first?
has 5 fingers, which I don't think is right.
Yeah, that looks sketchy.
I don't think there's a ring.
Hey, it's got
either.
one
A,
extra
B, or
finger. It's B, I guess.
C, right?
What's the difference
Wait.
between B and C?
E and D. The finger's above. You can see the back finger.
think it's C.
Yeah.
I think it's C. I don't. That back finger looks
Ah,
pretty good.
That back finger does.
I think it's
look
B.
good. I feel like the triple finger, like there's one hidden finger on C. It could be C and it's zoomed in though.
Kind of looks like 2 fingers to me.
They also had C last time as their answer.
I can't tell.
I'm gonna go with
You know what?
B.
Yeah, I'm going with B, and here's why.
But there's no way
If you
it's
look
D.
at
It's the
C
random
and
the
D,
random ring.
You can tell D is photoshopped with the ring, right?
Yeah.
So the finger on D is also could be photoshopped, and the finger on D and C is the same. It has that like kind of L shape almost, like the upside down L shape going.
Also,
A lot of these graphics
A
don't look very
and
good when they're zoomed in
both
either.
have the above finger. You know what I mean? And so it's like,
Yeah.
did they really double down on the Photoshop for A? I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I think
I don't
B
think
is
they
the safe
did.
pick.
yeah. I don't think they photoshopped an extra finger and edited the top finger on A.
Yeah, I
I
agree.
think they
I'm going-
only added that. I think it's B.
I'm
looking
going
at
with
B.
C only because the line around the hand is consistent throughout it.
It's not 6 fingers. 6 fingers is A. A's got 6. It's not A. 1, 2, 3, 4,
C,
5,
we're going
6.
with D.
2, 3,
Alright,
4,
should we
5.
Lock it in.
B.
Locked and
We're
loaded.
locking it in.
Lock it in. Production.
No
And back
way.
then now it's B.
No.
Uh,
No.
It's not 6 fingers,
There's
man.
no way that
I'm
last
so
one is right.
upset.
If you look at it from a distance, the other ones look weird.
Proof logic. Great.
We'll let chat decide if that
production.
was foul play in that first one or not.
It
You know.
was. It was. Yeah, I want to know
We need
what
a
they think.
third-party
Is
judge,
that we need
that's
a we need
chat.
a can a mod help us out here and say was that foul play production? We need a poll. We need to figure
To be
this out.
fair, I kind of had it coming. I kind of called them out. I said they needed to step it up. I feel like I got what I had coming there.
You
I didn't
step it up,
anticipate
not
that.
cheat. Oh
It is
man,
a little bit cheating.
a little bit cheesy, a little bit BM. All right, well, we're gonna head to a break. We're gonna get to the lower bracket, and we're gonna eliminate a team. Up next, what's that say? Chat said it was fine. Production. Yeah. Nope, I don't.
Allegedly, yeah.
Allegedly, I don't believe anything you guys say anymore. All right, it's the Fiends 2.0 versus StreamerZone.gg. Up next after this break.
All right, they're on break. I'll be back in 1 sec, guys. Thanks for watching. Happy Friday as well.
everybody, welcome back. We are in the lower bracket, which means we are going to be knocking a team out of the tournament. Is it going to be the Fiends 2.0 or StreamerZone.gg? StreamerZone, they played the first series of the day and had a pretty convincing 3-0. The Fiends 2.0 unfortunately dropped to Echo pretty quickly as well, and now they're facing off against each other here. Super nice.
It's a rematch. The Fiends already beat the Streamer Zone team in the offline games, but it was 3-2. It was really close, so I'm going to imagine that Streamer Zone have cleaned up their game. They have a lot to prove in this tournament to assert that they are a top 3 contender, whereas the Fiends, they just came off of a pretty brutal defeat. They got to just kind of like wash that off and just be like, yep, that's Chanimal things. This is a new start. This is the first series of the day. Just get that out of our heads. Don't linger on that defeat too much.
Yeah, it's certainly not uncommon that we see, rematches go complete opposite direction that they were the first time two teams did face each other. So we can take a look at predictions real quick for the casters. Oh my gosh, okay. 2-3 for everybody. Interesting. We haven't gotten Ben's yet, so I'm curious to see what his is. But Zico, do you want to explain our predictions?
I mean,
Are these yours?
This is what I'm thinking, okay? I'm thinking the Fiends, because I watched every single one of the games in the open bracket between these two teams. The Fiends looked super solid on that. But I don't know. I feel like they're not going to try to jungle mirror this time. So they tried Feral Mage one game, and then they just opted for jungle mirror all the way. I don't think we're going to see that this time from Streamer Zone. I think they're going to just focus on incorporating Tessia into the mix more and work with that. So I think Streamer Zone, they know it's go time right now. They're in the lower bracket. They only have a 15-point lead against their direct competition in Phoenix. So I think they're locked in. They looked good on their first series. And like Sid mentioned, the Fiends looked a little bit lost against Echo. It was a tough, brutal match that they had in that upper bracket. So I'm thinking the momentum plus the strategy shift potentially for Streamer Zone could be enough to put them over the edge. But either way, I think it's going to be a 3-2. I think it's going to be a super close one. And I could definitely see the Fiends, winning this one. I hope that they prove us all wrong.
Yeah, we'll see if they do. Game starting now, quite a bit on the line for both of these teams. One of them knocked out. One of them will be surviving until Championship Sunday. Is it going to be the Fiends or StreamerZone.gg?
And there he is, Tessia. I put him on my top 5 MVPs for cup number 2, and he's definitely stepped up to the plate so far throughout his series today. Can he really deliver it now for his team in their final hour in a rematch against the Fiends? If they lose here, it could be devastating to the overall point standings. You can see both healers in crowd control immediately, as we see a stun into Cyclone on Zenlin and a freezing trap onto Relza. And it looks like they want to be targeting down Tessia with the Cyclone on Tony, but they're just having such a tough time connecting to him.
Yeah, already a lot of pressure here coming out now onto Tessia, but a nice preemptive barrier coming out there for Relza. Big Mix now taking some damage around the corner. Nice Spirit of the Redeemer coming out from Zenlin, going for those big heals. They block it though with the Ice Wall. Zenlin forced to cancel that one. Big Mix looking for the freezing trap here, trying to bait some cooldowns here potentially from Relza. Manages to find a full trap. Who is going to be the target of choice? Looks like Big Mix actually is going to be the target of choice, as he had to trade out the survival of the fittest. They get Cyclones, they get the trap, but no damage available. Tony now stuck in a Cyclone. Tessia a little bit late there with the counterspell, actually. Counterspelling after the cast of Snoopy there, finding a Cyclone onto Tony and then cloning his trinket, but still Snoopy not feeling too confident here, pushing him behind the pillar, and finally does manage to make it into Zenlin's line of sight. Snoopy now getting Cyclone on half HP. Could be scary.
Was a nice Cyclone from Tony, stalling his recovery for a moment, but he should be able to pick him up. Now swapping to Big Mix. Fear onto Snoopy, another clone onto Big Mix. Tony's just getting a lot of Cyclones, whereas Snoopy, it looks like he's not able to get out as many, but now finally a Cyclone on Tony with no trinket, a Fear onto Relza. They could really get a lot of pressure here onto Tessia, but they gotta be careful of that Snowdrift. Snoopy walks into it and gets stunned immediately. It looks like it was dispelled, but he gets restunned anyways. He's looking for a Cyclone out of the trap, gets skull bashed and shut down on it. Now back into cat form. Is he going to be able to stop Tony here? Tony fakes the kick. He's looking for a clone. Snoopy gets a grip, but not far enough away, as he will be cycloned. And both teams just have so much control that it seems tough for either side to really dig some momentum at this point.
Yeah, Tesla's playing super defensive here, and Snoopy once again at half HP. Tony looking for the Cyclone onto Zenlin this time. Manages to find it, but Snoopy's out of crowd control. Big Mix, though, in the meantime, pushes in and takes a decent chunk of damage, but he wants to push in for that trap. But look at this Ice Wall from Tessia. Big attempt there, trying to block Big Mix in with the Snowdrift, but not able to find it. Beautiful interrupt now. Tessia could be in some trouble. There's that Icy Veins here for Tessia being active. There's a full freezing trap onto Relza, and he's going to trinket out of this one, actually. Snoopy, though, in the meantime, getting blasted by the Icy Veins. A lot of damage being traded here, back and forth. The ultimate penitence coming out there for Relza as well. Manages to recover his team in that exchange. Snoopy now behind the pillar, but Zenlin is able to catch him with a couple of heals. They bash Tony, but not able to find a follow-up stun there onto Relza. They wanted to kind of go for that setup there. Snoopy now getting interrupted. Big Mix still in a lot of trouble. Trapped behind the wall. Big Mix gets the aspect of the turtle there in the nick of time. That was an extremely well-played wall there by Tessia.
Tessia has just perfect positioning here against the jungle cleave. Perfect defense, and then turning it around on a dime with these ice walls. Zenlin's getting in here aggressive, double fear, but no control on Zenlin, and that fear ends up breaking. So not a huge opportunity to capitalize on. And Zenlin's mana is looking so rough. Defense is looking rough. Here comes another Snowdrift attempt from Tessia. That one hits Zenlin. Big Mix is going to disengage away from there and try and get a trap, but it ends up breaking. And now Snoopy out of nowhere is getting blasted. Apotheosis for Zenlin as he's desperately trying to allow his team to cling to life at this point. Roar Sacrifice preventing the critical strikes on Big Mix as he's retreating back behind the corner. Just stall, stall, stall. Snoopy's in bear form, staying alive. Stunned clone gets gripped out of range here. Snoopy's clone won't land, and now he's caught into a Maim Stun. He trinkets and Barkskins. It's an overlap on his side there. Zenlin gets Blink counterspelled from Tessia, and now he's actually getting aggressive. No, just immediately right back to the pillar. He knows just play this safe, play this conservative. They're going to win on mana at this point.
Yeah, nice fade there by Relza as well, avoiding that stun from the blinding shot.
Double.
The fear Big Mix into a double. Beautiful stun there from Tessia as he's cleaving down this entire team from the Fiend. Snoopy now forced to retreat. The scatter shot, Tony, he's looking for crowd control over onto Zenlin. Zenlin casting out the flash heals in the back line. Snoopy did tank out the counterspell, so Zenlin only has to worry about that Feral Druid interrupt, but he gets clotheslined by a Cyclone, and here comes Tessia on one side, and there's Tony on the other side. A lot of pressure here onto the Fiends 2.0. They don't want to be losing this first game. Symbols of Hope being channeled out. And here's another Ice Wall onto Big Max. And he might just flop here. No, the disengage is not good enough. Zenlin cancels. The Spirit of Redeemer gets the Void Shift in the nick of time. Another big cooldown being forced at the back of that Ice Wall.
Oh, Big Mix gets feared before he can land his trap. Tessia's getting back to the pillar. He's got stone for him, so he's not really a great target. He still has 2 blocks. They're giving up on the mage. They're going on the Feral Druid, but that's it. Tessia with an insane game here. Topping the damage meter, perfect positioning, baiting them behind the pillar, and then turning it around with snow drifts and ice walls, and just inevitably, even if they didn't get the kill there, they were going to win on mana. So StreamerZone.gg have cleaned up their play from the offline bracket, and now the Fiends, they've seen what's coming their way, and I'm honestly sitting here like, I don't really know what they can do. Like, that looked rough.
Yeah, I think maybe they just need to go after Tony a little bit more in the matchup. He was kind of the only viable target, but the way Tessia was playing it was so beautiful. Just sitting back on top of Relza, playing that Snowdrift. Every time Big Max pushed in, he would just have to deal with that. And one thing that actually I was thinking about earlier is that these mages always opt for either Ice Wall or Snowdrift, but I feel like just playing both is actually superior. You probably drop the Ring of Fire if you're Tessia, but still, it's a really, really solid adaptation. You just stack on your healer. If they push in, you got the Snowdrift, and you have the Ice Wall as well if you land the Snowdrift to really keep them in place there behind that pillar. So really like what I saw here from Tessia, kind of opting in for that kind of unorthodox talent change. And then here, there's the Ice Wall forcing out the Void Shift, and Big Mix tried to disengage away there, but not able to find it. Still managed to get it in time, and here's that Snowdrift immediately to follow it up as well. They get good pressure. They get a fear onto Big Mix when he goes for the trap, and then Big Mix once again in no man's land. Zenlin without any cooldowns here at this point, and that Icy Veins incarnation damage is just it's too much to deal with. And this is kind of what I expected to see here from StreamerZone. I wanted to see them don't go for the jungle mirror. I feel like the Fiends, they're so solid in that jungle mirror. They're so solid as well playing that survival hunter in the mirror as well. So I don't think that's like a winning strategy. It's too risky, especially when you're in that lower bracket, because it can just come down to small little things in that mirror. Instead, try to find a more convincing win condition. Bring Tessia in. He's on the roster for a reason. He's one of the best mages in the game, period. Use him, and they definitely do, and it pays off big.
Yeah, their Feral Mage is looking really good. I think that's important for their team because the jungle just wasn't really cutting it anymore in a lot of matchups. So getting their Feral Mage to a point where it could take down Drive Overload consistently, or it can take down Echo consistently, is probably the most important thing for Streamer Zone. I talked about it at the top of the show, like Streamer Zone, Phoenix Reborn. These are the teams that really need to level up this week to show that they've got it. And I would say so far throughout the day that Streamer Zone has looked very impressive. This Feral Mage looks so good in that last round, and I'm very glad that Tessia is picking up the Ice Wall. Honestly, I think that's something that even Raikou could do in RMP. I'm trying to imagine their RMP with an Ice Wall. Like, it's just another setup, basically. If you can't get
Wait, they won the first?
So I think a lot of mages are going to start playing this as like a more standard talent pick.
Absolutely. I think the Ice Wall...
They're just playing the classic, right? Wait, no, they're not. They're not playing jungle at all.
You sacrifice the damage.
We're seeing Feral Mage.
So good. Getting that extra crowd control. If you're left free, you can just go in, Dragon's Breath, Snowdrift into a full poly. And you can also use an Ice Wall after you get all of those polys to extend the CC chain. Somebody mispositions, you can just Ice Wall him, and if they push on top of you and you're playing on top of your healer, then you have a counter for that as well. So I really think it's a heads-up play for Tessia, and I am curious to see if it is the Ring of Fire that he did drop for it. So if he did, then he's going to be losing a pretty sizable amount of kind of extra damage in that extra school. No, he's actually playing the Ring of Fire as well. So he's opting for the damage and the utility. So Tessia definitely making some interesting adaptations here in the matchup, and I really like what I'm seeing here. Game number 2 on that one. Ooh, Snoopy almost finds Tony right there. They walked right on top of each other. I can't believe. Oh my God! Again, they don't see each other. Look at that. they're just inches away from each other.
It's a Fire and Ice Cat too with Tony versus Snoopy. It's like big rivals here. Fire versus Ice. Right next to each other on the ramp again, and they don't see each other. All three. There's no way no one saw Tony. There's no. He's right there, bro. You ran right in front of. There's no way, man. How do you not see each other running in that close against each other? Big Mix is now on completely the wrong side of the map. They don't even know how close they were to find each other. Big Mix is scouting the outside walls of the map to try and find Tony. And Zenlin and Relz are just going to trade here in the middle, but it's not too big of a deal. Maybe a double fear? Set up a double fear into a Rexon, but Tony is there. He's going to peel Snoopy. Snoopy trinkets right away to get aggressive here. And it looks like they are targeting Tony in game number 2.
Yeah, an immediate Ice Wall here to block off the Angel. Beautifully done there by Tessia. And he is playing a lot in melee range, so he's not opting for that concentrated coolness. He's just going to be sending those orbs. He has to kind of manually aim them as they travel forward. But Big Mix and Snoopy taking a lot of cleave damage while Zenon is sitting through that Cyclone. Big Mix already having to trade a charge of that Survival of the Fittest. Snoopy already rotting down to the Ring of Fire damage as well. And Big Mix now finally going for the trap. There's the bait on the fade. Now he can knock him into that blinding shot, and he doesn't manage to find it. Instead, it's going to be a Snowdrift from Tessia, but he gets feared there, actually. They do manage to land the freezing trap. This is their moment on the side of the Fiends. They need to push for a big cooldown here, but not able to find anything. Instead, it's going to be Big Mix finding himself in a Cyclone.
He's trying to disengage away from the bleed application here from Tony. Tony's just going to swap over to Snoopy immediately. He was popped hard of the wild. It's a big cooldown to pull this early. You're only going to really see that once in a game. Nice pre-bear form on the wild charge from Tony. That's going to completely negate this. Maybe not.
Kind of crazy. Because on paper, you'd think that Mage would be kind of a bad pick into this type of comp, right?
They're just bunkered behind the pillar.
But they're not even scratching them right now.
Double Snowdrift stun. You're going to get blast wave up the side. So they explosive trap them off the box, but they're choosing not to pounce with that. Maybe they're going to set up a drink. That is something they could try to do when Tessia and Relza are turtling like this. Put Tony into a clone and try and go for a drink and maybe play for a later game.
Yeah, we'll see if they can do that. Zenlin finding himself once again in crowd control. Tony looking for the Cyclone, manages to find it out of that bash. They're going after Tony, big punish potentially, but Relza is there with the ultimate penitence. Actually cancels it the last second, doesn't want to use it there as Tony was getting Cyclone. Nice heads up play there from Relza, saving that for later. And it's going to be Big Mix here, just rotting down around the corner. And it doesn't feel like the Fiends can do anything right now. They're just stuck at the pillar. They can't push in and get anything going onto the Mage. And they can't just sit back here because they're getting cleaved pretty bad. Meanwhile, Tessia is going to blink in on top of Zenlin. He gets a nice fear there. Here's the Snowdrift though. Zenlin, beautiful, goes into Angel Pump to dodge that Snowdrift, but there's the wall. Big Max, what are you going to do? He's so low. He manages to get the aspect of the turtle barely in time there, and as a result, he's going to recover, but now Snoopy also dropping very, very low. Snoopy, with the survival instincts available, might have to use it.
Unfortunately, he had to overlap with it with his last
recover, but once again now Big Max pushing forward, but
his last cooldown as well.
So much damage here. This composition from Streamer Zone, just you can't find any openings here, and as a result,
too tanky.
They might just lose the game right now. Big Max caught up in a stun. The Guardian Angel trades for Zenlin as they use their potentially last defensive here. Dragon's Breath into the Snowdrift, and he's gonna just shifting power on top of that. Tessia feeling super confident right now.
Yeah, he's just gonna reset the cooldowns. They haven't got any blocks. Tony still has Bark Skin. This is gonna be so difficult for the Fiends 2.0 to turn this around. Snoopy does fake a kick. He gets a Cyclone onto the Feral Druid. Tony trying to slow down their aggression, trying to swap it over. He swaps the clone actually. Can Snoopy do it for his team here with that clone swap? Tony's Bark Skin, is it going to be enough? Double stun is incoming. They're being greedy. They trade the pain suppression ultimately, but now they're getting cleaved. Zenlin gets caught in a polymorph. Here comes another Snowdrift from Tessia. Big Mix is trying to escape, but Snoopy can't. He's maim stunned. It could be a double kill. They're dipping dangerously low at this point, dying through their cooldowns. Another polymorph onto Zenlin. He's finally free. He needs to void shift. I think he's trying to be greedy. Gripping Big Mix back to his light well, and that light well is doing a lot of work. Snoopy needs to get a line of sight that as soon as possible. He's taking a lot of damage. Tony pre-bear fronts the stun. There's going to be no opening found there. They cyclone the mage. Snoopy's trying to pull away, but you're pulling to an out of mana Holy Priest. He's going for symbols. He's getting a little bit of mana from that symbols.
Seems like a
you've got
bit of a bloodbath. I mean, look at damage done in this game as well.
Like 2, maybe 3 more goes. Zenlin actually got a huge amount of mana at the back end of that. He's actually got his Angel. Maybe
what's him though, right?
It's him. Snoopy just needs to live 2 seconds. He's in Angel. He can free heal and not spend mana.
So he had to cancel it and swap.
The damage is so high that his Angel healing isn't even enough.
Yeah, and now what are they going to do? They have no cooldowns, basically no mana left. The Fiends 2.0 are just rotting down around the corner. Relza finding a triple fear there in the mix of those.
Fiends starting upper bracket, so it gets so brutal.
They're all rotting down. Big Mix will fall first, and Streamer Zone is looking absolutely bulletproof.
Do you understand how let's take a snapshot here, right? Let's just freeze for a second. Look at one team's cooldowns, right? Nothing. No. Like the whole kit's gone, right? They die with every. Oh, she has Exil, I guess, maybe, but they're dry, right? Defensively. Hell, even fucking Snoopy's pretty dry as well. And look at this side. We actually, the priest is nothing, I guess, but Tony's got trinket. The priest is basically unkillable, and Tessia has every cooldown. He has both blocks. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Like that is an incredibly one-sided exchange, where one team goes through 15 cooldowns and the other team is just trading like disc defensives. Basically,
it's just a new age of mage here. You know, typically we see like a shimmer, we see like
it's a tank mage
and stuff like that, but I don't think I saw
it is dampened with instance.
Poly in this game instead. It's just kind of a bruiser mage. He's just playing blink stun, and anytime he gets stunned, he just blinks. Anytime the enemy team pushes in, he's just on top of his healer.
He doesn't have to cast.
Kind of spread damage, just cleaving with his frost firebolts.
I guess he can. He doesn't have to.
With the ring of fire, doing insane damage. He's top damage on that mage, just really pumping, and it's working out beautifully. I mean, there's actually no openings for the Fiends here. There's no good target.
Yeah, they don't have the comp to play either.
Overextend behind the pillars too much, and even when he does, he always has like a response, and you can't push in and get anything going onto Tessia. So it really feels like on the side of the Fiends, they've kind of met this kind of brick wall composition, and they need to find a way to beat it because they're just one game away from being eliminated here.
This is a rough ride for the Fiends, man. They had such an insane open bracket, but now in the actual live broadcast, they're just getting absolutely destroyed. They need to get at least one game win, I feel like, in these series. So
yeah, it's super tragic. They came in upper brackets.
Really strange map pick here. I think if Tessia plays on the high ground, they're going to be condensed. The ice walls are super effective on Mugambala also. I actually think it's like the best ice wall map. If you play on that bottom side with the big pillar, you can completely wall off the corridor on the left or right side, depending on which side of the map you're starting on. Ice Wall super effective at line of sighting on the stairs. I actually don't think this is a good pick by the Fiends. This is literally like one of the best Ice Wall maps in the game.
I don't think Ice Wall is what you play around too much.
You can mix. The thing about Mage as well is that you can combine the Ice Wall with the Blast Wave to really make it annoying. If you like are the target as a mage, you can go, for example, to where the starting area is, and then if Big Mix harpoons on you, you can just go behind him and then Ice Wall him into the room, and then block the room as well, and you can all just swarm him alone in there. So it's really deadly, especially on this map. Like you mentioned, you know, there's choke points on the stairs, there's choke points in the middle, there's choke points in the room. You can basically carve this entire map up any way you want as a Frost Mage with Ice Wall. So I think it could backfire, but at the same time, they can play a bit defensive on this map. They can. We've seen teams do this in the past where they just use that big center pillar and just kind of run big laps around it. And they have, you know, a lot of mobility. They have Leap of Faith. And the way Big Mix plays Survival Hunter as well is he likes to just sit at the pillars and just kind of throw darts at the enemy team and then go for one big push and land the traps, land the CC. But it's not looking good. I really feel like Streamer Zone is playing this one out beautifully, especially Relza as well. The way he's avoiding crowd control, it's kind of a mind game between him and Big Max. And it's really hard with the way Tessia is playing for Big Max to get enough time in that mind game, because Big Mix needs to go in, harpoon Relza, and then he wants to wait a couple of seconds for the fade. Then he can safely land a blinding shot and kind of do an explosive shot or explosive trap into it and knock Relza into the stun and then land his trap out of that. So we can do a lot of solo setups like that, but it's just being completely denied. Relza just holding on to his fade, just instantly fearing Big Mix when he's charging in, and just stalling for Tessia to get those snowdrifts off. And by the time Big Mix can go for the trap again, it's just too late. He's just too low on HP. The damage is just too much. He finds himself in no man's land behind an ice wall. So I feel like Streamer Zone as a whole really is playing to their strengths right now.
All right, let's see if they can do it. I feel like Mugambala is their tomb. They just picked the worst possible map to play into an Ice Wall Mage. So let's see if the Fiends can manage to make it work here. Big Mix is on the high ground. Snoopy's waiting to push in. He doesn't want to get pulled out with AoE here from this Blizzard. He needs to dodge another one. It's on top of Tessia. They're getting closer and closer. Tony's off into the corner though. Zen is going to just jump on top of Relza. He actually gets feared by Zenlin, and they're going to open on the Mage. They're going to Dragon's Breath Snoopy in line of sight and just kind of avoid the opening pressure here during the crowd control. And Relza is really good position from Tessia. Tony's just going to tank the hits in bear form. He should be totally fine with Bark Skin. And now that they've survived the opener, where are they going to turn this around? Looks like Snoopy is immediately going to be the target. He's taking tremendous damage through Bark Skin. Unbelievable pressure in this initial exchange. That Icy Veins is just as deadly as ever. Ice Wall comes down on the Angel, but it's not really doing too much here as Big Mix going to be able to disengage back to the other side, grapple in on top of Tessia, but he's just exploding. He's literally just dying while he's trying to make his push. This is a completely different Streamer Zone than we have seen so far in the AWC.
Yeah, this looks really, really bad. It's crazy how, I mean, it's just like
Angel fading right now. He's going to be a spicy target here as well. Tony tries to eat the trap, but they're not able to. But the trap will break.
Not an ideal Hunter spec, not an ideal pre spec.
Once again, you see Streamer Zone just kind of huddling up on the other side of the map.
They're playing it well, but it just, you know, when you play against a comp where it's three virtually best in their, you know, Paladin might be better, I guess.
They could be going after him. Finally, Tessia taking some damage, but it's got to be Snoopy on the back.
Swap into bash, no trinket. They get their own damage to follow it up.
Now he's got no guardian, he's got nothing. Scatter shot coming out into a full cyclone. Finally, they get some control over the match, but they got no cooldowns left on the side of the Fiends, and they still have plenty of time left to play in this match, Sid, before they can get a win.
Another full polymorph. Big Mix immediately reverse sacrifice. Snoopy immediately Bark Skins to try and negate the damage during that, and it seems like it's enough to survive for now. But in terms of offense, I don't think they've gotten a block from Tessia this entire series, so going after the Mage is just really not working for them. But going after a Feral Druid doesn't seem too good either. Another Cyclone to Zenlin. Snoopy and Big Mix getting cleaved.
There's the Feral, they get cleaved is a problem, I think.
He's got Renewal if he needs to. He's trying to get Cyclones. He's still being greedy with the Renewal. You want to go into Bear form typically before it as well. He's going to go Bear form now. Slowly recover, charge in towards Tessia. He takes a huge hit. What is this stage? He gets the full for 1
Ice
second.
Wall.
There's the Ice Wall. Mass Dispel to remove it. Is it going to be there in time? He pops the Renewal. That's why he was saving it, just for that Ice Wall moment. He gets pulled back in by the Vortex, counterspelled by Tessia. He can't connect the Cyclones. They're pulling them Zenlin out of line of sight here from Snoopy by dragging him away from his Angel, and he's He's going to have to cancel that. They've just played around the Angel so effectively. Zenlin can't spend any free spells during it because his team is just out of line of sight immediately. They finally get some damage. Can they get an ice block? This is the first time they've been close to it. They do it. They're actually doing it. Can they get a massive spell? They can't.
Did he
Zenlin's
snap block?
into a trap or into another stun, and it looks like he's not even.
I think he.
At this point, but
Or did he snap inside the block? Okay, he snapped inside the block. Never mind. Block snap.
Yeah, nice to get the void shift there out of Relza as well. Continuing the chain there. Really nice fake cast by Snoopy, getting that Cyclone follow-up onto Relza. Relza with no trinket as well. There is a bit of an opening here during that hypothermia. Maybe they can push for the win on the side of the Fiends. They need aggression.
Oh, the double stun.
With another Snowdrift, a double, big damage. There's the fear. That's going to be the aspect of the turtle. And this is what I mean. They want to push in. They want to get those traps onto Relza. But every time they do, it's just so much counter pressure. They just stall so much with these fears and with these Snowdrifts. Now they're going after Tony. Big damage onto him. But no, they're going to stun him into a Cyclone instead. But Tony's not even really in the match right now. It's just Relza and Tessia just soloing Snoopy and Big Max. Meanwhile, Zenlin in the backline just struggling, trying to find something onto his team to keep them back up, to get them, back in the game.
Silence, big silence into second block.
Big pressure.
Insta cancels.
As Zenlin does get
dead. No way.
Connecting, but it's not going to be enough. Big Max gets caught up in a stun, and the streamer zone takes it 3-0. Such a good game from them, but this was the best game they've got on the side of the Fiends. They got 2 ice blocks on Tessia there, so
not
good
bad
effort here on Mugambala. But
unfortunately,
still,
a rough
zone,
one for
a
consistently rough one for Big Mix and stuff today.
They wanted to do start to finish, which is super important in a tournament. I can remember Talvadar back in the day would say, like, just make sure you've got a pretty simple strategy. Like, we're attacking this guy, we're stunning this guy, and just play that strategy out and try and do top damage. It's going to be a lot more consistent than kind of like trying to leave it underneath all of the chaos and figure out what you're going to do on the spot, and you're going to be a lot more sloppy. So Streamer Zone have improved dramatically, I think.
I mean, it looks
number 3
it's nothing to do with their play,
especially.
It is entirely to do with, I mean, they're both on the same, like, I would say they are just incredibly disadvantaged in terms of the actual overall matchup, right? You've got
pretty far behind on the
like,
standings, if I'm not mistaken. So for them, they've got
it's just an incredibly disadvantaged matchup.
Like, how repeatable is it? You have to beat some of the best teams back to back just to get into the tournament here today. And
just a stupidly disadvantaged matchup, but both really good teams. You know,
the Fiends, if you're a fan of the Fiends, they need your love more than ever, because Cup 4 is going to be a hellscape for them, I think.
I feel like they're probably they're sixth. That kind of sucks. Yeah,
gonna be topping the meters once again, and I mean, for the Fiends, they brought in the survival.
They did buff Frost Mages, I guess.
They made some upsets. They made some waves in the tournament, but like you mentioned, they're gonna need to have an insane performance in that final cup. Number 4, because as it stands, I don't think
it's tiny. Wait, no, hold on a second.
Definitely
bro,
not
that Frostfire Empowerment got buffed by 50%. Look at that shit. Hold on.
Last and final week moving forward for them.
But that thing got up to 500k.
The big picture here, Streamer Zone able
to
survive in that lower bracket now.
Nice little 50% on that was enough, I guess.
They're on their tail. They still have another game to play here on Phoenix Reborn. So if they win that one, we're back to 15 points separating these teams. We can see the bracket right here. Phoenix Reborn against Iltu, which will be the final match of today, which is coming up a little bit later here. But yeah, Phoenix Reborn has to win here. So Streamer Zone, they kind of made a statement right now. They're like, we're going to Championship Sunday. Are you guys? Because Iltu is a team that can cause upsets. So Phoenix Reborn, they need to win this badly. And then they're going to go potentially into a head-to-head against Streamer Zone. And that's the best situation you want to be in, right? Just go head-to-head against your main competition. And if you can knock them out and then continue to have, a good performance like they did in week 2, then Phoenix Reborn can overtake them. But Streamer Zone is going to have a chance to kind of defend their position. If Phoenix Reborn can win here against Iltu, they might not even come to that if Iltu can kind of play spoilers here, because Iltu also needs these points. I think they were 7th on the point standings, and they have ski instructors, they have old and bad right behind them. So if they want to be making it into that gauntlet, Iltu definitely gonna need to try to pull ahead here. They have an excellent opportunity to push ahead Ultima if they win this game. Ultima not in the tournament right now, so they have a really good shot here at kind of securing somewhat their gauntlet position.
lot of ifs in the air currently. We're going to answer some of those questions by the end of the day with this last series that we've got on the line. But I'm pushing, I think, for Phoenix Reborn maybe in this next one. I don't know. Is there a team in particular you guys are rooting for?
I mean, I kind of have to go for Il2 just because they're playing Boomkin. You know, it's not really a Boomkin meta, and they beat Bleached Bones. And I feel like Bleached Bones has similar compositions to Phoenix Reborn. You know, focusing more on like the elemental shamans, a little bit more of slower paced compositions, which is where the Boomkin could maybe sneak in and possibly win a series. So I'm kind of leaning onto Il2 for being able to pull this off a bit.
Okay, all right, Zico.
I think Phoenix Reborn. I think Phoenix Reborn takes this because I want to see that head-to-head between Phoenix Reborn and Streamer Zone, battling it out, you know, showing who is the rightful third place team here in Europe, at least for now. I mean, this could all change next week anyway, but at least putting yourself in that position for next week is always, you know, always what you want to be doing. So I want to see Phoenix Reborn rise up from the ashes here and deliver us an insane championship Sunday game.
Yeah, I do as well. We're going to find out next. We're going to head to a break. It is ILTU versus Phoenix Reborn coming up next. Quite a lot on the line currently in terms of standings. I mean, you already heard it here. Zico gave a really great in-depth overview. So a lot of pressure for these teams as we near towards the end of the season, at the end of the first 4 clubs to qualify for that top 3. So find out next who makes it into Championship Sunday after this break.
All right, we're almost in this last game. I'm probably getting over after this. I don't know. I was kind of hoping we'd see some change, but I don't. I don't think that we're gonna see some change, and I think it might be a long while before we see the good stuff. Am I lagging? Nope. Yeah, no, definitely. I agree with you on the no changes thing. I'm with you on that. I'm definitely with you on that. Revert DK House? Nah. The funny and ironic thing, King, is that DKs were never good. They were good in some very specific scenarios. They were really good. But those scenarios did not exist competitively.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back.
So they weren't actually good either way from my POV.
Phoenix Reborn. Both of these teams looking to make it into.
They were good in the shuffle, and they were good in.
Kind of desperately need these points as well, man.
Again, if you want.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it.
I'll show you the data I have to suggest that. I think I have it somewhere.
Gotta start earning as many points as you possibly
so
can.
Look at EU. This is EU's data, right? 3v3 EU.
I feel like there's such an
this is the unholy graph right here.
They have so much going on for them.
And this is where the changes happen. But look what's happening on EU before those changes. Over the course of the last couple weeks, it's basically trending downwards pretty consistently. It's already tanking down before the changes hit in terms of popularity and win rate. The win rate before, honestly, it was a 53%. It was slightly positive, but it was definitely tending downwards a lot. Actually, I think Start is over here. Start is 10th. So it had a good win rate at the very start, but it was tending downwards. As Ferals got... Basically, this is 2 weeks of data. Ferals get buffed smack in the middle of this. Ferals get buffed here.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, maybe they get buffed.
You know, this would have been the like when Boomkin's meta, you'd want to fight.
When do they get buffed?
Like caster comp,
they get buffed the first,
as Boomkin Demon
I think,
and
or something.
Right now is not the most.
And then it starts tanking like crazy. So yeah, I think DKs are already kind of cooked
at least one of these
before they nerf them. That's why they couldn't handle any kind of change.
I potentially throw them off a little bit. Then it seems like you don't think that they're going to win any games on the side of ILTU.
No, you can't control your horseman attacks, and that's a big deal too. But I'm not optimistic they'll change that.
Because I've been going a lot of just like 3-0s in either direction.
Yeah, now we're terrible. Yeah, no, 100%. King. I'm shattered by that. I have nothing to bring. Like it's honestly kind of sad.
I feel like
like being in war games and stuff, and I'm like we're like looking at other classes and stuff because there's nothing I bring at all on DK. Why are you putting his DK bad and high level play? I mean, right now it gets out damaged by a bunch of classes. Just straight up out damaged.
Composition that it's really hard to shut down a demon hunter as well as a balance druid. I mean, they're just throwing in star surge.
I play war games against shadow priests. I play war games against warlocks. I play war games against
push them away. So we do end up seeing Phoenix Reborn
any feral druid, and I lose on damage every time. And I'm like, well, I don't bring the utility of those classes. So if I'm losing on damage to them, and I'm a melee class, I'm stuck in the open, I'm not as tanky as them. They have more utility, they're tankier, and they do more damage. So what the fuck is the point in a Death Knight? That is the question. The question isn't whether we should do more damage in those classes. The question is how much more damage should we do than those classes? And unfortunately, that kind of argument can't work in Shuffle.
When you have so many years of experience, right, and so many different metas, and you've seen what happens to teams that only one trick and the meta's not in their favor. So a lot of the veterans, they
but if you look historically at how DKs are designed, going back forever, they've always had a like there's always a damage compensation for a lack of utility relative to other classes, lack of mortal strike, etc. And usually they're tankier because they've got no mobility. And I guess the current version of DK has some mobility, but not great still.
I remember that the Convoke tournament where he's
but yeah, right now DK is.
And then they nerfed it immediately after him. Is
very difficult
to work
with.
It's gonna get nerfed.
The kid is kind of fucked.
Playing your class.
Just the bar. We're like, oh no, too close to the sun. We're gonna nerf it. All right, well, let
Bro,
us
they need
know
more.
in
If they
chat
got
what
Cyclone,
your
they'd still have less
predictions are
mobility than a
for this
Feral.
series.
Less stuns than a
ILT
Feral.
versus
Less
Phoenix
damage than a
Reborn, of
Feral.
course. This is the last
You wouldn't
series
even
of
be
the day,
close
and
to
the
a Feral
one
Druid
that
if they gave you
wins does get to
Cyclone.
move on into Championship Sunday, and they're still
Give you
down
instant
here in the
cast
lower
Cyclone and it's
bracket
close
too,
to
so it's
maybe.
gonna be certainly a difficult
But
place
yeah,
to climb your way
they're
out of,
so
especially
far
when,
away.
you're kind of desperately in need of
It comes
some
down
of
to the damage.
those, standings.
Basically.
Things are just getting
DK
more
should.
and more competitive as
They
we
should
head
just fucking
into,
shoot them
the
differently and
final
shuffle.
hour of this season. We're already considering that we're done with the day here. Basically, we're more than halfway through here, Ben, and I'm sure that those teams are very aware of that. And
I think Rand's good at any class, but I think he's less comfortable,
I don't expect
obviously,
it to
on Feral at
affect
the moment.
anything, of course, but I'm sure they've got it in the back of their minds.
Yeah, I mean, it's crunch time. And not only that, even if you win this game, there's still so many good teams left in the tournament, right? Like, it's not going to be easy for either one of these.
This should be a
squads
really
here,
interesting
but
series. I wonder what they'll play.
I would say,
ILTU are very locked
Phoenix
into
Reborn
three
hold a
comps.
little bit of an edge, and
Right?
also they're in a better
ILT will
spot
either
in terms
run.
of
I think I've only seen Perez so
ILTU,
far from them. They've got
really
Rogue,
have to
DH,
step up to
and
the
then
plate,
Ellie and
you know,
Moonkin. So
and
some
have a
combination
good
of those
performance
classes,
in
but
step number 3 instead of do or
I wonder if
die.
we'll see any
If
Rogue
they
Ellie
fall in this
in this
match,
case.
then
Because I feel like,
that final cup, that
personally,
fourth,
I think Rogue Moonkin sounds really bad into Windwalker Ellie.
really that they don't even
So I think they might play Rogue Ellie into
top
Windwalker Ellie
so
and see what they can
they
do.
definitely are in a really risky position here in that 7th spot. They don't win this game and they don't have a good performance in the 4th cup. I mean, I feel like there's a super good chance that they don't make top 8, which is definitely a really rough spot to be in.
Oh wow, the Fiends are
especially with
not
teams like
currently in the
Fiends
top
having a
8.
Really good performance, old and bad. Choke
Damn,
on
they're
land.
upper
A lot of
bracket
these
too, man. There's a
rosters
lot of
just
hope there, right?
Just 1 or 2
Getting through the upper
placements,
bracket puts them to
potentially passing them.
4th
Yeah, it
place.
is
If they
kind
go
of
from
crazy that like we've got
It would have
the
been enough
top
to be in top
12
8.
teams on the standings right there, and every single team has sort of a known name, a household name in their roster, at least one of them. So just such a crazy competitive season here. For
I like this new
EU,
graphic
but
they've
looks
got.
like we're
They're
gonna be
like
heading
they're
into
like
the game. The teams are ready to go.
the new
Last
graphics are
series
good.
of the day, like
They've
we
done
said,
good with them.
quite a bit on the line for both of these teams. A lot to prove on both sides. It's ILTU versus Phoenix Reborn heading into game
Echo Sapphire
number
and
1
EU?
right now.
ILTU,
Echo are
they
definitely
beat
insane.
Bleach Bones. Can they manage to beat Phoenix Reborn? And oddly enough, it's Phoenix Reborn that are playing the Demon Hunter comp, not ILTU.
Wait a second, huh?
Did not expect that whatsoever. I thought if we're seeing a Demon Hunter, it's gonna be ILTU.
I mean,
but no,
obviously it's war game
Houston
history, yeah,
locking
but
it
they're
in.
also.
And this is such an interesting arc for Houston, the Beast Mastery Hunter, Houston,
the
the Windwalker, both now Houston, the Demon Hunter. So really just playing a lot of these different melee specializations. Let's see what they can do. Nice Cyclone. Orky really getting some burst off early on here, just pulling the trigger with that incarnation. Houston could fall in the opener. Oh, he's
my
really
God,
greeting it.
man.
Oh my goodness gracious, Numbless with a very clutch powered barrier keeps him alive, but that was a close call.
Oh, but now it's the hunt.
What
and
does the
Demon Hunters
DH
can
bring here?
punch Moonkins historically, so let's see how well Corky
Do
can
they,
survive
though?
his assault. He gets a Cyclone, slowing the aggression.
don't think
Cheap shots
DH
on
is
the Shaman,
good.
But Numbless is in the skies. His team isn't going to take any damage with that ultimate penitence flying through him. That setup.
The thing that's weirdest about this particular matchup is that obviously Phoenix Reborn. Oh, I guess DH or I guess Prez seems insane here.
Onto Houston, trying to
This
add
is a
little
combo
bit of
Prez
extra
can
damage
attack.
for his team, but it's really not sticking. Houston basically takes.
I mean, DH
nothing
has the
on
most
that
awkward.
attack.
They need to rework on their hero
Corky
talents.
survived here. He's
DH's
stunned
got
up.
good talent
If he
trees,
gets
but
some
bad
top
hero
pressure,
talent
Incinerator
trees.
Now gets Sigil of Feared. It's big damage flying through into Corky. Disengages back. He fakes the kick. He gets
There's
another
no
clone.
excitement
Corky's
in their
doing a
hero
great
talents at all.
job at dealing with this Demon Hunter aggression. Now he's pushing forward to try and find Numbless, I think, in the near future. He Cyclone Zepai at low health once again, but he's getting punished for playing aggressive. He can't really stay here too long, I don't think.
Ooh, stun on Corky, the root solar beam. Actually, just a solar beam there on Zepai.
We should play some Ellie Warrior for sure though.
I
feel like Ellie Warrior is actually solid.
Like the Preservoker. Big setup here on
wonder
Houston.
if
Can
Houston-
they take him down? Do they have the burst? Numbless in the back line.
I
has
wonder
the
if
cooldown,
Warrior
but the
Ellie would be
Raptors
better
get alive.
here.
Now it's
You
gonna
think
be
Warrior
Corky
Ellie would win this
under fire,
matchup?
but I was saying I really like the Preservoker in this matchup. There's no mage or hunter to just endlessly crowd control them, so they can't.
I feel like when you play
aggressive
Warrior
and in
Ellie,
your
you
face,
have to
which is
play.
exactly.
I
what
wonder
the
how
Preservation
often
Evoker
I
really
need to
does,
play
specialize.
Oh,
I need to
Corky's still just kind of.
I think I play Static Field a lot for Warrior.
Looks like he's managed to stabilize with the bark skin during this in prison. Coffee
to try and keep you on people.
For the next stun, Zepai gets cloned on his wall. Good setup on Houston. Cheap shots are in, but they get double feared on the cheap shot. Really well done from.
Like I think Mage is
Numbless in this
unplayable unless you
position.
play
Zepai
Static.
Survives that. Houston survives that quite easily. Now Corki is getting blasted with Lava Burst. He tries to wild charge back away from Numless, who's put into the full blind. Killing Spree comes through. Zeepai
He
aura masteries
aured
the
that.
Hex, but it doesn't connect anyways.
He aured the beam, man.
It means the silence effect, so he can keep chucking out Lava Burst over on the Corki. Corki fakes another kick, and there's a lot of those between a Demon Hunter and a Shaman. I feel like he's been doing an excellent job faking
Well, the Warrior can help with that a little bit.
and trying to keep himself on the top of the meter.
They can really every
but
beam. That's
still,
kind of
we haven't
crazy.
seen them get too close to a kill
That's
for
some good
some time
tech.
at this point.
Yeah, definitely.
Most
Corki.
BM pick ever from
Ooh,
Houston.
another setup here onto Houston. Can
Do you
they
think
take him
Houston
down?
is
G-Trap
that
comes in,
comfortable
Numbles
here?
grips him to safety,
Like, I
big
feel like
shields
Windwalker just
coming
sounds
in,
better
and,
in every single way in this
honestly,
matchup. I
Tankito's
don't know
been putting
what
out
the
a
point in
ton of
playing
damage on that Evoker. I mean, just look at the meters
DHs.
up there with Zeepai. So Zeepai has been struggling. Zeepai now in a stun, could go down. This is looking good for
Oh,
ILTU.
Houston's
They're
top
getting
down.
so much control with that balance druid.
Bro, Houston,
it is
Houston
those
is top down
cyclones
right
that
now.
Just really enable the balance druid if you can. The
He's popping
Incarnation
off.
is rolling up here, Sid, and I think that might be the lights out damage they need.
Bro, he's
Yeah, they
popping
got
off,
gouged
man.
down.
Now he's
First
not.
Cyclone doesn't get
Now
it.
he's
Numless
now
on
he's
the
down
side
bad
to
again.
Scratcher, but it's still big pressure.
But yeah,
Strong
Windwalker
ball
just seems
forced.
better
If
and
they can get this
tankier.
off with a fire breath. It could be it for Zeepai. He doesn't have
I mean,
it.
if
It looks
Houston
like
plays-
not running it in the matchup, so
Houston
that's
qualified
Bulwark. It's a
last
big
week as a
value
BM hunter.
absorbs. Rapture shields
And then
are
this
massive
week,
on
he's
Houston.
been playing
Corki's still
DH,
looking
I
for
guess, now, and
Cyclones.
Windwalker.
They're gonna sleepwalk
So he just kind of plays a
instead.
bunch of things.
Zeepai's in a clone.
I
Houston's
mean,
isolated. Probably gonna have to use
Houston
Blur
also
here. He's gonna
healed
trade the
last
Blur
season
and not greet it alongside
as the
that
resto
Rapture.
shaman.
Kidney shot on Zeepai. So
Guy just
Corki
multi-classes.
fakes another kick. He's just been faking kick after kick. That forces Astral Shift from Zeepai, and slowly but surely,
I guess maybe glimpse for clones is probably what I'd be thinking
There's
of.
still a lot to get through.
Yeah, definitely. Corki gets taken down really low and topped off. His health is
I feel
looking
like
a
glimpse
little
and
bit of
melt
a
for clone
yo-yo in
sounds
this
good.
game. Just not the most offensive. Time dilation trades
That's probably
here
it.
for Kankito. Lands a big Spirit Bloom, but Zeepai under pressure. Cheap shot on
Ooh.
Numliz. They have a lot of
It's looking
AoE
pretty
damage
rough.
out. Coffee is just shredding them right now.
Coffee definitely
Some of
does
that
not mind them
outlaw cleave,
stacking.
and Numliz is really struggling to keep Zeepai alive. Interrupt on Hex, full blind into a full gouge, and that is the game.
Good night.
Coffee MVP in this one, making plays in those final moments.
Maybe I shouldn't have doubted them, or maybe my doubts.
I
they
haven't
were
seen.
like, nah, Super
That's one of the
Saiyan
takeaways
Strong.
I have
don't
personally
know,
from
because-
watching
that was
the
not
other Ellies
expected
play,
of that.
because I'm starting to play a little more Ellie now.
Honestly, it's
And one of the big takeaways I've had is that none of the Ellies that I am seeing are playing Byro pretty much ever.
he's not
Even they know they're going to be attacked.
so it was really well played as far as
And I think they and the takeaway I have is they feel like
gamble to do as
they
much
don't
damage
like
as
Ellie doesn't do much damage. You can look at Zeepai's dam, and it's never very impressive, right? Ellie shamans are dealing with
a little bit over
a
the edge.
50% damage nerf to lava burst.
I think this
Like they are literally
maybe
an unbelievably nerfed class. Like their class design is ass, unfortunately. Primarily because of the fact that they have so many ways to, like, they press one lava burst and they can cast like 10 of them. So they're like, okay, lava burst nerf 50%, which is really tragic for them, right? So they don't really have burst in their lava burst unless you get a lot of procs. And they have good utility, and I think they're playing. He's playing Lust every game, pretty much. I think he's playing Bloodlust. Yeah, he's playing Bloodlust again, right? Bloodlust is like a crazy stim for your teammate, not as crazy for Houston here, but I think they feel like they need the damage to offset it. They already got a cooldown as strong as Burrow kinda this expansion and Stonebolt Totem as well. But yeah, that's Solded. Yeah, I mean, all the EU Ellies are not playing it virtually ever, even when they're being trained every game. Like Zeepai got trained the entire last series, didn't care. He might adapt to it, but he might feel like he doesn't have the damage to kill anything without Bloodlust. Because Bloodlust is worth, you think about how many, like, it's 20% haste, right? Think about how fucking crazy 20% haste actually is in terms of stats. To get 20% haste rating, you need, it's like 23,000 haste or something for your burst. It's really crazy. Monoc Rally would be way better. They might go to that as an option. What else they got? Houston. Honestly, I don't hate the idea of BM either. I feel like BM doesn't sound bad. It just like it does the same kind of thing, right? Like why even play a like a melee class at all? A BM is super hard to clone as well. A BM hunter can just sit there and spam and AFK. Maybe they feel like against the Prez Evoker, it's just like they have to have something that can punch through somehow. I personally feel like BM LA makes more sense here. They picked Blackrock, which is a Windwalker port map.
On this map,
This is a very good Windwalker map. So I kind of expect Windwalker from them, but we'll see.
Holy Death Knight Beastmaster Hunter.
No way they're picking on Holy DK, man. Oh, actually, do they have an unholy?
I don't have enough experience in that matchup.
Actually,
yeah.
Corky's playing the comp that Trill's team tried to play against F tier on their last game in the upper bracket, and they lost to Windwalker Ellie.
Oh, Swapsy. Yeah, I feel like DK's look really tragic though. You're actually right. They actually probably should lock D. I think BMDK makes the most sense. Yeah, but Blackrock is not a great map for it. Hook would be better. I think BM. I think you're right. I think we're gonna see BM. I think we're gonna see unholy DK, but they're not sure. They're really unconfident about DK. I think, and they should be.
But I think Kankito being a dragon as opposed to being a resto shaman is also a big difference.
I'm very curious to see what
No.
does.
Well, they had a different team. They had didn't they have Jamie before?
They don't know exactly what they want to run. It'd be a kind of an annoying spot to be in too, because I don't think anyone really prepared for the balanced druid. I'm not gonna lie. I think.
Oh, it's Lone Toast team. You're right. You're right. You're right.
Good, so,
I think they'll pick. I think they'll do PhD. I think they kind of have to.
pick up a win. I think
PhD sounds better, and also it has shell, for like short shell for some defense too. Oh, what? This is just worse than the BM pick. I don't know about this. No, this was never a counter.
Death Knight's got a pretty significant nerf. Numbless will be Gnome Priest though probably, so he'll be completely out of all the solar beams. This is a lot.
I'm gonna be honest.
I don't hate it.
I have a prediction. I
Runs into the same problem.
see a universe where Coffee out damages the Death Knight.
yeah, that's true.
I see a path for Coffee if he controls the DK enough. I think Coffee's gonna do really like I think, you know, like usually you don't see Outlaw Rogues do much damage. If Coffee is on Ryan, I think Ryan would see this comp and he would just fucking he would understand how much damage he's gonna do. He'd be excited about it. I just think that there's too much they can shut down. I think this is gonna feel really spiky. You replace a tank, you know, like I think that Ellie Shamans are tanks, and you're replacing that tank with paper, like literally a paper class, and you're also introducing cleave into the mix that you didn't have before. So I strongly expect that we're going to see really unhinged damage out of the I think both. I mean, it's kind of interesting with both teams. I mean, it's possibly in my woods because it is against a Kriz, and like on paper you can definitely attack you can definitely try and sit on the Moonkin, and you can definitely try and send a whole bunch of damage. But I also think that if Coffee plays well, he can dismantle their pressure, and I think that they don't have enough CC to push through Kankito's healing.
Feels like that's a really effective strategy. Is actually involved.
Nah, Swapsy's a really good DK.
The evoker in setups, try to knock off.
Nah, he's a really good DK. But so I'm not at all saying that. I just feel like they can like Outlaw Rogue, if he plays just to class maybe their entire opener, is gonna make it really tough for them to do anything. And I just don't know if they can actually build any pressure. But I'm excited to see.
Very interesting. You know, some of these class changes that are incoming. I still think there's going to be a lot of kind of changes in the meta. And what players.
Nah, Swapsy's good. I talk to Swapsy like every season pretty much about builds and stuff, and we talk about DK stuff. But I don't think DHDK sounds great relative to BMDK. But I guess they're thinking double nerfed, and they're against this. But yeah, on paper, I feel like the BM Hunter is tanky enough to sit back. It'll be interesting. I mean, I'm excited to see. Do we think this map's best for it? Blackrock seems kind of weird. I feel like Hook sounds better. You want to play a map where... So the reason why I think Blackrock's kind of bad here is going to backfire a little bit. Is that the room is a really bad place to be. Like the Moonkin can kite so well into the room, and every time they go into that room, they get clone spammed. So it'll be interesting. I'm curious. I'm excited to see a DK in tournament.
I should be worried or
I think
excited about it being a priest.
there's the right. So as a Death Knight, what I'm looking for in a comp is a target I can hit, and then a target I can cleave off of, right? And like these two classes together, so the Prez, you can't see the Prez, but Prez actually takes a lot of cleave, and attacking the Moonkin is going to give you a target to hit off of. But the big question mark is the Outlaw Rogue and how much he can shut down. So it will be interesting.
Playing Keeper of the Grove, which just amplifies the effectiveness of your Force of Nature, which you didn't play in PvP before. And it just basically increases your damage during the window that they're active. They generate Astral Power, they increase your damage, and they give you access to an ability called Dream Burst, which makes your Starfires or Wraths explode with this giant green AoE, and it hits for a lot of damage if you line up all your cooldowns.
Prez gives DKs a lot of pressure
really
because they can get cleave onto everyone.
Effective when you're proccing instant Starfires when you get
Either
attacked,
the DK is going to look really, really good here, or the DK is going to look really, really bad here because they're going to get cut up by the Outlaw Rogue. Outlaw Rogue has the best possible damage profile onto this. If he was sub, it would be different, but he's Outlaw. So his Blade Flurry is activated and he's just cleaving everything. So it's going to be a super interesting matchup.
About to open here between these
I could see DK doing fine.
Black Rookhold, Phoenix Reborn opting.
I kind of feel like it's not going to be a great pick.
Demon Hunter Death Knight,
but
a classic combo with Numla's on
yeah,
priest.
no, I think Rogue Blade Flurry is very scary.
All about faking the interrupts. If he can get precognition, he can land Cyclones. And I think Corki's going to be able to be MVP of this game.
All right, there's the Force of Nature for Corki, but he's not actually getting damage out, and it's a very small window. You have to be very careful when you use the Force of Nature.
Cuts,
make sure you're getting all your damage and attacks out, because the Force of Nature's gone, and he didn't even really get to attack. So Corki lost a lot of damage. Kind of
no
just
cleave so far
immediately, but it seems like it's on such a short cooldown. Maybe he's just trying to get them rotationally. Maybe even just the attack damage from them specifically, because even still his overall DPS is
that's
high.
what I was expecting.
Because he's getting instant cast Starfires.
Look at Coffee's damage right now.
When he's got melee attackers. So
it's just gonna sink in more and more too. It doesn't stop.
And Starfire cleave.
I think Coffee might sink in here.
What he needs to be doing.
The fact that Houston's doing more makes me kind of sad though.
Numlitz gets interrupted, and Houston is taking a huge hit. Smoke bomb comes down.
Good triple blind, big cleave from us too, potentially.
MVP in the last game with his damage and crowd control of the match. Phoenix Reborn completely topped off, and ILTU is in shambles. This damage is really sitting in, and Corki might just outright die. Kankito has a rewind available, but will connect.
He is dying super hard, man. This is looking really good.
In trouble. He gets interrupted. Oh my goodness! I mean, Corki's just under fire. Coffee finally lands.
Such a good little stun.
Swampsy shuts down Cyclone after Cyclone. Corki's really struggling to find his footing here. The pressure from Phoenix Reborn is high.
Yeah, it's high number of interrupts, but also crowd control avoidance. So the Demon Hunter can backflip and immune a Cyclone cast, double jump, and then backflip again.
Kind of thing
so
to have.
Immuned all the clones when they didn't have a kick for some time there, and now finally he's Cyclone, so they're going to get a couple of seconds to breathe. You see those green explosions. That's the dream bursts from the Keeper of the Grove from the Balanced Druid. Swapsy, he's got Defile down, trying to keep Corki needs to maybe try and get out of that Defile.
He could die right now.
The Abomination is connecting as well.
Honestly, they're blasting. He's going to die.
He's not kiting right now. He's just tanking the Defile, taking so much
damage.
It's not the
Defile
manages to recover him for a moment.
Necessarily.
With Shadows. Corki is getting destroyed once again, trying to find a Cyclone, but there's an interrupt available for him. He's caught in blinding sleeves, trying to get a little bit of distance here, going for another clone. He gets kicked.
I think Proc Amos is good,
but he's got the Emerald Communion, keeping Corki
just a random immune chance.
Now he's got Force of Nature, but he's not stable.
I mean,
a triple stun comes through for Houston, and this just might be insurmountable damage coming out from Phoenix Reborn pretty soon.
Yeah, this is looking absolutely brutal, but a full kidney shot lands. Can they take him down?
Looking really brutal.
Off, but and Keto's burning through mana. It's about even for both of these
healers. They're not really stinging the heal.
Coffee as well. Very
they aren't hurting them back.
Teams. Corki's on the run. He's looking for a Cyclone once again. He just cannot get away. Just constantly under fire. Trades out the Thorns, trying what he can. He gets gripped once again into the Defile. Swapsy just putting out so much pressure, drops the barrier here. Numless is going to keep
Houston
and Swapsy nice
man.
and healthy as they continue this
I cannot believe
Corki, who
how much the DH is doing.
Cyclone here onto Houston. Kitty shot
I
lands,
think the spike is all the DH, unless he's cloring.
The only one that could go down in this game. Oh, maybe they take down Swapsy as soon as I say it. Anti-Magic Zone trades, huge death strikes coming in as well. Finally, some huge pressure for ILTU. This is looking a little bit scary. Can Numless recover?
Yeah, Cyclone into a bash, into a solar beam. Really nice attempt there from Corki, but Swapsy survives, and now Corki needs to be worried about staying alive at this point.
What do we have? Nothing.
Oh,
shit.
Innervate up as well to try and make sure that Kankito's mana stays ahead of Numless at this
after
point.
This box skin, Corki's naked for a while.
He's got Thorns available. He's going to want to activate it as soon as possible. There it goes. Thorns is up.
Apart from rewind. I guess I rewind.
There's no kicks actually
might be
available,
right now.
so you should get this for free. Cyclone on Houston. Surprised to not see him trinket.
This is third A-bomb. They're kiting the A1 this time. This is much better. Kiting A1 very important, but
Corky, man, it's just so much damage.
when's big meta coming up?
Trinket rewinds, time dilation.
That big meta is the enrage, I think.
Shot of Fusing. He's baiting him in the room, but they don't have stun DR, so it's not going to do a lot. He tries to jump away. He's gripped back immediately. He's got almost no defense at this point.
They have nothing.
A fear onto the healer. A double stun comes
Time
through
of
from
need.
Houston, and
Time of need saves him.
He rescues Corky, trying to pull him away from their grasp, but they're able to reconnect almost immediately. They're getting no distance. Kick onto Numbless. Coffee trying to make some plays here with that kick. Can they chain it into anything? Kankito opts to just abandon the push. He blinks away off to the corner. He's tossing up disintegrates, playing away from the priest. Doesn't want to get feared.
Okay, we're gonna have
at least even, maybe it's slightly more in favor.
Oh, he's 3-minute income, man. He's so far away.
It's 15
no, not
seconds
really.
away for Kankito. That green icon below his health.
3-minute income might be too limited.
Recovery point for health for his team and mana as well. If they can survive to that, they have a chance. Maybe they don't even need to. They're just gonna kill Swapsy. Remarkable damage out of nowhere, and ILTU are moving to match point. And this is the closest I think we're ever going to get to a Boomkin making it to Championship Sunday.
I mean, didn't look too bad. Orky is surprisingly doing a lot of damage. Did you anticipate that? Like, this might just be
I mean, a lot of it's pet damage. Wait for the scoreboard, because a lot of this is Thorn, Starfire damage on all of the DK pets.
All the pets.
I think overall he's less damage than Fuse.
All right, well,
the actual
I don't
recorded damage, but
it's kind of unfortunate they continue to play because we can't. We're gonna get fake information now, so the DK is gonna look like he's bottom down by a lot.
Trying to get the Dream Bursts out on his side.
Because they're continuing.
Ultimate Penitence. They still felt like they had so many options, but if we see the replay again, like how did they manage to get them into checkmate? Because when you look at it, it's like Salty had a lot, Numbless had a lot.
That just seemed like kind of out of. I really want to know what actually took him down. Like, where was that?
It's gonna be Star Surge and maybe Living Flame, is my guess.
I think so. Just like, yeah.
I wish they would stop playing so we could see Dam fairly. The more they play, the worse the DK is gonna look, which is like not really what I wanted to see.
Root Solar Beam once again comes in
because there's so much fake damage. Maybe they're just talking. It's actually smart. They should do this. This is a really smart play. If they're talking about the matchups.
That almost felt, I'm gonna say it's random, but they felt semi-random that Swapsy went down in that moment. But ILTU, they're
talking about the matchups. It's really smart to play out as long as possible to basically buy time on your blind pick or on your counter pick. Really smart. They're talking about maps and stuff like that. Honestly, now that I saw them do that, I think we should do that. When you have a kill, never surrender. Always play out as long as possible to talk and just survive while talking about your next matchup. That was actually really smart.
If you can survive, you can battle it back, but it's almost like a mental battle you have to get through.
How did he die here? He's no stun DR. A solar beam hits Numbless, so did he hit cast? Or did he just blanket him? He's kidney shot, no pain sup, has zone.
I mean, it's not Incarn, so you can't
want a zone outside of Incarn, and then he just got one shot by Living Flame.
That was like surprising amount of burst. What even was that?
That was the one shot from the Evoker at the same time as like 2 stars.
See what Bill we're playing.
Is what my guess on the combat log. We're playing this. We're playing the combat log guesser. Okay. What hit him?
I actually kind of like Fury the Horseman being played out, but
Living Flame. Yeah, Star Surge.
Kind of stats we got: Verse Mastery, Haste Verse. He's got they got balance.
He had the anti-magic zone too, as we can honestly see. But
I don't know, man.
I don't think he thought he was actually going to go down. He goes for a grip.
I'm assuming I like his talents too. Let's have a look.
Blinding Sleep too. So he was just.
I like his talents. I like him playing Gloomwater.
Look what
it's a pretty durable looking build. He's got plenty of Verse.
You know what? I can get the double blind. They don't have Trinket. I'm going to live. He gets the blind and just dies anyway. So
yeah, his build looks good. Let's see.
Unfortunate there for Swap.
Damage. At the point that he died, unless they take a snapshot when he died, he's bottom, but not by that much. Look at Fuson's damage.
This is normally like best case scenario for a DK, is you get to just train a Boomkin the whole game. I remember this comp being really difficult to deal with in multiple expansions, and yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, the Fire Breath Living Flame combo just hit him for a quick little milli and a couple Star Surge, and the Dream Burst with the Force of Nature. So everything just hit all at the same time.
You're telling me about that.
And then Coffee.
Nah, they're not going to buff DK's back.
You just press.
I would be
down, and then
extremely surprised.
3 or 4, depending on the talents you have. Wraths or Starfires that you cast will also cast Dream Burst.
And the instant Starfires also.
The instant Starfires will proc it.
I feel like people get too upset.
Damn, that's big. Damn.
So
but, I mean,
it's in the actual log. It's only one Dream Burst. So you got an instant Starfire that looks like it was on a different.
Bro, what the hell?
It only hit maybe it was
2.1 mil.
I think he broke AMS with that Starfire, and then The Dream Burst hit for 900k, and then he hit another Star Surge, and then Kankito came in. If Kankito didn't hit that, I don't think he would have died like that.
But yeah, I think they played on that for only one reason. I think they stopped the
Living Flame.
I think they stopped the Skullwood when one person dies as well.
Over 1 million damage there in those final moments.
I kind of feel like
I think catching Swapsy a little bit off guard, honestly. So I think more than likely we're going to see that exact same matchup again. But
I think we'll see
they didn't look bad. Like I feel like this.
I don't know. DH seemed crazy.
For sure. I mean, they just won that last.
What about
one.
like DHBM or something? Like, what's the DK doing?
Extra spiky damage. I could definitely see them pulling off a win.
I mean, BML, right?
Bleach Reborn and Bleach Bones don't have good answers for Prez evokers. I feel like you could just play a Prez evoker into them, and
we're like back to square one. It's like all the teams
do?
figured out you need a mage or a hunter for Prez evoker. Okay, Prez evoker's out, and now some of these teams just still don't have a mage, so they just lose to Prez evoker, which was like the original thought for these tournaments, at least for me.
Everybody thought Prez evoker was the best healer going into Cup #1, and like you said, the rogues and the hunters kind of phased them out. But if you don't have a rogue or a hunter, what are you going to do?
We have a hunter.
Phoenix Reborn to go to a big
but Houston's not going to do as much damage. His DH pumped so much. His DH was deleting him.
They're going to play it again. They're putting all their marbles on Death Knight. And
it's
remember,
a good map.
If they don't advance in this series, Streamer Zone locks in top 3 for Cup 4. Like Phoenix need to get to Championship Sunday and need to beat Streamer Zone if they want to kind of solidify that safety net, because
I think
nobody's safe.
If
like, you know,
so,
the Fiends, the fact
if that did play, by the way, they're probably trying to think about this. If they lost some information, so if the scoreboard reflected them continuing on and Swapsy being dead, he may have actually been close to Houston's damage. He couldn't have been above Houston's damage, but he could be close to it. So it's possible they both did a shitload more damage. Obviously, there's a bit of fake pad there because of the damage on Kankito being irrelevant, and also this DR on the side of Phoenix Reborn. So like if both play with Disc Priest, I think it would be very unclose, right? Because suddenly you've got DR. But Prez Evoker is kind of a nice thing for DHDK.
I mean, I don't think PSG is that bad, but I wouldn't say it's like. Again, I think it's just still the same problem. The Evoker, and I think as the Warrior, you lose darkness. You lose a lot of personal defense. I think the Demon Hunter's maybe a bit harder to kill than a Warrior at the moment, even still. And not having the darkness as an emergency against Boomkin cooldowns could be difficult for him. So I don't know. It's like it's a side grade at best. I think if you subbed in a Warrior, like it's not it's not like, I don't think it dramatically changes things, but it could be about the same.
Interesting. Well, we'll see. I mean, I don't think any of us predicted ILTU was going to be going up 3 or 2-0, potentially 3-0ing Phoenix Reborn. Phoenix Reborn, they came into the scene with this roster. They beat Echo. They were looking really good, and now
enjoy Red. It was okay.
Elimination here, so yeah. All right. All of us counted them out, and they're proving us wrong in a big way.
I shouldn't have counted them
Come
out.
away, Houston Swapsy's damage on details.
That ILTU would probably have a good shot, and I second guessed it. I was like, nah, Phoenix Reborn should take this, and now
you gotta go with your gut, Sid. I think you should have believed in the Boomkin.
I should have, I guess. I should have. I didn't think Boomkin could make it. You know, Championship Sunday is hard to get to.
Look to the side. Look what's beside you. Look at those eyes. How could you possibly?
How could I doubt you?
Yeah.
How could I doubt you?
You betrayed them.
How could I doubt you? I abandoned you. In your greatest moment of need, I abandoned you. I was not there for you. I'm sorry. I apologize to all the Boomkins out there. Okay, hey, I'm #1 Boomkin in Shuffle still, okay? I haven't completely abandoned it.
Oh, okay.
But
okay,
I didn't know if in a tournament level setting if it would be able to make a run for it. But it seems like if you have an Evoker healer and the other team doesn't have a Rogue, you can do anything, I think. Honestly. I think that's just a really good comp. If you know your team doesn't have Sub-Rogue, play Prez Evoker comp, and you're pretty golden at that point. Because I kind of wonder if, like, in that last round, if Tana could play a Preservation Evoker, how that could have possibly affected their matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good consideration. We'll see though. ILTU, can they do it? 3-0 Phoenix Reborn. You get a win here for the Balance Druids. All the Balance Druids, they've just been waiting extinct in Cup #1 and Cup #2, but we might be able to get it done here in Cup #3 and make it a Championship Sunday. Lots on the line for this game. Phoenix Reborn, they need the reverse sweep, but it is not going to be easy.
Yeah, he's a win.
This composition is capable. Honestly, Swapsy had answers to live. I think he got a little bit caught off guard, but still, I mean, ILTU
5% damage for Horseman
in that match. This could
I
go
think
either way.
generally, if I get,
about to open,
it's hard to say, man.
ILTU, they're playing for Gauntlet qualifications.
You're probably
so this is a big deal for them
right.
as well.
Maybe the shell is very annoying for muting stuff.
Coffee grapple hooks over. He's going to start the game off with a cheap shot, likely onto the whole team. Houston eventually retreat, immunes it, and then stuns him, so he's not going to be stunnable for a moment.
I'm also kind of curious if you should be playing the 20% amp on Coil instead of the Longa Horseman.
Onto the Demon Hunter, drops the darkness on the Incarnation. They knock him out of it. Massive damage on match point.
Jesus, man.
Incredible burst damage coming through from ILTU. They're so close to a kill. I can't believe it. They might just win this in the opener. Void shift comes through from Numbless.
Stun.
And I mean, they've only got darkness, and Numbless is dying. He gets put into a cheap shot. Coffee's going for the kill there. Really putting the pain on right now. A triple stun, though. Phoenix Reborn are coming back. Ultimate Penitence. Smoke Bomb comes down to line of sight.
It doesn't work.
Smoke Bomb.
Doesn't work.
Just negating that Ultimate Penitence damage onto the whole team right there for the time being. Both
Once
teams.
Penitence goes off, it'll go into Smoke Bomb as long as you bomb after it, and they did that.
Say that in a matchup like this, it's so swing heavy. Numbless into a cheap shot. Can they get the clone? Corky's kicked. He can't really get it. Kankito might go into a fear. He blinks away from it. He's looking for a sleepwalk. They get the clone. Swapsy's in trouble. No trinket. They have darkness. They're being greedy. How do they do it? They can be greedy. Darkness. They knock him out. Big shield. Swapsy should survive with that enormous absorb, but that's pretty much every major defensive out of the way. They got
bro, if they can reclone him somehow.
They got through darkness, and they're still coming close to a kill.
Oh my god,
Swapsy, he trinkets there as well. He did not want to be in that cyclone during that moment. He trinkets out, and now he's vulnerable. There is no Icebound Fortitude. There is no trinket. If he gets stunned, it could be lights out. They just need crowd control on Numbliz. Can they find it? Corky's going. He gets interrupted. Good shutdown there. Big triple fear by Numbliz, enabling his team to remain aggressive in the match. But that nullifying shroud for Kankito is doing work.
I'm impressed by the pressure.
Full blind now onto Numbliz. Is there any follow-up? Do they have anything? Full sap? No, imprisonment from Houston stops that. There's no gouge, no sap going to be available. Great play there by Houston.
I thought they were actually going on Numbless there, trying to get a sleepwalk with the pet interrupt from Swapsy.
Look at all the fucking horsemen heading Kankito.
But Houston's still low.
God damn it, man.
Pain suppression comes through. Emerald Communion from Kankito should keep the team decently healthy. I don't know. There's a lot of damage. Silence onto the healer. He gets rescued during the silence. Coffee's getting cleaved. He evasions right away. And Houston, Swapsy are refusing to go down without a fight here on match point. Metamorphosis going to pop for Houston. I-Beam connects there, fully channeled, looking to max out that DPS.
I mean, Swapsy's got a lot of defense now.
Kankito, though, really well placed. Kankito's playing aggressive. He blinks on top of Numbless. He gets the sleepwalk. Now they need damage. He's looking for a clone. Is he going to find the clone? Doesn't look like they're going to find the Cyclone. This
Swapsy has his whole kit again.
Swapsy is ramping up. He anti-magic shields. Houston gets cloned. They're crushing him through the anti-magic shield. Incarnation comes up in 12. If he gets knocked out of his anti-magic shield, he could just explode. He's got to be really careful on
the
this
priest
next
has
trade on the part of Swapsy to
so they're actually looking pretty chill.
Yeah, big Spirit Blooms incoming. Looks like Kankito keeps Corky nice and healthy. The gouge now onto Numbliz, and he follow up a big sleepwalk comes in, and Numbliz is forced to trade the trinket, and that's overlapped with the Icebound Fortitude and Anti-Magic Zone. So
wait, here's A-Bomb.
They
can win right here.
Numbliz is ahead on mana.
This is the cooldown.
Swap, Root, Solar Beam, as well as a kidney shot. That was really scary, but Swapsy saves the day with his Anti-Magic Shell. Great job there by Swapsy, but he's left himself vulnerable now with no real defense left. The next setup on Swapsy could be enormous. Full blind. Is there any there's the sleepwalk. Can they do it? Swapsy could easily fall. Once again, the deep breath comes in. Numbliz grips him to the pillar.
He's still dying,
keep him
man.
Alive, but in desperation, he's hanging on by a thread. Pain suppression comes in. If Corky can land any crowd control, that will be the game. But the anti-magic shell, I think that's going to be enough. I can't believe it.
He fakes the clone. He gets the clone on the Demon Hunter. Force of Nature is down. Dream Bursts are going to pop, and Swapsy drops. ILTU are making it to Championship Sunday against all odds.
I wonder how many Balance Druids are inspired. How many Present as well. Like, is this a composition we're going to see more
right?
of?
I feel like they keep playing with Shaman, but he just gave up on the Evoker. It's like, if there's no Sub-Rogue, play Evoker.
Yeah.
I think it's the best healer if you don't have it as Sub-Rogue on the other team.
Oh my god, it was just so back and forth in these final moments. I love this setup on a Numbliz. So they get the stun on him, the Solar Beam. That forces Swapsy to use his Anti-Magic Shell on his healer. So he uses the Anti-Magic Shell on the healer, and then you see here, it's a full blind on Numbliz. It's followed up by the Sleepwalk. Swapsy's just in such an incredible amount of trouble, but he gets gripped with a Rapture, and Numbliz manages to keep him alive for a little while longer, but they really just can't get too much going. The crowd control comes in, and Corky, feeling very confident, gets a really nice Typhoon there, separating Swapsy and Numbliz. They shred through this anti-magic shell, and this next crowd control onto Numbliz, it's interrupted instantly by Kankito, and Numbliz just really doesn't have anything left. Big damage from Kankito, and they're able to just take him down through that penance cast. So I like this composition. ILTU playing very aggressive. Kankito as well, coming in with nice sleep walks.
The Shaman might be different. Nah, Disc is definitely best.
They played this composition beautifully.
In this case, I actually feel like Disc is so advantaged.
So good. You know?
So
like,
this is the best healer of all the games I've played as DK so far. I enjoy playing as Praise Evokers the most. I get to get free cleave on them. It's incredible, and they have a tough time healing through it, and they're always in place for blinds and stuff. Priest just does 15% more healing to you. All the priest shields just hit you 15% harder.
Maybe that could be the factor. What about Ellie Boom?
I feel like priest is so advantaged. Like the damage they're doing as well. This damage is being suppressed so hard by priest cooldowns.
I mean, I didn't expect some of the damage Corky was able to put out.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you're gonna beat priest.
Extra million damage procs, 900,000, a million damage procs from those instant starfires with Trent out. That seems really scary. Like, seems like the burst damage definitely is there for the balanced druid.
Yeah, no doubt. I think into double melee, if you can actually stay stable, you can get out.
Nah, DK's just down bad.
Damage.
They are completely useless. Yeah.
Did in this last game. He played super
this is a great matchup for them.
He's finding kicks on Numbless. He's finding sleepwalks on Numbless. And it felt like ILTU were playing more confidently in this game, and that's why it looked even better for them.
Nice. He was third. He did beat the Rogue. But I mean, obviously, complete dog shit. He's a great Death Knight too. He's a really good Death Knight.
Gauntlet position. And now that the Fiends 2.0 are out of the competition,
yeah, he should do top damage.
Really good chance of
he doesn't have MS. He should be like the Death Knight should be in a balanced game top damage in that lobby, right? He doesn't bring MS. He doesn't bring any of the utility that other classes bring. He should be top damage. The question is how much she top damage by. Instead, he was third on damage. Like, why the fuck would a DH play with a DK when they could play with a class that does more damage, right? Like, why would you play like DH Moonkin sounds better, right? The DK should be doing top damage though. If the game is balanced correctly, the DK is always doing top damage though.
How do you feel like that match would have gone like last week before the changes?
Right. Well, I'm just saying in that particular lobby, there's no reason why the DK should do less damage than the DH ever. The DK should always do more damage than the DH. That's just how the game is designed. Like you don't have unless you want to give the kit they've given to DH to DKs. DKs are playing with a like less mobility, no MS kit. They have to be more durable and they have to do more damage. And if they don't, then you've just designed the game like incorrectly. And I say that as someone who's just played the game as a Death Knight for fucking 14 years. And across those 14 years, that has been consistent. Those two things have been consistent. They always do more damage, and they always are tankier because they are paying for that with their mobility, and they're paying for that with no MS. That's the price you pay, and they are fundamentally ignoring that by doing what they're doing right now. That isn't to say the changes weren't good. To be honest, the changes can still be good because their breakdown was kind of bad before, and this lets them get into a better place. But for the DKs to be good, that has to be true, and that has been consistently true for literally 14 years of the game. That I say that as someone who's played DK the whole time. That has always been true. It is a requirement to the class, unless you change their kit by a lot.
Both of them incredibly good. Drive Overload has put up one of the best fights we've seen against Echo, and they were looking incredibly good with this Feral Mage Priest. So I think that is a matchup that could go either way. Potentially Drive Overload could just make it into the finals, sending Echo into the lower bracket. We'll have to wait and see. Either way, one of those teams is absolutely deadly. So for Streamer Zone and ILTU, it's a rough road. They have to go through each other first. The winner of that gets the prize of either going into Echo, and then if they win that, they have to go into Drive Overload. It's not going to be an easy day of games, but I'm impressed with their performances so far today, and we'll see if they can do it. It'll be really interesting if they can.
Yeah, totally agree. Once we have those standings updated, we can take a look at those also. There they are. We've got, of course, Echo in first place, and then second, Drive Overload, Streamer Zone GG at 180 points in third. But ILTU, they're still in it. They're at 92 points. They've still got some chances to make even more points as well. They've kind of leaped up from the depths of hell here in these standings, Super Ts, and they've got a chance to sort of really shake things up in the European standings.
Yeah, it's a big opportunity for them, but I think their hardest competition is ahead of them. This is all the mage-focused teams, mages and rogue-focused teams. So this is their kryptonite. They're gonna have to go ahead.
Sorry, yeah. So I think they probably will shift their damage into wounds in the end.
Possible, I think.
And that would be a good thing. It would be better, and would be happier with that than their old damage profile.
excited to see how
Their
that
old one
kind
was
of
really bad.
plays out on the EU side. But tomorrow we're going into Saturday. We're heading into North America.
Because they
Here's
played
that
and got
North
demolished.
American
It brings attention to it.
bracket. We've got some
I mean,
powerful
DKs
teams
were already
down in the lower
bad
bracket. We've
last
got
week,
Power Toads,
in my
Olympics,
opinion. They just had a really, really bad damage profile. And they just had enough of it that it didn't matter. And in Shuffle, obviously, it was overwhelming. Like, your dots are overwhelming. They're probably still overwhelming in Shuffle, to be honest. But yeah, tough.
Yeah, the move. You know, the move has had some setbacks.
Super fucking tough.
Cup number 2. I know Absurd is dealing with some, sickness in Cup number 2. They were, on some trips in Cup number 1. Like, but they're looking good. Like, I watched their games on Wednesday. They're looking really.
Yeah, I don't actually care. That's very true as well. They don't care. I don't think they take tournament results into account much at all. They're taking ladder and probably Shuffle mostly into account. And I think in Shuffle, I could definitely agree that DKs are like pretty fucking good.
F tier versus the Abjured. The Abjured, new kids on the block. They're coming in playing some Demonology Warlock, Shadow Priest. Really curious to see how far they.
So right
can
now,
take it. You can see right now. They have 52 points.
Oh, they're tied. Oh, F tier are fucking owning, man.
Top 8. If they take it really far.
There are 5 people in contention for this at the same time.
But solidifying yourself in that top 8 at this point would be an incredible performance for them.
Certainly would be. So looking forward to those series as
Any
well.
class in Shuffle? I think they just feel oppressive and unhealable in Shuffle, is my point. I can understand. Their old damage profile was like the one they had before they got nerfed this week, which was like all like pad wounds and pad disease damage. Like that one's obviously like it's 60% dampening at 2-3 minutes. It's just unhealable, right? In Shuffle. So it's gonna feel like they can like last well enough into that point and then just kind of win and damp. So I think we're doing okay. We got second last week. The first week we had a tough time, 100%. We coming off of like world first race and stuff, and then this week, we've got the great. I guess I mean I got destroyed, man. There's no other way to put it. I got fucking deleted this week. My class got deleted. Really, really fun, actually. It's tough because like you get into the spot. It's kind of bait every season, right? Like, so the season starts and like DKs look good, and I guess they just don't. They seem to struggle to be reasonable with the nerfs to them. It's really tough to like to go in like you have to pick what you commit a lot of time to and a lot of your efforts towards. And at the start of the season, like maybe it'll be Death Knight, maybe it'll be other stuff. They didn't got DKs at the start of the season, so I'm like, okay, we'll do DK then, and then they got a DK. It's fucking sick. I mean, at the same time, I think DKs were like right next to not being good. Like the only situation where you'd actually would have seen DK do well, I think, is if they had nerfed Feral. Because I feel like into most other things, Death Knights were perfectly viable / good. But I think into Ferals, they were having a tough time last week. There's no state, man. There's no state. I mean, I'm not actually, again, there's like 2 different parts of what I'm saying, right? One part is me talking about it from a competitive standpoint and how shit it is for my team to have to deal with my class being nerfed. When we kind of committed a decent chunk into it, right? All that practice is wasted because they didn't go they weren't lenient. They were kind of rough with it. But then there's the other part of it where I'm not talking from a competitive standpoint, and the nerfs are fine. Like in that sense, they're like, I bet DKs are still okay. Actually, when I say they're okay, right now they're doing really badly in Shuffle. We go Shuffle on both regions. Death Knights currently have a sub 50% win loss. So they dropped off pretty hard post change. Yeah. And on EU and Shuffle, they have a 47.5% win loss. And they're actually not particularly popular anymore either. Middle of the pack, like kind of just a little bit of sub rogue. I guess rogue collectively is much more popular though. Frosty K sucks. Frosty K can't live. Like, you like see how Swapsy died just then? Frosty K would have died 2 minutes earlier. Frosty K lacks all of its healing. Frosty K can't survive. I actually think Frosty K could be good if it was tankier, but it's not tanky at all. It's got no tankiness whatsoever. Blitz its many unholy at high ratings where they nerfed it. It actually didn't affect their playability, and I don't think they were strong on Blitz because of their damage. On both regions. I mean, no, actually, I guess the win rate did drop from 60% down. I guess they did actually have like the second highest win rate. They still played a good amount in Blitz though. People are still queuing it. They're still pretty popular. They're pretty popular in EU, at least on NA. But look at AUG win rate. Holy fuck. Is that real? AUG win rate's wild. I guess I'm not even that surprised. You're buffing 10 people. Where was DK? I was talking by stat win rate. I mean, on NA, they have subpar representation and they have subpar win rate. Start and end, they were negative and they're still negative. The win rate went down barely. So Unholy's not looking crazy in Blitz, at least overall, if you take aggregates into consideration. Kind of weird, huh? They were just doing well on EU. But they didn't have crazy representation on EU either. This is higher than some specs, but like you gotta keep in mind that there's like barely any. I mean, yeah, it's a weird one. Kind of sketch, but yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, fuck it. We're gonna head off for a bit. I am pretty sure we will not be on until after tomorrow at this point. But yeah, thank you for watching today. Thank you to Colessus for the new Twitch Prime and 1BG for the 117 month resub for 6 months as well. But yeah, have a good one, guys. Thanks for watching.